HarperCollins presents The Chronicles of Ixia Magic Study by Maria V. Snyder, read by Kristin Atherton. Chapter 1. "We're here," Iris said. I looked around. The surrounding jungle bulged with life. Overgrown green bushes blocked our path, vines hung from the tree canopy, and the constant chatter and trill of jungle birds beat at my ears. Small furry creatures, who had been following us through the jungle, peeked at us from their hiding spots behind huge leaves. "Where?" I asked, glancing at the three other girls. They shrugged in unison, equally confused. In the thick, humid air, their thin cotton dresses were soaked with sweat. My own black pants and white shirt clung to my clammy skin. We were tired from lugging our heavy backpacks along snake-thin jungle paths, and itchy from hosting unnameable insects on our skins. "The Zaltana homestead," Iris said. "Quite possibly your home." I surveyed the lush greenery, and saw nothing that resembled a settlement. During the course of our travels south, whenever Iris had declared that we had arrived, we were usually in the midst of a small town or village, with houses made of wood, stone, or brick, hemmed in by fields and farms. The brightly dressed inhabitants would welcome us, feed us, and, amid a cacophony of voices and spicy aromas, listen to our story. Then certain families would be summoned with great haste. In a whirlwind of excitement and babble, one of the children in our party who had lived in the orphanage in the north would be reunited with a family they hadn't known existed. As a result, our group had grown ever smaller as we'd travelled farther into the southern land of Scythia. Soon, we had left the cold northern air far behind, and were now cooking in the steamy warmth of the jungle, with no sign of a town in sight. "Homestead?" I asked. Iris sighed. Wisps of her black hair had sprung from her tight bun, and her stern expression didn't quite match the slight humour in her emerald eyes. "Yelena, appearances can be deceiving. Seek with your mind, not your senses," she instructed. I rubbed my slick hands along the grain of my wooden staff, concentrating on its smooth surface. My mind emptied, and the buzz of the jungle faded as I sent out my mental awareness. In my mind's eye, I slithered through the underbrush with a snake, searching for a patch of sunlight. I scrambled through the tree branches with a long-limbed animal with such ease that it felt as if we flew. Then, above, I moved with people among the treetops. Their minds were open and relaxed, deciding what to eat for dinner and discussing the news from the city. But one mind worried about the sounds from the jungle below. Something wasn't right. Someone strange was there. Possible danger. "Who's in my mind?" I snapped back to myself. Iris stared at me. "They live in the trees?" I asked. She nodded. "But remember, Yelena, just because someone's mind is receptive to your probing doesn't mean you're permitted to dive into their deeper thoughts. That's a breach of our ethical code." Her words were harsh. The master-level magician scolding her student. "Sorry," I said. She shook her head. "I forget that you're still learning. We need to get to the citadel and begin your training. But I'm afraid this stop will take some time." "Why?" "I can't leave you with your family like I did for the other children. It would be cruel to take you away too soon." Just then, a loud voice from above called out, "Veneta den!" Iris swung her arm up, and mumbled something, but my muscles froze before I could repel the magic that engulfed us. I couldn't move. After a frantic moment of panic, I calmed my mind. I tried to build a mental wall of defense, but the magic that ensnared me knocked down my mental bricks as fast as I could stack them. Iris, however, was unaffected. She yelled into the treetops, "We're friends of the Zaltanas! I'm Iris of the Jewel Rose clan, 4th magician in the council." Another strange word echoed from the trees. My legs trembled as the magic released me, and I sank to the ground to wait for the faintness to pass. The twins, Gracina and Nikili, collapsed together, moaning. May rubbed her legs. "Why have you come? Iris Jewel Rose," the voice above asked. "I believe I may have found your lost daughter," she replied. A rope ladder descended through the branches. "Let's go, girls," Iris said. "Here, Yelena. Hold the bottom while we climb." A peevish thought about who would hold the ladder for me flashed through my mind. Iris's annoyed voice admonished me in my head. "Yelena, you will have no trouble getting into the trees. Perhaps I should have them raise the ladder when it's your turn to climb, as you might prefer to use your grapple and rope." She was right, of course. I had used the trees to hide from my enemies in Ixia without the convenience of a ladder. And even now, I'd enjoyed an occasional walk through the treetops to keep my skills honed. Iris smiled at me. "Perhaps it's in your blood." My stomach filled with unease as I remembered Mogcan. He had said I was cursed with Zaltana blood. I'd no reason to trust the now dead southern magician, though, and I'd been avoiding asking Iris questions about the Zaltanas, so I wouldn't get my hopes up about being a part of their family. Even while dying, I knew Mogcan would have been capable of pulling one last spiteful trick. Mogcan and General Brazel's son, Riyad, had kidnapped me along with over 30 other children from Scythia. Averaging 2 children a year, they had brought the girls and boys north to Brazel's orphanage in the territory of Ixia for use in their twisted plans. All of the children had the potential of becoming magicians because they had been born to families with strong magic. Iris had explained to me that magical powers were a gift, and only a handful of magicians came from each clan. "Of course, the more magicians in a family," Iris had said, "the greater chance of having more in the next generation. Mogcan took a risk kidnapping children so young. Magical powers don't manifest until a child reaches maturity." "Why were there more girls than boys?" I had asked. "Only 30% of our magicians are male, and Bane Bloodgood is the only one to achieve master-level status." As I steadied the rope ladder that hung from the jungle's canopy, I now wondered how many Zaltanas were magicians. Beside me, the 3 girls tucked the hems of their dresses into their belts. Iris helped May start up the rope rungs, and then Gracina and Nikili followed. When we had crossed the border into Scythia, the girls hadn't hesitated to exchange their northern uniforms for the bright, multicoloured cotton dresses worn by some of the southern women. The boys switched their uniforms for simple cotton pants and tunics. I, on the other hand, had kept my food taster's uniform on, until the heat and humidity had driven me to purchase a pair of boys' cotton pants and a shirt. After Iris disappeared into the green canopy, I set my boot on the bottom rung. My feet felt as if they were swollen with water, weighing me down. Reluctance clung to my legs as I dragged them up the ladder. In mid-air, I paused. What if these people didn't want me? What if they didn't believe I was their lost daughter? What if I were too old to be bothered with? All the children who had already found their homes had been immediately accepted. Between the ages of 7 and 13, they had been separated from their families for only a few years. Physical resemblances, ages, and even names had made it easy to place them. Now we were down to 4. The identical twins, Gracina and Nikili, were 13. May was the youngest at 12, and I was the oldest of the group at 20. According to Iris, the Zaltanas had lost a 6-year-old girl over 14 years prior. That was a long time to be away. I was no longer a child. Yet I was the oldest one who had survived Brazel's plans and remained whole. When the other kidnapped children reached maturity, those who had developed magical powers had been tortured until they surrendered their souls to Mogcan and Riyadh. Mogcan had then used the magic of these now mindless captives to enhance his own, making the children nothing more than living bodies without souls. Iris bore the burden of informing the families of these children, but I felt some guilt by being the only one to survive Mogcan's efforts to capture my soul. The effort, though, cost me a great deal. Thinking about my struggles in Ixia led to thoughts of Valak. An ache for him chewed at my heart. Hooking an arm around the ladder, I fingered the butterfly pendant he had carved for me. Perhaps I could devise a way to return to Ixia. After all, the magic in my body no longer flared out of control, and I would much rather be with him than among these strange southerners who lived in the trees. Even the name of the south, Sitia, felt thick as rancid syrup in my mouth. "Yelena, come on!" Iris called down to me. "We're waiting." I swallowed hard and ran a hand over my long braid, smoothing my black hair and pulling out the few viney tendrils that clung to it. Despite the long trek through the jungle, I wasn't too tired. While shorter than most Ixians at 5 feet 4 inches, my body had transformed from emaciated to muscular during my last year in Ixia. The difference had been in my living arrangements. From starving in the dungeon to tasting food for Commander Ambrose, my situation had improved for my physical well-being, but I couldn't say the same for my mental well-being during that time. I shook my head, banishing those thoughts, and concentrating on my immediate circumstances. Climbing up the rest of the ladder, I expected it to end at a wide branch or a platform in the tree like a landing on a staircase. Instead, I entered a room. I looked around in amazement. The walls and ceiling of the room were formed by branches and limbs that had been roped together. Sunlight leaked in between the gaps. Bundled sticks had been worked into chairs that had cushions made of leaves. The small room held only 4 seats. "Is this her?" a tall man asked Iris. His cotton tunic and short pants were the colour of the tree's leaves. Green gel had been combed into his hair and smeared over all his exposed skin. A bow and a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. I guessed he was the guard. Why, though, would he need a weapon if he were the magician who had frozen us? Then again, Iris had deflected that spell with ease. Could she turn aside an arrow as well? "Yes," Iris said to the man. "We've heard rumours at the market, and wondered if you would pay us a visit, fourth magician. Please, stay here," he said. "I'll get the elder." Iris sank into one of the chairs, and the girls explored the room, exclaiming over the view from the single window. I paced the narrow space. The guard seemed to disappear through the wall, but upon investigation, I discovered a gap that led to a bridge, also made of branches. "Sit down," Iris said to me. "Relax. You're safe here." "Even with that heart-warming reception?" I countered. "Standard procedure. Unaccompanied visitors are extremely rare. With the constant danger of jungle predators, most travelers hire a Zaltana guide. You've been edgy and defensive ever since I told you we were headed to the Zaltana's village. Iris pointed at my legs. You're in a fighting stance, prepared for attack. These people are your family. Why would they want to hurt you? I realized that I had pulled my weapon off my back and was clutching it in the ready position. With effort, I relaxed my posture. Sorry. I threaded the bow, a 5-foot wooden staff, back into its holder on the side of my backpack. Fear of the unknown had caused me to clench. For as long as I could remember in Ixia, I had been told my family was dead, lost to me forever. Even so, I used to dream of finding an adopted family who would love and care for me. I had only given up that fantasy when I had been turned into Mogcan and Riyadh's experiment, and now that I had Valek, I felt I didn't need a family. That's not true, Yelena, Iris said aloud. Your family will help you discover who you are and why. You need them more than you know. I thought you said it was against your ethical code to read someone's mind. I rankled at her intrusion on my private thoughts. We are linked as teacher and student. You freely gave me a pathway to your mind by accepting me as your mentor. It would be easier to divert a waterfall than to break our link. I don't remember creating a pathway, I grumbled. If there was a conscious effort in making a link, it wouldn't have happened. She watched my face for a while. You gave me your trust and your loyalty. That was all that was needed to forge a bond. While I won't pry into your intimate thoughts and memories, I can pick up on your surface emotions. I opened my mouth to reply, but the green-haired guard returned. Follow me, he said. We wound our way through the treetops. Hallways and bridges connected room after room high above the land. There had been no hint of this maze of dwellings from the ground. We didn't see or meet a soul as we passed around bedrooms and through living areas. From glimpses into the rooms, I saw they were decorated with items found in the jungle. Coconut shells, nuts, berries, grasses, twigs, and leaves were all artfully arranged into wall hangings, book covers, boxes, and statues. Someone had even fashioned an exact replica of one of those long-tailed animals by using black and white stones glued together. Iris, I said, pointing to the statue. What are those animals? Valmers. Very intelligent and playful. There are millions of them in the jungle. They're curious, too. Remember how they spied on us from the trees? I nodded, recalling the little creatures that never stood still long enough for me to study. In other rooms, I spotted more animal replicas made from different coloured stones. A hollowness touched my throat as I thought of Valek and the animals he carved out of rocks. I knew he would appreciate the craftsmanship of these stone statues. Perhaps I could send one to him. I didn't know when I'd ever be able to see him again. The commander had exiled me to Scythia when he had discovered I possessed magical powers. If I returned to Ixia, the commander's order of execution would be in effect. But he had never said I couldn't communicate with my friends in Ixia. I soon found out why we hadn't encountered anyone on our journey through the village. We entered a large, round common room where about 200 people gathered. It appeared the entire settlement was here. People filled the benches of carved wood that circled a huge fire pit made of stone. Talk ceased the minute we entered. All eyes focused on me. My skin crawled. I felt as if they were examining every inch of my face, my clothes, and my muddy boots. From their expressions, I gathered I wasn't meeting expectations. I stifled the desire to hide behind Iris. Regret that I hadn't asked Iris more questions about the Zaltanas thumped in my chest. At last, an older man stepped forward.
I'm Bavor Kakao Zaltana, elder councilman for the Zaltana family. Are you Yelena Zaltana?
I hesitated. That name sounded so formal, so connected, so foreign. My name is Yelena, I said. A young man a few years older than I pushed through the crowd. He stopped next to the elder. Squinting hard, his jade-eyed gaze bore into mine. A mixture of hatred and revulsion creased his face. I felt a slight touch of magic brush my body.
She has killed!
He called out.
She reeks of blood!
Chapter 2. A collective gasp sounded from the crowd of Zaltanas. Abhorrence and outrage gripped the now hostile faces in the room. I found myself behind Iris, hoping to block the negative force emanating from so many eyes. "Leaf, you always tend toward the dramatic," Iris admonished the young man. "Yelena's had a hard life. Don't judge what you don't know." Leaf wilted before Iris's gaze. "I reek of blood too, do I not?" she asked.
"But you're the fourth magician," Leaf said.
"So you know what I've done and why. I suggest you find out what your sister has had to deal with in Ixia before you accuse her." His jaw tightened. The muscles on his neck pulled taut as he swallowed what might have been a reply. I risked another peek around the room. Now contemplative, worried, and even sheepish looks peppered the group. The Zaltana women wore sleeveless dresses or skirts and short-sleeved blouses with bright flora patterns on them. The hemlines reached to their knees. The men of the clan wore light-coloured tunics and plain pants. All the Zaltanas were barefoot, and most had lean builds and bronze skin. Then Iris's words sank in. I grabbed her arm. "Brother? I have a brother?" One side of her mouth quirked up. "Yes, a brother. Your only sibling. You would have known this if you hadn't changed the subject every time I tried to tell you about the Zaltanas." Great. My luck was holding steady. I had thought my troubles were over when I had left the territory of Ixia. Why should any of this surprise me? While all the other Citians lived in villages on the ground, my family resided in the trees. I studied Leaf, searching for a resemblance. His stocky, muscular build and square face stood out compared to the rest of the lithe clan. Only his black hair and green eyes matched my own features. During the awkward moments that followed, I wished for an invisibility spell, and reminded myself to ask Iris if there were such a spell. An older woman about my height approached us. As she neared, she shot Leaf a powerful glance, and he hung his head. Without warning, she embraced me. I flinched for a heartbeat, uncertain. Her hair smelled like lilacs. "I've wanted to do this for 14 years, she said, hugging me tighter. "How my arms have ached for my little girl." Those words transported me back in time, shrunk me down into a 6-year-old child. Wrapping my arms around this woman, I bawled. 14 years without a mother had made me believe I could be stoic when I finally met her. During the journey south, I had imagined I would be curious and unemotional. "Nice to make your acquaintance, but we really need to get to the Citadel," but I was woefully unprepared for the torrent of emotions that racked my body. I clung to her as if she alone kept me from drowning. From a distance I heard Bavel Cacao.
Everyone get back to work. The fourth magician is our guest. We need a proper feast for tonight. Petal, take up the guest rooms. We'll need 5 beds.
The buzz of voices filling the common area dispersed. The room was almost empty when the woman, my mother, released me from her arms. It was still difficult to match her oval face to the title of mother. After all, she might not be my real mother. And if she were, did I have the right to call her by that name after so many years away? "Your father will be so pleased," she said. She pulled a strand of black hair from her face. Streaks of grey painted her long braids, and her pale green eyes shone with unshed tears. "How do you know?" I asked. "I may not be your soul fits the void in my soul perfectly. I've no doubt you're mine. I hope you'll call me Mother, but if you can't, you can call me Pearl." I wiped at my face with the handkerchief Iris handed me. Glancing around, I looked for my father. Father. Another word that threatened to ruin what little dignity I had remaining. "Your father's out collecting samples," Pearl said, seeming to read my mind. "He'll be back as soon as word reaches him." Pearl turned her head. I followed her gaze and saw Leaf standing near us, his arms crossed over his chest, and his hands bunched into fists. "You've met your brother. Don't just stand there, Leaf. Come give your sister a proper greeting."
I can't stand the smell, he said.
He turned his back on us and stalked away. "Don't mind him," my mother said. "He's overly sensitive. He had trouble dealing with your disappearance. He was blessed with strong magic, but his magic is..." She paused. "Unique. He can sense where and what a person has been doing. Not specifics, but general feelings. The council calls on him to help solve crimes and disputes, and to determine if a person is guilty or not." She shook her head. "Those Zaltanas with magical powers have unusual abilities. What about you, Yelena? I feel the magic coursing through you." A brief smile touched her lips. "My own limited ability. What is your talent?" I glanced at Iris for help. "Her magic was forced from her, and was uncontrolled until recently. We have yet to determine her speciality." Colour drained from my mother's face. "Forced?" I touched her sleeve. "It's all right." Pearl bit her lip. "Could she flame out?" she asked Iris. "No. I have taken her under my wing. She has gained some measure of control, although she must come to the Magician's Keep, so I can teach her more about her magic." My mother grabbed my arms hard. "You must tell me everything that has happened to you since you were taken from us." A trapped feeling seized my throat. Bavel Cacao stepped to my rescue.
The Zaltanas are honored that you have chosen one of ours as your student, fourth magician. Please let me escort your party to your rooms so you may freshen up and rest before the feast.
Relief coursed through me, although the determined set to my mother's jaw warned that she was not yet finished with me. Her grip tightened when Iris and the 3 girls moved to follow Bavel Cacao to our rooms.
"Pearl, you'll have plenty of time to spend with your daughter," he said. "She's home now."
She released me, stepping back. "I'll see you tonight. I'll ask your cousin, Nutty, to lend you some decent clothes for the feast. I grinned as we worked our way to the guest rooms. With all that had happened today, my mother had still managed to notice the clothes I wore. The feast that night began as a sedate dinner, but then transformed into a party despite the fact that I might have offended my hosts by first tasting the many fruit dishes and seasoned cold meats for poisons before I ate. Old habits die hard. The night air filled with the scent of burning citronella, mixed with a damp, earthy smell. After the meal, various Zaltanas pulled out musical instruments made of bamboo and twine. Some jumped up to dance, and others sang with the music. All the while, petite, furry Valmas swung from the ceiling rafters and hopped from table to table. Some of my cousins had made pets of them. Splashes of black and white and orange and brown sat on their shoulders and heads. Other Valmas tumbled in the corners or stole food from the tables. May and the twins were delighted with the animal's long-tailed antics. Gracina tried to tempt a little tan and gold Valma to eat from her hand. My mother sat next to me. Leaf hadn't come to the feast. I wore a bright yellow and purple lily-patterned dress that Nutty had loaned me. The only reason I wore the obnoxious thing was to please Pearl. I thanked fate that Ari and Janko, my soldier friends from Ixia, weren't here. They would be rolling with laughter to see me wearing such a gaudy outfit. But oh, how I missed them. I changed my mind, wishing they were here. It would be worth the embarrassment just to see the glint in Janko's eyes. "We need to leave in a few days," Iris said to Bavel over the din of voices and music. Her comment caused a mood-dampening ripple in those around us. "Why do you have to leave so soon?" my mother asked. Dismay creased her eyebrows tight together. "I need to get the other girls home. And they've been away from the citadel and the keep for too long." The tired sadness in Iris's voice reminded me that she hadn't seen her family for nearly a year. Hiding and spying in the territory of Ixia had drained her. Our table was quiet for a while. Then my mother brightened. "You can leave Yelena here while you take the girls home."
It will be out of her way to come back for Yelena,
Bavel Cacao said. Mother frowned at him. I could see her thoughts whirling behind her eyes. "Aha! Leaf can take Yelena to the citadel. He has business with the first magician in 2 weeks." Emotions rolled through my chest. I wanted to stay, but I feared being separated from Iris. They were my family, yet they were strangers. I couldn't help being wary. It was a skill learned in Ixia. And travelling with Leaf sounded as unpalatable as drinking a wine laced with poison. Before anyone could agree or disagree, Mother said, "Yes, that will do." She ended all discussion on the matter. The next morning, I had a small panic attack when Iris pulled on her backpack. "Don't leave me here alone," I pleaded. "You're not alone. I counted 35 cousins and the whole mess of aunts and uncles." She laughed. "Besides, you should spend some time with your family. You need to learn not to distrust them. I'll meet you at the Magician's Keep. It's within the citadel's walls. In the meantime, keep practicing your control." "Yes, sir." May gave me a big hug.
"Your family is so much fun. I hope my family lives in the trees too,"
she said. I smoothed her braids. "I'll try to visit you sometime." Iris said, "May might be at the Citadel's school this cooling season, if she can access the power source."
"That would be great!"
May cried out with delight. The twins both gave me a quick hug. "Good luck," Gracina said with a grin. "You're going to need it." I followed them down the rope ladder and into the cooler air of the jungle floor to say goodbye. Watching Iris and the girls fight their way through the tight trail, I kept my eyes on them until they were out of sight. In their absence, my body felt paper-thin and in danger of being shredded by the light breeze. In order to delay my return to the treetops, I studied my surroundings. The jungle's canopy above showed no evidence of the Zaltana dwellings, and the thick vegetation all around prevented me from seeing too far in any direction. Even with the loud clamour of insects, I could hear the faint sound of water rushing and lapping nearby. But I couldn't push past the growth to find the source. Frustrated, sweaty, and tired of being a meal for every mosquito, I gave up and climbed the rope ladder. Back in the warm and dry forest canopy, and among the labyrinth of rooms, I quickly became lost. Unrecognizable faces nodded or smiled at me. Others frowned and turned away. I had no idea where my room was, or what I was supposed to be doing, and I didn't want to ask. The thought of telling my mother my life story was unappealing. Inevitable, I knew, but too much to bear at this moment. It had taken me almost a year to trust Valek with my history. How could I divulge my struggles to someone I'd just met? So I wandered here and there, searching for a view of the river I had heard on the jungle floor. Large expanses of green filled every vista. Several times I spotted the grey smoothness of a mountainside. Iris had told me the Eleus jungle grew in a deep valley. Tucked into the crooks of the Davian Plateau's edge, the odd-shaped jungle was below the plateau's rim, leaving only one side open for travellers. "Very defensible," Iris had said. "It's impossible to scale the walls to reach the plateau." I was fooling around and testing my balance on a rope bridge when a voice startled me, and I had to grab the handrail. "What?" I tried to re-establish my footing.
I said, "What are you doing?"
Nutty stood at the end of the bridge. Sweeping an arm out, I said, "Taking in the view." I could tell by her dubious expression that I hadn't convinced her.
"Follow me if you want to see a real view."
Nutty bounded away. I scrambled to keep up with her as she took shortcuts through the tree branches. Her thin arms and legs reached and grabbed vines with such flexibility that she reminded me of a Valma. When she entered a spot of sunlight, her maple-coloured hair and skin glowed. I had to admit, there was one good thing about staying in the south. Instead of being the only person with tan skin, I finally looked as if I belonged. Living in the north with the pale-skinned Ixians for so long, though, had not prepared me for such a variety of brown skin tones. Much to my embarrassment, I had found myself gawking at the deeper mahogany skin colours when we had first entered Scythia. Nutty stopped suddenly, and I almost knocked into her. We stood on a square platform in the tallest tree in the jungle. Nothing blocked the view. An emerald carpet stretched out below us, ending at two sheer rock faces that angled toward each other. Where the two cliffs joined, a vast waterfall poured forth, ending in a cloud of mist. Beyond the top edge of the rock cliffs, I saw a flat expanse. A mixture of tans, yellows, golds, and browns painted the smooth landscape. "Is that the Davian Plateau?" I asked.
"Yep. Nothing lives there but wild prairie grass. They don't get a lot of rain. Beautiful, huh?"
An understatement. Nutty nodded, and we stood for a while in silence. Finally, my curiosity broke the lull in conversation. I asked Nutty questions about the jungle, and eventually wove the conversation around to the Zaltana family. "Why do they call you Nutty?" I asked. She shrugged.
My real name is Hazelnut Palm Zaltana, but everybody's called me Nutty since I was little.
So Palm is your middle name?
Nope.
Nutty swung down over the edge of the platform and into the tree branches that supported it. The leaves shook, and after a moment she climbed back. She handed me a group of brown nuts.
Palm, as in palm tree, is my family's name. Zaltana is the clan name. Everyone who marries us has to take that name, but within the clan there are different families. Here, crack them like this.
Nutty took one of the nuts and banged it on a nearby branch, revealing an inner nib.
Your family is Liana, which means vine. Yelena means shining one. Everyone is either named after something in the jungle, or their name means something in the old Elias language, which we're forced to learn.
Nutty rolled her eyes in exasperation.
You're lucky you missed that.
She poked me with a finger.
And you missed having to deal with obnoxious older brothers, too. I once got into trouble for tying mine up in a vine and leaving him hanging. Oh, snake spit, I forgot. Come on.
She hurried back through the trees. Forgot what? I asked, scrambling after her.
I was supposed to take you to your mother. She's been looking for you all morning.
Nutty slowed only slightly to negotiate a rope bridge.
Uncle Esau's back from the expedition.
Another family member to meet. I considered accidentally losing her. But remembering the hostile glares that I had received from some of my cousins, I stayed with Nutty. When I caught up to her, I grabbed her arm. "Wait!" I panted. "I want to know why so many Zaltanas frown at me. Is it the blood smell?"
No, everyone knows Leaf can see doom and gloom in everything. He's always looking for attention.
She gestured at me.
Most of them think you're not really a Zaltana, but a spy from Ixia.
Chapter 3. "You're joking, right?" I asked. "They don't really believe I'm a spy." Nutty nodded. Her ponytails, one on each side of her head, bobbed in contrast to her serious face.
That's the gossip. Although no one would dare breathe a word of that to Aunt Pearl or Uncle Esau.
Why would they think such a thing? Her light brown eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe my stupidity.
Look at your clothes!
She gestured at my black pants and white shirt.
We all know Northerners are forced to wear uniforms. They say if you were truly from the South, you wouldn't want to wear pants ever again.
I glanced at Nutty's orange skirt. The hem was tucked up into her brown fur belt, and she wore a pair of short yellow pants underneath. Ignoring my stare, she said,
And you carry a weapon.
That much was true. I had my bow with me in case I found a place to practice, but so far, the only space big enough had been the common room, and that was always too crowded. Now was probably not the best time to tell Nutty about the switchblade strapped to my thigh. "Who's been saying these things?" I asked. She shrugged.
Different people.
I waited. The silence drove the information out of her.
Leaf's telling everyone that you don't feel right to him. He says he would know his own sister.
She fidgeted with her sleeve, rolling up the bright cotton fabric.
Scythians are always worried that the commander will attack us someday, and we think Northern spies are gathering information on our ability to defend ourselves. Even though Leaf tends to overreact, his magic is strong, so almost everyone believes you're a spy.
What do you think?
I don't know. I was going to wait and see.
She looked down at her bare feet. They were tanned and calloused. Another reason I stood out among the Zaltanas. I still wore my leather boots. "That's very smart," I said.
Do you think so?
"Yes." Nutty smiled. Her light brown eyes lit up. I noticed a sprinkle of freckles across her small nose. She continued to lead the way to my mother. As I followed, I thought about the accusations that I was an Ixian spy. I wasn't a spy, but I couldn't say that I was a true Southerner either. And I wasn't sure I wanted to be called a Citian. My reasons for being in the South were twofold: to avoid being executed and to learn how to use my magic. Meeting my family had been a bonus, and I wasn't going to let some petty rumours ruin my time here. I decided to ignore any more sidelong glances for now. There was no ignoring my mother's fury, though, when Nutty and I reached her residence. Every muscle in her thin arms and long neck was pulled taut. Waves of unspoken anger pulsed from the petite woman. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "Well, I saw Iris off, and then—" The explanation seemed weak in the face of her outrage, so I stopped. "You've been gone from me for 14 years, and we have only 2 weeks together before you go again. How could you be so selfish?" Without warning, she crumpled into a chair, as if all her energy had been pulled from her. "I'm sorry," I started. "No, I'm sorry," she said. "It's just that your speech and manners are so foreign, and your father's back and anxious to see you. That leave's been driving me crazy, and I don't want my daughter to leave here feeling like she's still a stranger." I hugged myself, feeling guilty and inadequate. She was asking for a great deal. I was sure to fail her in some way. "Your father wanted to wake you in the middle of the night. I made him wait, and he's been searching the homestead all morning," Pearl explained. "I finally sent him upstairs with something to do." She swung her arms wide. "You'll have to forgive us if we go too fast for you. Your arrival was so unexpected. And I should have insisted you stay with us last night, but Iris wanted us not to smother you." She took a deep breath. "But it's killing me. All I want to do is wrap you in my arms." Instead, her arms dropped into her lap, resting on the blue and white fabric of her sleeveless dress. I couldn't reply. Iris had been right. I needed time before I would feel comfortable with the whole family dynamic, but I could also empathize with my mother. Each day I missed Valek more than the day before. Losing a child had to be much worse. Standing by the door, Nutty pulled at her ponytails. My mother seemed to realize she was there. "Nutty, can you fetch Yelena's things from the guest quarters and bring them here?"
Sure thing, Aunt Pearl. I'll have them here faster than a curare can paralyze a Valmer.
In a flash of orange, Nutty was gone. "You can stay in our extra room." My mother pressed her hand to her throat. "It's your room, actually." My room. It sounded so normal. I had never had a place of my own before. I tried to imagine how I might have decorated it and made it my own, but I came up with a blank. My life in Ixia hadn't included special items such as toys, gifts, or art. I stifled a bark of laughter. My only private room had been my dungeon cell. Pearl jumped from her seat. "Yelena, please sit down. I'll get us some lunch. You have no meat on your bones." As she hurried away, she called toward the ceiling, "Esau, Yelena's here. Come down for tea." Alone, I glanced around the sitting room. The warm air smelled faintly of apples. The couch and 2 armchairs appeared to be made from ropes woven together, yet they were hard to the touch. The furniture was unlike the other Zaltana chairs I had seen, which were constructed with branches and sticks tied together. I settled into an armchair, the red leaf-patterned cushions crunched under my weight, and I wondered what had been stuffed inside them. My gaze lingered on a black wooden bowl on a small glass-topped table in front of the couch. The bowl looked to be hand-carved. I tried to relax, which worked, until I saw a long counter against the back wall. Stretching across the length of the countertop was a series of odd-shaped bottles connected by loops of tubes. Unlit candles sat under some of the containers. The configuration reminded me of Riyadh's lab. The memory of his collection of glass jars and metal instruments unnerved me. Visions of being chained to a bed while Riyadh searched for the perfect torture device caused sweat to roll down my neck and my heart to squeeze. I berated myself for my overactive imagination. It was ridiculous that a similar contraption could make me recoil after 2 years. I forced myself closer. Amber liquid pooled in a few bottles. I picked up one and swirled the contents. A strong apple scent filled my nose. The memory of swinging and laughter floated into my mind. The image disappeared when I focused on it. Frustrated, I set the bottle down. The shelves behind the table were lined with rows of more bottles. The contraption looked like a still for making alcohol. Perhaps the liquid was an apple brandy, like General Rasmussen's of Military District 7 in Ixia. I heard my mother return and turned around. She held a tray full of cut fruit, berries, and some tea. Placing the lunch on the small table before the couch, she gestured for me to join her. "Found my distillery, I see," she said, as if every Zaltana had one in their living room. "Smell anything familiar?" "Brandy?" I guessed. Her shoulders drooped just a bit, but her smile didn't waver. "Try again." Putting my nose over one of the amber-filled bottles, I inhaled. The scent blanketed me in feelings of comfort and safety. It also choked and smothered. Memories of bouncing mixed with the image of lying on my back, clawing at my throat. I suddenly felt lightheaded. "Yelena, sit down!" My mother's hand was on my elbow, guiding me to a chair. "You shouldn't have breathed in so deeply. It's very concentrated." She kept her hand on my shoulder. "What is it?" I asked. "My appleberry perfume." "Perfume? You don't remember?" This time her disappointment showed, as her smile faded from her lips. "I wore it all the time when you were a child. It's my best-selling perfume. Very popular with the magicians at the keep. When you disappeared, I couldn't wear it anymore." Her hand touched her throat again, as if she were trying to block either her words or emotions. With the word magicians, my windpipe tightened. The scene of my brief abduction at the fire festival the previous year played in my mind. The tents, the darkness, and the smell of appleberry mixed with the taste of ashes, and the image of Iris ordering 4 men to strangle me to death. "Does Iris wear your perfumes?" I asked. "Oh, yes. Appleberry is her favourite. In fact, she asked me last night to make her more. Does the scent remind you of her?" "She must have worn it the first time we met," I said, choosing not to say more. If it hadn't been for Valek's timely arrival, Iris would have succeeded in killing me. It was ironic how both my relationships with Iris and Valek began badly. "I have found that certain smells are linked to specific memories. It's something Leaf and I have been working on as a part of his project with First Magician. We've created a variety of scents and odors that we use to help victims of crime remember. These memories are very powerful, and they help Leaf get a clearer picture of what happened to them." She moved away from me. Sitting down, she spooned fruit into 3 bowls. "I had hoped the appleberry would trigger your memories of us." "I did get something, but—" I stopped. unable to put the brief impressions into words. I quelled my growing aggravation at being unable to recall anything from my 6 years of living here. Instead, I asked, "Do you make many perfumes?" "Oh, yes," she said. "Esau brings me wonderful flowers and plants to use. I enjoy making new perfumes and scents."
"And she's the best in the land,"
a booming male voice said behind me. I turned to see a small, stout man enter the room. His resemblance to Leaf was unmistakable.
"Her perfumes have been worn by master magicians, as well as the Queen and Princess of Ixia when they were alive,"
Esau boasted. He grabbed my wrists and pulled me upright.
"Yelena, my child, look how you've grown."
He squeezed me in a bear hug that lasted several seconds. A strong odour of earth filled my nose. He released me, sat down with a bowl of fruit in his lap and a cup of tea in his hand before I could react. Pearl handed me the other bowl as I resumed my seat. Esau's uncombed grey hair fell to his shoulders. As he ate, I saw that the lines on his hands were stained dark green. "Esau, have you been playing with that leaf oil again?" Pearl asked. "No wonder you took so long to come down. Trying to scrub it off so you wouldn't smear it everywhere." I could tell by the way he ducked his head without responding that this was an old argument. Esau stared at me in silence, squinting and cocking his head from side to side as if deciding on something. His complexion resembled tea without the milk. Deep lines etched his forehead and fanned out from his eyes. He had a kind face, used to laughing and crying.
"Now, I want to report on what you've been doing all these years,"
Esau said. I suppressed a sigh. No more chances to avoid it. Used to obeying orders in the north, I told them about growing up in General Brazel's orphanage in Military District 5. I glossed over the unpleasant years when I had reached maturity and become Riyadh and Mogkan's laboratory rat. My parents were distressed enough, just hearing about their plans to use their kidnapped victim's magical power to help Brazel overthrow the commander. I saw no reason to tell them the brutal details of how they had erased the southern children's minds. When I mentioned becoming Commander Ambrose's food taster, I failed to tell them that I had been in the commander's dungeon awaiting execution for killing Riyadh. And after I had spent a year there, I had been given the choice of the noose or the poison taster's position.
"I bet you were their best taster,"
my father said. "What a terrible thing to say," Pearl admonished. "What if she were poisoned?"
"We Lianas have a great sense of smell and taste. The girl's here and safe, Pearl. If she wasn't good at detecting poisons, I doubt she would have lasted this long."
"It's not like someone was trying to poison the commander all the time," I said. "Only once, really." Pearl's hand flew to her neck. "Oh my, I bet it was his pet assassin who tried to poison him, that loathsome creature." I stared at her, uncomprehending. "You know his spy, Valak. Every Sidian would love to see that man's head on a pike. He murdered almost the entire royal family. Only one nephew survived. Without Valak, that usurper would have never gained power and upset Sidia's good relationship with Ixia. And those poor northern children who are born with magic, slaughtered by Valak in their cribs." While she shuddered with revulsion, I gaped. My fingers sought the chain around my neck and found the butterfly pendant Valak had carved for me. I squeezed it. Guess I wouldn't be telling her about my relationship with him. And I decided not to enlighten her about the commander's policy on Ixians discovered with magical abilities. Not as gruesome as killing babies, but usually ending in death for the unfortunate man or woman. Valak had not been a fan of that policy, but he wouldn't disobey an order from the commander. Perhaps, in time, Valak would help the commander see the benefits of having magicians on his staff. Valak isn't as horrible as you think, I say, trying to redeem his reputation. He was instrumental in uncovering Brazel and Mogcan's plans. In fact, he helped to stop them. I wanted to add, he saved my life twice, but the twin grimaces of loathing on my parents' faces stopped me. So much for my effort. He was the villain of Scythia, and it would take more than words to change his status. I couldn't say I blamed my parents. When I had first met Valak, I feared his reputation, having no clue about the fierce loyalty, sense of fairness, and willingness to sacrifice himself for others that lurked beneath his reputation. I thanked fate when Nutty barged in with my backpack swinging from her hands. Esau took it from her.
"Thanks, Nut,"
he said, tugging one of her ponytails.
Welcome, Saw!
She punched him lightly in the stomach, and then danced out of reach as he swung to grab her. Sticking her tongue out at him, she skipped toward the door.
"Next time, Nut, I'm going to crack you!"
Her laugh echoed.
You can try!
And she was gone.
"Let me show you to your room,"
Esau said to me. As I turned to follow him, Pearl said, Yelena, wait. Tell me what happened to Brazel's plans. Thwarted. He's in the commander's dungeon. And Riyadh and Mogcan? I took a breath. Dead. I waited for her to ask me who had killed them, and I wondered if I would tell her about my role in both of their deaths. She nodded with satisfaction. Good. Esau and Pearl's living quarters had 2 floors, and instead of a ladder or staircase to connect them, Esau used what he called a lift. I had never seen anything like it before. We stood in a closet-size room. 2 thick ropes went through holes in the floor and ceiling. Esau pulled on one of the ropes, and the wooden room rose. I put my hand on the wall, but the motion was smooth. Eventually, we ascended to the 2nd floor. Esau poked his head back into the lift when I failed to follow him out.
"Like it?"
he asked. It's great.
"One of my own designs. Pulleys are the key,"
he explained.
"You won't find many in the Zaltana homestead. The others are slow to change, but I've sold a ton at the market."
Does Pearl sell her perfumes at the market as well? I asked as I stepped onto the landing.
"Yep. Most of the Zaltanas either sell or exchange goods at the Elias market. It's open all year. My inventions and Pearl's perfumes have provided us with a plentiful source of income."
Esau talked as we walked down the hallway.
"A group of Zaltanas will make a trip to the market when enough items have been made or when a special order's due. We aren't the only ones who sell there either, so if you want something, we'll go and buy. Unfortunately, not everything we need can be found in the jungle, like your mother's glass bottles and the hardware for my chairs."
You designed the rope furniture too?
"Yep, except they're not ropes, they're lianas."
When understanding failed to brighten my face, he explained,
"Vines from the jungle."
Oh.
"The lianas are a constant source of trouble, probably why they're our family name."
Esau grinned.
"They grow everywhere, and they can pull trees over. We have to keep them trimmed or cut them down. One day, instead of burning them, I took a bunch home and tried working with them."
Esau pulled back a cotton curtain that covered an entrance on the right side of the hallway. He gestured for me to precede him into a room.
"The vines become very strong when dried. While they're pliable, they can be woven into almost anything."
At first, I thought we had entered a storeroom. The air held a slight musty odour, and rows of shelves holding glass containers of every size obscured the walls. The bottles were filled with various tinted substances. Only when I pulled my gaze away from the colourful collection did I see a small bed made from lianas and a wooden bureau. Esau ducked his head. He ran a green-stained hand through his hair.
Sorry. I've been using this room to store my samples, but I cleaned off the bed and desk this morning.
He pointed to a black wood desk tucked into a corner. It's fine, I said, trying to mask my disappointment. I had been hoping that this room would help me remember something, anything of my life before Brazel's orphanage. Laying my backpack on the bed, I asked, "What other rooms are up here?"
"Our bedroom and my workroom. Come on, I'll show you."
We continued down the hall. There was another curtained doorway on the left, which led to a big bedroom. This room had a large bed with a purple-flowered quilt, 2 end tables, and shelves filled with books instead of containers. Esau pointed to the ceiling, which was made of leather hides stretched over branches.
"I coated it with oil, so the rain runs off," he explained. "No water drips in here, but it does get hot."
Hanging from the middle of the ceiling was a large, flower-shaped fixture made of wood planks. Ropes wrapped around the base, crossed the ceiling, and trailed down the walls. "What's that?" I asked. He smiled.
"Another invention. Pulleys again, and some weights make the flowers spin, cooling the room."
We went out into the hallway. Across from Esau's bedroom was another bedroom. A plain, single bed, dresser, and nightstand were neatly arranged inside. No decorations, inventions, or other signs of its occupant were evident.
"Leaf lives at the Magician's Keep most of the year,"
Esau said. We continued down the hall, which ended in a spacious room. I grinned as I looked around. Esau's workroom was stuffed full with plants, containers, piles of leaves and tools. Shelves groaned under the weight of many jars filled with strange items and various liquids. Walking into the room without bumping a shin seemed impossible. The clutter reminded me of Valek's office and apartment. While Valek had books, papers, and rocks piled everywhere, Esau had invited the jungle to reside with him. I stood in the doorway for a moment.
Come in! Come in!
He walked past me.
"I want to show you something."
Taking my time, I threaded my way toward him. "What do you do here?"
"This and that,"
he said, as he searched through a pile of papers on a table.
"I like to collect samples from the jungle and see what I can cook up. Found some medicines, found some foods, flowers for your mother. Aha!"
He held up a white notebook.
"Here."
I took the book, but my attention was on the room as I searched for something familiar. The words, "my mother," had triggered the feeling of doubt that had plagued me since my arrival at the Zaltana homestead. Finally, I asked Esau the same question I had asked Pearl. "How do you know I'm your daughter? You seem so certain." Esau smiled.
"Look in that book."
I opened the cover. On the first page was a charcoal drawing of a baby.
"Keep turning."
The next page had a drawing of a small child. As I turned the pages, the girl grew from a child to an adolescent into someone I recognized. Me. A hard knot gripped my throat as tears threatened to gush from my eyes. My father had loved me even when I was gone, and I couldn't even remember anything from my time here. The pictures showed my childhood as it should have been, living here with Esau and Pearl.
"It's really fun to flip through the book fast. Watch yourself grow 20 years in a few seconds."
Esau took the sketchbook from my hands and held it open.
"See, this is how I know you're mine. I drew your picture every year after your birth, and even after you disappeared."
He turned to the last page and studied the portrait there.
"I wasn't too far off. It's not perfect, but now that I've seen you, I can make corrections."
He tapped the book on his chest.
"When you first disappeared, your mother carried this book with her, looking through the pictures all day long. Eventually she stopped, But after a couple years, she saw me drawing another picture and asked me to destroy it.
Esau handed the book to me.
I told her she would never see it again. As far as I know, she hasn't. So let's keep it between us for now. Okay?
Sure. I gave each page my full attention. This is wonderful. All doubts of my lineage vanished as I took note of the details that my father had put into these pictures. In that moment, I knew I was part of the Zaltana clan. A feeling of relief washed through me. I vowed to try harder to make a connection with my parents. Leif, though, was another story. You should show your sketchbook to Leif, I said, giving the book back to Esau. Maybe then he would believe I'm his sister.
Don't worry about Leif. He doesn't need to see a picture. He knows who you are. It's the shock of your arrival that's thrown him off balance. He had a difficult time with your disappearance.
Oh yes. I forgot I've had it so easy in the north. Esau grimaced, and I regretted my sarcasm.
Leif was with you the day you were taken from us,
he said in a quiet voice.
You had begged him to take you down to play on the jungle floor. He was 8, which may sound young, but Zaltana children are taught to survive in the jungle as soon as they can walk. Nutty was climbing trees before she took her first steps. It drove my sister crazy.
Esau sat in one of his vine chairs, and weariness seemed to settle on him like a coating of dust.
When Leif came home without you, our concern was minimal. A lost child had always been found within an hour or 2. After all, the Elias jungle isn't that big. Predators are not as active during the daytime, and at night we have a few tricks to keep them from our homestead. But we grew more frantic as the day wore on, and we still hadn't located you. You had disappeared so completely that everyone thought you had been caught by a necklace snake or a tree leopard.
Necklace snake? He grinned, and an appreciative glint flashed in his eyes.
A green and brown predator that lives in the trees. Sometimes 50 feet long, it loops its body over the branches, blending in with the jungle. When its prey comes close, it wraps itself around the victim's neck and squeezes.
Esau demonstrated with his hands.
Then it swallows the body whole and feeds on the carcass for weeks.
Not pleasant.
No, and it's impossible to see what is inside the snake unless you kill them. But their hides are too thick for arrows, and it's suicide to get close to one. Same with the tree leopard. The cat drags its kill into a den, another unapproachable sight. In the end, only Leif believed that you were still alive. He thought you might be hiding somewhere, playing a game. As the rest of us grieved, Leif searched the jungle for you day after day.
When did he finally stop? I asked.
Yesterday.
Chapter 4. No wonder Leif was so angry. 14 years spent searching, and I hadn't had the decency to let him find me. He alone had believed I was still alive. I regretted every harsh thought I had entertained about him. Until he showed up at the door to Esau's workroom.
Father,
Leif said, ignoring me,
tell that girl, if she wants to go to the Citadel, I'm leaving in 2 hours. Why so soon? Esau asked. You're not due for 2 weeks. Bavel has received a message from First Magician. Something has happened. I'm needed right away.
Leif's chest seemed to inflate with his own sense of importance. I suppressed the desire to jab him in his solar plexus and knock some of his ego out of him. When Leif turned on his heel and left, I asked Esau, "Is there anyone else going to the Citadel in the next couple of weeks?" He shook his head. It's a long journey. Many days' walk, and most Zaltanas prefer the jungle. What about Bavel Cacao? Isn't he our councilman at the Citadel? Doesn't he have to be there? Iris had explained that the council consisted of the 4 master magicians plus a representative from each of the 11 clans. Together, they ruled the southern lands.
No, the council disbands during the hot season.
Oh. It was hard to believe they were just starting their hot season. Coming from Ixia during its cold season, the whole southern territory felt as if it were already scorching. "Can you give me directions?" I asked.
Yelena, you'll be safer with Leaf. Come now, let's pack. 2 hours isn't...
Esau stopped and shot me a glance.
Is that backpack all you have?
And my bow.
Then you need some provisions.
Esau began to search his room. I don't... My words were cut short as he handed me a book. It was white, like his sketchbook, but inside were drawings of plants and trees with written descriptions beneath. "What's this?" I asked.
A field guide. I planned to reteach you how to survive in the jungle, but this will have to do for now.
I found a page with an illustration of an oval-shaped leaf. The instructions below the picture explained that boiling the tilipi leaf in water would make a draught that would reduce a fever. Next, Esau gave me a set of small bowls and some bizarre-looking utensils.
That guide is of little use without the proper equipment. Now, let's find your mother.
He paused and sighed.
She is not going to be happy.
He was right. We found her working at her distillery and fussing at Leaf.
It's not my fault, Leaf said. If you want her to stay so badly, why don't you take her to the Citadel? Oh, that's right. You haven't set your precious little feet on the jungle floor in 14 years.
Pearl spun on Leaf with a bottle of perfume clenched in her hand, poised to throw. He stepped back. When she spotted Esau and me standing in the doorway, she went back to filling the bottle.
Tell that girl I'll be at the bottom of the palm ladder in 2 hours, Leaf said to Esau. If she's not there, I'm leaving without her.
When Leaf left the room, the silence continued to thicken.
You'll need some food,
my father said, retreating into the kitchen. Bottles clinking, my mother approached. Here, she said, 2 bottles of appleberry for Iris, and a bottle of lavender for you. Lavender? You loved it when you were 5, so I took a chance. We can experiment later and find something else if you'd like. I opened the cap and sniffed. Again, I experienced no memories of being 5, but the scent made me remember the time I had hidden under a table in Valak's office. I had been searching for the recipe to the antidote for butterfly's dust, the so-called poison in my body that had been Valak's way to keep me from escaping. Thinking I had needed a daily dose of the antidote to stay alive, I had been intent on finding the cure. Valak had come back early and discovered me because I had used lavender-scented soap. I still favoured the scent. This is perfect, I said to Pearl. Thank you. Unexpected fear flared in Pearl's eyes. She clamped her lips and clasped her hands. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I'm coming with you. Esau, where's my pack? She asked him as he returned with an armload of food.
Upstairs, in our room,
he said. She rushed past him. If he was surprised by her sudden decision, it didn't show in his expression. I added the bread and fruit he had brought to my pack, and I wrapped the perfume bottles in my cloak. During the journey south, my cloak had been too hot to wear, but it had made a soft place to sleep when we had camped along the road.
The food will only last so long, and you'll probably need more clothes when you're at the Citadel, Esau said. Do you have any money?
I fumbled in my pack. Needing money for food and clothes still seemed odd to me. In the north, we had been provided with all of our basic necessities. I pulled out the bag of Ixian gold coins that Valak had given to me before we parted. Showing one to Esau, I asked, Will these work?
Put that away,
He closed my hand around the coin.
Don't let anyone see that you have them. When you get to the Citadel, ask Iris to exchange them for Syrian money.
Why?
You might be mistaken for a northerner.
But I am.
You are not! Most southerners are suspicious of people from Ixia, even the political refugees. You are a Zaltana. Always remember that.
A Zaltana. I worked the name around my mind, wondering if just saying the name would make me one. Somehow, I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Esau went over to a desk and rummaged through the drawers. I put away Valek's money. With my father's supplies and food, my pack bulged. I made an attempt to organise the contents. Would I need my rope and grapple? Or my northern uniform? While I hoped that I wouldn't have cause to use them, I couldn't bring myself to part with them just yet. Metal rattled. Esau returned with a handful of silver coins.
It's all I could find, but it should be enough until you get to the Citadel. Now go up and say goodbye to your mother. It's getting late.
Isn't she coming with us?
No. You'll find her on the bed.
He said those words with a mixture of resignation and acceptance. I pondered his words as I pulled the lift up. I found her curled up in a ball on top of the quilt in her bedroom. Pearl's body shook as tears soaked into her pillow.
Next time,
she sobbed.
Next time, I'm going with Leaf to the Citadel. Next time.
I would like that, I said. Remembering Leaf's comment on how she hadn't left the jungle in so long, I added, I'll come home and see you as soon as I can.
Next time. I'm doing it next time.
Having decided to delay the trip to the Magician's Keep, Pearl calmed. Eventually she unfurled and stood, smoothing her dress and wiping tears from her cheeks.
Next time, you'll stay with us longer.
It sounded like an order. Yes, Mother. The creases of worry disappeared from her face, revealing her beauty. She hugged me tight and whispered,
I don't want to lose you again. Be very careful.
I will. I meant it. Some hard-learned habits couldn't be broken. There were only a few exits to the jungle floor. Each exit was named after a family whose residences were nearby. I reached the room that had the palm ladder. Just as I swung a leg onto the first rung, I heard Nutty's voice. I had already said goodbye to my parents and Bavel Cacao, but hadn't been able to find Nutty anywhere.
Yelena, wait!
Nutty said. I stopped, looking up in time to see her swinging through the door. She clutched a mass of colourful cloth in one fist.
I made these!
She paused to catch her breath.
For you!
The light yellow skirt, subdued by Zaltana standards, was printed with small buttercups, and the shirt was a solid coral colour. I eyed the skirt with suspicion. Nutty laughed.
Look,
she said, pulling the skirt apart.
See, it looks like a skirt, but it's really pants. You'll be awfully hot in those black trousers when you cross the plains.
She held the waistband up to me, as if judging the length.
And this way, you won't stand out so much.
Clever girl, I said, smiling.
You like?
I like. She seemed pleased with herself.
I knew it.
Can you make me some more? Perhaps you can send them with Bavel when he comes.
Sure.
I removed my backpack and searched for some money. How much? Nutty shook her head.
When you get to the Elias market, buy some cloth from Fern's stand. Then have her send it to me. I'll need 3 yards for each set of clothes. I'll make as many as you want.
But what about wages for your efforts? Her ponytails flew as she swung her head no again.
Zaltanas do not charge family. Although,
Her brown eyes glinted.
if anyone should ask who designed your clothes, feel free to give them my name.
I will. Thanks. I folded my new outfit and stuffed it into my backpack. Then Nutty hugged me goodbye. The warmth from her body clung to me as I climbed down the ladder. It lasted until the first cold sneer from Leaf drove it away. He waited for me on the jungle floor. Leaf had changed into travelling clothes that consisted of a tan cotton tunic, dark brown pants, and boots. He carried a large leather pack on his back, and a machete hung from his thick belt.
Keep up, or be left behind,
he said to the air above my head. Turning his broad back to me, he took off at a brisk clip. I knew I would soon tire of looking at his back, but for now, the pace he set was a welcome chance to stretch my legs. Without another word uttered between us, we travelled on a narrow path through the jungle. Sweat soon soaked my shirt, and I found myself glancing up in search of necklace snakes. Esau had also mentioned tree leopards. I decided I would search Esau's field guide for a picture of the predators when I had some time. Various birds sang and whistled, and animal cries echoed through the leafy canopy. I wanted to know the names of these creatures, but I guessed Leaf would ignore my questions. He stopped once, taking a machete from his belt. Without thought, I grabbed my bow. Snorting in derision, he merely hacked at a small sapling.
Strangler fig,
he huffed over his shoulder. I made no reply. Should I be honoured that he had finally chosen to talk to me? Leaf didn't wait for a response.
A parasite. The strangler fig uses another tree to reach the sunlight. Once there, it grows bigger, eventually strangling and killing its host.
He pulled the fig's branches away from the tree.
A process I'm sure you're very familiar with.
He tossed the plant onto the ground and marched on. Not a lesson on jungle life, but a jab at me. I contemplated tripping him with my bow. It would be a petty, mean-spirited thing to do. Tempting, but I threaded my staff into its holder on my pack instead. We arrived at the Ilias market just as the sun began to set. The collection of bamboo structures had thatched roofs and bamboo shades for walls. Some of the walls had been rolled up to allow customers to browse and the light breeze to cool. Leaf and I had been walking downhill, and the trail ended at the market, which stood in a clearing at the edge of the jungle. The mammoth trees of the tropical forest no longer dominated the landscape. Beyond the clearing, I could see woodland that looked similar to the snake forest in Ixia.
We'll camp here tonight and leave at first light,
Leaf said, before heading toward one of the stands. I'd thought that with the setting of the sun, the market would close. Instead, a vast array of torches was lit, and business continued unabated. The sound of bartering could be heard above the general buzz of 100 or so customers talking, calling to children, and hurrying from stand to stand, carrying packages. Some of the shoppers wore the familiar dress of the Zaltanas, but I also saw a number wearing green leggings and tunics that were the dress of the forest-dwelling Cowan clan. When we had travelled from Ixia, Iris had taught me to recognise the different clans by their clothing. I also spotted a few women wearing the traditional shimmering silk pants, short beaded tops, and sheer veils of the Jewelrose clan. The Jewelrose men even sported beads and jewels on their long tunics that hung down to the knees of their pants. When Iris had explained her clan's customs to me, I couldn't imagine Iris wearing anything but the simple linen shirt, pants, and wide belt that she always donned. I wandered through the market, marvelling at the variety of goods available for sale. Practical items like food and clothing sat side by side with jewellery and handcrafts. A pine scent from the torches dominated, but it didn't take long for me to discern the smell of roasting meat. I followed the mouth-watering aroma to a fire pit. A tall man covered with sweat spun the meat that sizzled in the flames. His white apron was streaked with soot. I bought some hot beef from him to eat right away, and some smoked jerky for later. Trying to ignore the pointed stares of the other shoppers, I searched the market for Fern's stand, vowing to change into Nutty's clothes as soon as I found some privacy. Soon a table piled high with bolts of cloth attracted my attention. As I looked through the prints, a small, dark woman with large eyes peeked out from behind the collection.
"May I help you?" she asked.
"Are you Fern?" Her eyes widened in alarm as she nodded. "Nutty Zaltana sent me. Do you have any solid colours?" From underneath the table, Fern pulled bolts of plain cloth and added them to the table. Together, we matched up colours and patterns for 3 outfits.
"Are you sure you don't want this Elias print?"
Fern held up a loud pink and yellow flowered pattern.
"Solid colours are usually worn by the Zaltana men. This print is very popular with the girls."
I shook my head. Just as I began to pay her for the cloth, I spotted a material that matched the colours of the forest. "Some of this, too," I said, pointing to the green pattern. When we had settled up, I asked her to send the fabric to Nutty, but I found room for the forest print in my pack.
"Who should I say is sending this?"
Fern asked, her quill poised above the parchment. "Her cousin, Yelena." The quill froze in mid-air.
"Oh my," she said. "The lost Zaltana child?"
I gave her a weary half-smile. Not lost. Nor a child any longer. Strolling past a few more stands, I stopped at a table displaying statues of jungle creatures. They were constructed of small, multicoloured stones glued together. I selected a black and white Balmer statue and bought it for Valak. Not quite sure how I would send it to him, I wrapped the gift in my new green fabric. Campfires began to blaze behind the market. Commerce slowed as the shop owners rolled the bamboo shades down, closing their stands. Customers either headed into the surrounding forest or toward one of the camps. I spotted Leaf seated next to one of the fires. He held a bowl in his lap while he talked to the 3 young Zaltana men seated near him. Through the shimmering air above the fire, I saw him smile and laugh. His whole face transformed in that instant. Scowl lines smoothed, cheeks lifted, erasing the impact of his serious face and softening his square jaw. He looked 10 years younger. Remembering that Esau had said Leaf had been 8 when I was kidnapped, I realized now that my brother was only 2 years older than me. He was 22, instead of my original guess of 30. Without thought, I moved to join him. In a heartbeat, the merriment dropped from his face. He scowled with such fierceness that I stopped in my tracks. Where was I to sleep that night? Someone touched my shoulder. I spun.
"You're welcome to stay at my fire,"
Fern said. She pointed to a small blaze behind her stand. "Are you sure? I might be a spy from Ixia." I tried to joke, but the words came out harsher than I had wanted.
"Then you can report to your commander that I make the finest cloth of all the clans. And if he wants a new uniform made from my famous Elias print, just have him send me an order."
I laughed at the image of the impeccable Commander Ambrose draped in gaudy hot pink and yellow flowers. As the first rays of sunlight touched the straw roofs of the market, I waited for Leaf to continue our journey. Fern had been a kind host, treating me to dinner and showing me where I could change in private. As it turned out, Nutty was her best customer, supplying all the Zaltanas with clothes. I fidgeted in the warm morning air, trying to get used to the extra fabric around my legs. The hem just covered the tops of my soft leather boots. Fern had assured me that my boots would blend in better once I reached the citadel. Only the jungle and forest clans preferred mud between their toes. Finally, Leaf appeared. Refusing to acknowledge my presence, he started down a forest path. After a couple of hours, I grew tired of following him in silence. I pulled my bow and began executing blocks and jabs as I walked. I concentrated on the feel of the wood in my hands, setting my mind into that mental awareness that Iris had claimed was my way of tapping into the magical power source. To practice control of the magic, I projected my awareness out. At first, I encountered a cold stone wall. Confused, I retreated, until I realized the barrier was Leaf's mind, closed and unyielding. I shouldn't have been surprised. Skirting his presence, I sought the calm forest surrounding us. I crept with a chipmunk, looking for nuts. I froze with a young deer, hearing the sound of footsteps. My mind touched different creatures as I reached out. Gradually, I projected my awareness farther and farther away, seeing how far I could go. Behind me, I could still feel the people at the market, 5 or 6 miles away. Thrilled, I pushed ahead to see if a town was close by. At first, I touched only animals, but just as I was about to pull back, my mind touched a man. Careful to avoid breaking the ethical code, I skimmed the surface of his mind. He was a hunter, waiting for prey, and he wasn't alone. There were many men around him. They crouched in the bushes just off the trail. One sat on a horse, with his weapon poised for an attack. I wondered what they hunted. Curiosity made me dip a little deeper into the man's thoughts. An image of his prey appeared, snapping me back to my body. I stopped. I must have gasped because Leaf turned and stared at me.
"What are you doing?"
he demanded.
"The forest. Men." "Of course. The woods are full of game," he explained, as if talking to a simpleton. "Not hunters. Ambushers. Waiting for us."
Chapter 5.
"Ambushers? Don't be ridiculous,"
Leaf said. Amazement coloured his voice.
"You're not in Ixia anymore."
"Why would a hunting party hide so close to the path?" I asked, ignoring his tone and hoping that logic would prevail.
"Animals use the forest trails. It's easier than fighting through the underbrush."
Leaf started to walk away.
"Come on!" "No, you're leading us into a trap." "Fine. I'll go without you."
When he turned his back again, I was gripped with rage.
"Do you think I'm lying?"
The words growled from between my teeth.
"No, I think you're suspicious of everything and everyone, just like a northerner."
His mouth twisted as if he wanted to spit.
"You think I'm a spy?"
I snapped at him in frustration.
"I'll lower my defenses. Project your mind out and see for yourself that I'm not here to spy on Sitya. I can't read minds. In fact, no Zaltana can."
I ignored the jab.
"Can't you at least sense who I am? Physically, you're a Zaltana. But just because Iris claims you survived Mog Khan's efforts to wipe your mind doesn't mean it's true."
Leaf pointed an accusing finger at me.
"You could be a pawn, an empty vessel that has been provided with a northern host. What better way to have eyes and ears in the south?
Ridiculous!
No, it's not. You've revealed yourself,
Leaf said with a quiet intensity. Then his eyes dulled and turned vacant, as if he peered into another world.
I taste strong loyalty and longing for Ixia emanating from you. You stink of blood and pain and death. Anger and passion and fire buzz around you like a haze.
His gaze refocused on me.
My sister would be reveling in her freedom and wrapped with hatred for her captors. You have lost your soul to the north. You are not my sister. It would have been better if you had died than returned to us tainted.
I took a deep breath to calm the sudden fury that threatened to take control. Wake up, Leaf. What you dreamed of finding in the jungle didn't factor in reality. I'm not that innocent 6-year-old. I endured more than you can imagine and fought hard to keep my soul. I shook my head. I was not going to explain myself to this stubborn fool. I know who I am. Perhaps you need to reevaluate your expectations of me. We stood for a moment, glaring at each other. Finally, I said, "You're walking into an ambush."
I'm walking to the Citadel. Are you coming?
I weighed my options. If I used my grapple and rope to climb into the trees, I could travel through the forest canopy and move past the ambush while remaining near the trail. But what about Leaf, my brother who acted like my enemy? He had his machete. Did he know how to use it in a fight? What if he were injured in the ambush? It would be his own fault. We were brother and sister by blood alone, and I couldn't imagine Leaf and me ever being close. Still, a pang of regret touched my heart. Esau and Pearl wouldn't want to see Leaf hurt. Then I realized Leaf was a magician. Could he defend himself with his magic? I shook my head. I didn't know enough about magic to even contemplate what could be done with it.
I would have never guessed a hunting party could frighten a northerner away.
Leaf laughed as he set off down the trail. That did it. I unslung my backpack and found my switchblade. Cutting a small slit along the outer seam of my new pants, I strapped the thigh holder to my leg. I pulled apart my single braid and wrapped my hair up into a bun using my lockpicks to hold it in place. Now, dressed for a fight, I slipped my pack over one shoulder and raced after Leaf. As I caught up with him, he gave me an amused grunt. With my 5-foot bow in hand, I set my mind into my mental fighting zone. The zone was a concentration technique that allowed me to anticipate my opponent's moves as I fought. This time, I focused on the trail ahead. The men were poised and ready, 6 on each side of the road. I knew the instant they heard us, but they waited. They wanted to surround us, attacking only when we had walked into the middle of their group. I had other plans. Just before we reached the ambush, I dropped my pack to the ground and called, "Wait up!" Leaf spun around.
What now?
I think I heard some... A shout filled the forest. Birds darted into the sky with a flurry of wings. Men exploded from the bushes with their swords in hand. But the element of surprise was mine. I knocked aside the swords of the first 2 men who rushed me. Slamming my bow hard against their temples, I sent them to the ground. As a 3rd man approached, I swept his feet out from under him. 2 more men rushed me. I stepped up to engage them, but they jumped to the sides of the trail. My confusion lasted until I felt a deep rumbling through the soles of my boots. Looking up, I saw a broad-chested horse charging down the path toward me. I dove out of the way just as a flash of steel bit into my upper left arm. Furious, I attacked the man closest to me, jabbing my bow into his nose. Blood gushed as he cried out in pain. "Stop her!" the man on horseback ordered. I searched for Leif. He stood in the middle of the road, surrounded by 4 armed men. An astonished look creased his face, but otherwise he appeared unharmed. His machete lay at his feet. Outnumbered, I had only seconds left. The horseman had turned his steed around, preparing for another charge. The man with the broken nose lay on the ground. I stood on his chest and threatened his neck with the end of my bow. "Stop, or I'll crush his windpipe," I yelled. The young man halted his horse, but as the others backed away, staring at me in disbelief, he raised his sword into the air. "Surrender, or I'll kill your brother," he said. How did he know Leif was my brother? I looked at Leif, considering. The point of a guard's sword balanced mere inches from Leif's heart. Fear had bleached my brother's face. Served him right. The soldier under my feet wheezed. I shrugged. "Seems we're at an impasse," I said to the horseman. "Indeed." He paused. "What say we stand down and discuss the situation?" I began to agree when the rider snapped his fingers. I sensed movement, but before I could swing around, I heard a horrifying thud, felt a crushing pain at the base of my skull, then nothing. My head pulsed with pain, as if someone were beating 2 mallets on the sides of my skull. I opened my eyes for a second, but squeezed them shut again. Bobbing brown hide filled my view, causing nausea. As I fought to keep the contents of my stomach in place, I realized I had been hung upside down and was being moved. I risked another peek, and confirmed my suspicion that I had been thrown over the back of a horse. I vomited. "She's awake," said a male voice. Thank fate the horse stopped. "Good. We'll stop and make camp here," said the horseman. I felt a hard push in my side, and I dropped to the ground. A jolt shot through my body on impact. Stunned, all I could do was hope nothing had been broken. As the sunlight faded, I heard the rustle of men working. When I tried to squirm into a more comfortable position, I started to panic. I couldn't move very well. Then I recognized the familiar stomach-clenching sound of manacles clamped on my wrists and ankles. Upon inspection, I noticed a foot-long chain hanging between the metal cuffs on my wrists. It took a considerable effort not to scream and flail at my restraints. A few deep breaths calmed my speeding heart and frantic mind. I assessed the damage to my body. Aside from some bruised muscles, I couldn't feel any broken bones, although my upper left arm burned from the sword cut. I hadn't noticed the pain during the fight, and even now it seemed a mere nuisance compared to the pounding in my skull. So I lay still and bided my time. By full dark, the noises of setting up the camp had been replaced by the quiet murmur of voices. When the pain in my head died down to a dull ache, I tried to move again, and succeeded in turning onto my back. My view of the stars was soon obscured by a man's face looking down at me. Small, close-set eyes peered around a many times broken nose. Moonlight glinted off his sword, allowing me to see that the tip hovered above my throat.
"Make trouble and I'll skewer you with me blade,"
the man said with a sick smile.
"And I'm not talking about me sword."
To prove his point, he sheathed his weapon. I decided not to make trouble. At least not yet. The guard seemed satisfied with my silence. He crossed his thick, muscled arms over his chest, staring at me. I could feel my switchblade holder on my thigh. Whether or not it still held my weapon was another matter, and I couldn't risk checking it while under guard. Instead, I surveyed the area to get my bearings. My attackers had camped in a clearing. Men surrounded a bright fire, cooking something that smelled like meat. A single tent had been erected. Leaf and the horseman were not in sight, but the horse was tied to a nearby tree. I counted 10 men in the clearing, including my guard. There might have been more inside the tent. Either way, too many for me to fight. I tried to sit up. The world spun, and my stomach heaved until there was nothing left inside. A guard came toward me from the campfire. He was an older man with short grey hairs bristling from his scalp. He held a cup in his hand, which he handed to me.
"Drink this,"
he ordered. The warm scent of ginger floated from the liquid.
"What is it?"
My voice rasped.
"It doesn't matter."
My guard took a step closer to me, raising his fist.
"You do what Captain Marek says."
"Easy, Goal. She has to be able to walk tomorrow,"
Captain Marek said. Then to me,
"Your brother made it from some leaves he had in his pack."
Leaf was alive. My relief surprised me.
"It's to make your head feel better,"
the captain said, when my lips hesitated on the rim of the cup. A hint of kindness touched his blue-grey eyes, but he didn't let the feeling alter his stern expression. Why poison me now when they could have killed me before? Perhaps Leaf wanted me dead?
"Drink it or I'll force it down your throat,"
Goal said. I believed Goal, so I took a small sip, testing for poisons. It tasted like sweet ginger mixed with lemon juice. Feeling a little better from the one taste, I gulped the rest.
"Cahill said to move her closer to the fire. It's too dark back here. I've assigned 4-hour buddy shifts for tonight,"
Captain Marek said. Goal grabbed me under the arms and pulled me to my feet. Preparing for another round of nausea, I braced myself, but nothing happened. My stomach settled, and my head cleared enough for me to wonder how I was supposed to walk with such a short chain between my manacled ankles. At least my wrists and ankles weren't connected together. The problem was solved when Goal lifted me over his shoulder. When he dropped me near the fire, the other men ceased their conversation. One man glared at me above the bloody bandage that he held to his nose. Marek gave me a plate of food.
"Eat. You'll need your strength."
The guards all laughed. It was a humorless, frightening sound. I debated whether or not to eat the meat and cheese bread. It had been only a few minutes since I had emptied my stomach on the ground, but the inviting smell of grilled meat made the decision for me. After tasting for poisons, I gobbled the meal. With my headache gone, and my body somewhat revived from the food, I contemplated my situation. My biggest question was why had Leaf and I been captured, and by whom? Goal still hovered nearby, so I asked him. He backhanded me across the face.
"No talking!"
he ordered. My cheeks stung as unbidden tears welled. I hated this goal. I spent the next hours in silence, using the time to search for a way to escape. My backpack wasn't anywhere in sight, but across the fire, a heavy-set man tried to spar another guard with my bow. Sweating with profusion, the big man inexpertly hacked at the other's practice sword and was beaten with ease. After watching the bout, I decided that these men had to be soldiers, even though they wore plain homespun civilian clothes. Their ages ranged from mid-20s to late 40s, maybe even 50. Mercenaries, perhaps? Captain Marek's command of these men was obvious. So why had they attacked us? If they needed money, they could have taken what they wanted and been on their way. If they were killers, I would be dead by now. That left kidnapping. For a ransom, or for something worse. A shudder shook my shoulders when I thought of my parents receiving word that I had disappeared again, and I promised myself that I wouldn't let it go that far. Somehow, I would escape. But I knew it wouldn't be under Goal's zealous watch. I rubbed my neck. My hand came away sticky with blood. Exploring with my fingertips, I found a deep gash at the base of my skull and a smaller cut above my left temple. I tapped my bun and moved my hand away with what I hoped was a casual motion. My lockpicks were still holding up some of my hair, and I prayed Goal didn't see them. A possible means of escape was within reach. I just needed some time unguarded. Unfortunately, it didn't look like that would happen anytime soon. 2 men came out of the tent and headed straight toward me.
"He wants to see her,"
one man said as they hauled me to my feet. They dragged me toward the tent. Goal followed. I was pulled inside and dumped on the floor. When my eyes adjusted to the dim candlelight, I saw the young horseman sitting at a canvas table. Leaf, unchained and unharmed, sat beside him. My backpack was on the table, and my possessions had been spread out. With effort, I stood. "Friends of yours?" I asked Leaf. Something hard connected with the side of my head, slamming me back to the ground. Leaf half rose from his seat, but settled when the horseman touched his sleeve.
"That was unnecessary, Goal," the horseman said. "Wait outside." "She spoke without permission!"
If she fails to show the proper respect, you may teach her some manners. Now go, ordered the horseman. I struggled to my feet again. Goal left, but the other 2 guards remained by the door. By now, my patience was gone. If I were quick enough, I might be able to wrap the foot of chain hanging between my wrists around the horseman's neck. As I was gauging the distance, the horseman said, "I wouldn't try anything stupid." He lifted a long broadsword from his lap. "Who the hell are you, and what do you want?" I demanded. "Watch your language, or I'll call Goal back," he replied with a smile. "Go ahead, call him back. Take my manacles off and let us have a fair fight." When he didn't reply, I added, "Guess you're afraid I'd win. Typical ambusher mentality." He looked at Leaf in amazement. Leaf stared back with concern, and I wondered what had gone on between them. Friends or foes?
"You failed to mention this bravado."
"Of course," he turned back to me. "It could all be an act." "Try me," I said. The horseman laughed.
Despite his full blonde beard and moustache, he still looked younger than I. Maybe 17 or 18 years old. His eyes were a washed-out blue, and his shoulder-length blonde hair had been pulled back into a ponytail. He wore a simple light grey tunic. Even from this distance, I could tell that his shirt's fabric was finer than the guards' clothes. "What do you want?" I asked again.
"Information."
I gaped at his unexpected answer.
"Oh, come on," he said. "Don't play the simpleton with me. I want military statistics on Ixia. Troop size and location. Strengths, weaknesses, how many weapons. Valek's precise location. Who and where his other spies are. That type of information."
"Why would you think
I know all this?"
I glanced at Leif, and sudden understanding flooded my mind. "You think I'm a northern spy," I sighed. Leif had set me up. That's why the horseman knew Leif was my brother. Leif's fear and shock during the ambush had all been an act. He had no business with the first magician. No wonder he hadn't said a word since I had arrived in the tent. "All right, since everyone believes I'm a spy, I guess I should act like one." I crossed my arms to achieve a defiant posture. The clang of the manacles didn't help the image, but I sallied forth anyway. "I'm not telling you southern scum anything."
"You'll have no choice."
"Then you're in for a surprise." Meaning I didn't have the answers he sought. If he had wanted to know the commander's favourite food, I'd be happy to oblige.
"I could have Goal torture the information out of you," he said. "He would enjoy that. But that's rather messy and time-consuming, and I always consider facts divulged under stress to be suspect."
The horseman rose from his chair and walked around the table, coming closer to me. He clutched his sword in his right hand, trying to be intimidating. He was about 7 inches taller than me, and he had tucked his dark grey pants into knee-high black leather riding boots.
"You're the one in for a surprise. Because I'm going to bring you to the Magician's Keep, where first magician will peel your mind like a banana, exposing the soft centre where all the answers lie. Your brain gets a little mashed in the process." He shrugged his shoulders, as if unconcerned about this detail. "But the information is always accurate."
Real fear brushed my skin for the first time since I had awakened a prisoner. Perhaps I'd made a mistake in playing the spy. "I don't suppose you would believe me if I said I didn't have what you wanted." The horseman shook his head.
"The proof of your loyalties is in your backpack. Ixian coins and your northern uniform."
"Which really proves I'm not a spy, because Valek would never recruit someone stupid enough to carry her uniform on a mission," I said in frustration, but regretted having mentioned Valek's name. A "she just gave herself away" look flashed between the horseman and Leif. I tried to stall for time. "Who are you, and why do you want this information?"
"I'm King Cahill Ixia, and I want my throne."
Chapter 6.
King of Ixia? This young idiot was claiming to be a king.
"The King of Ixia is dead," I said.
"I'm well aware that your boss, Valek, murdered the king and all his family when Commander Ambrose took control of Ixia. But he made what will soon prove to be a fatal mistake."
Cahill jabbed his sword into the air.
"He didn't count the bodies, and the king's 6-year-old nephew was smuggled to the south.
I'm the heir to the Ixian throne, and I plan to claim it.
You'll need more men, I said.
How many more? He asked with considerable interest.
More than 12. My best guess of the number of men in the camp.
He laughed.
Don't worry. The commander's military and corps of assassins are enough of a threat to Scythia to provide me with plenty of followers. Besides, he thought for a moment, once I deliver you to the citadel and show them that I've uncovered a dangerous spy, they'll have no choice but to support my campaign against Ambrose. I'll have the whole Scythian army at my command. He failed to impress me. Instead, he reminded me of a boy playing with toy soldiers. I did a quick mental calculation. Cahill was a year older than me, making him 21. So you're taking me to the citadel? I asked. He nodded. There, first magician will reap the information from your mind. He smiled as a greedy glint sparked in his eyes. Somehow I had missed the connection of the magician and the citadel the first time Cahill had mentioned it. The reference to them mashing my brains must have thrown me off. I'm going to the citadel anyway. Why all the trouble? I unfolded my arms, showing the manacles. You are masquerading as a student. Unfortunately, the magicians take their ethical code very seriously, and won't interrogate you unless you're caught doing something illegal. Without my intervention, they would have invited you in and taught you all the secrets of Scythia. So I was to be his proof. He wanted to show them that he had saved the Scythians from a menacing criminal. Okay, I'll go with you to the citadel. I offered my wrists. Remove these, and I won't give you any trouble. And what's to stop you from running off? He asked. There was a hitch of disbelief in his voice. My word. Your word means nothing, Leaf said. His first verbalization of the night, and I felt a strong urge to quiet him with my fist. I stared at him, beaming the promise of a future confrontation. Cahill appeared unconvinced. How about the 12 men you have guarding me? I asked. No. You're my prisoner, and you should be dressed as such. Cahill waved his hand, and the 2 guards by the tent's entrance grabbed my arms. Meeting over. I was dragged from the tent and dumped by the fire, where Goal resumed his hawk-like guard. Cahill had left me no choice. I would not arrive at the citadel as his prize. I lay there, watching and listening to the men, as a simple plan formed in my mind. When the camp settled in for the night, 2 men relieved Goal. I feigned sleep, waiting until the second shift of men had enough time to grow bored. Magic was the only weapon I had left, yet I was uncertain of my strength and abilities. What I planned to do could be considered a direct violation of the magician's ethical code, but at this point, I didn't care. I would have preferred to fight, but I was out of options and time. Breathing deep, I tried to project my awareness out. Without the aid of my bow, I failed miserably. I couldn't focus. Not wanting to risk any big movements, I rubbed my thumbs along my fingertips. The skin contact helped to center my mind until I could push it away from me. I had hoped my guards would be drowsy, but one whistled under his breath, and the other reviewed military tactics in his head, although I could feel the desire for sleep pulling at their minds. I used that desire. I gave a mental command to sleep, and crossed my fingers. My knowledge of magic was very limited,
I had no idea if it would work. At first, resistance pushed back. I tried again. Soon the two men sank to the ground, but still remained awake. I had wanted to be subtle, but the night was running out. "Sleep," I ordered with force, and they fell over. The chains clanked when I sat up. Pressing them to my beating chest, I scanned the slumbering men. I had forgotten about the noise. Since I could only use one hand and my mouth, picking the manacle's locks would be difficult and loud, so I revised my plan. Perhaps I could send all the men into a deep sleep, where noise would not rouse them. I projected my awareness, touching each man's mind, putting them into a heavy, dreamless slumber. Cahill slept on a cot in the tent. While I would have enjoyed rifling through his mind, I settled for sending him into an unconscious state. Leaf's magical protection prevented me from affecting him. I hoped he was a heavy sleeper. Working with my diamond pick in one hand and with the tension wrench between my teeth, I managed to pop the locks on my wrist manacles after a fifth attempt. The sky began to brighten a shade. My time was slipping away. I crept into the tent to retrieve my backpack, stuffing my belongings into it. I made more noise than I wanted, but my instincts told me that full dawn would waken the men. As I fled, I grabbed my bow from beside the guard who had claimed it. Running through the forest, I noticed that the darkness faded with every stride. My thoughts turned sluggish, and I huffed for breath as weakness pulled at my legs. Using magic on the men had drained my energy. I scanned the treetops, looking for a big leaf variety with lots of branches. Spotting a tree with potential, I halted and took my grapple and rope from my backpack. By the time I managed to hook a branch, my arms felt like rubber. I had to smile at the irony of my situation, though, as I pulled myself up the rope. This was the third time I had used the treetops for escape, and the climb was becoming almost routine. But the distant shouts of angry men spurred me on. When I reached the top, I reeled in my rope, and then scrambled to a higher limb for more cover. I wrapped Fern's green cloth around me as I sat with my back to the trunk, my knees drawn to my chest. Leaving a gap to see through, I settled in for a long wait. I hoped my strength would return soon. Hearing a commotion, I imagined the scene going on at Cahill's camp. The reprimand of the guards who fell asleep during their watch. The discovery that my backpack and effects were missing. I trusted that made Cahill pause, knowing that I had stood only a few feet from him and let him live. My position in the tree was closer to the camp than I had wanted. Searchers with drawn swords came into view sooner than I had anticipated. I froze in my green cocoon. Goal led the men. He stooped to inspect a bush, and then called,
"This way! She's not far! The sap's still sticky!"
Rivers of sweat ran down my skin. Goal was a tracker. I moved my hand, finding the slit in my pants. My switchblade hadn't been confiscated. Grabbing the smooth wood of the handle made me feel a bit better. He stopped at the bottom of my tree. I shifted my weight forward and crouched on the branch, preparing to flee if needed. Goal examined the ground around the base of the trunk. His eyes slid up into the branches. My breath locked as cold fear splashed through me. I realized I had made a grave mistake. A predatory smile spread across Goal's lips.
"Found you."
Chapter 7. I yanked my forest camouflage off my back and shook the material out like a sheet.
"There she is!"
One of Goal's men cried out, pointing up at me. Releasing the fabric, I let it float down toward the men. The second the material obscured their view, I launched myself through the treetops, scrambling with a sudden spur of energy from branch to branch in an effort to get myself higher and farther from Goal and his men. "Hey!" someone yelled from below.
Stop her!
I kept moving, hoping that Goal couldn't track me through the trees. My mistake had been to forget that Cahill had searched through my backpack. He knew I carried a grapple and rope. With a good tracker and the hint of my trick, it hadn't taken them long to find me. Curses and yelling followed below me. I focused all my efforts on finding branches that would hold my weight and getting away. Once my mind calmed enough for rational thought, I realized I was making a racket. Goal and his men could track me by listening to the rattle of the leaves and the snapping of the branches. All they had to do, then, was wait for me to fall, or exhaust myself. Once I slowed down, taking care not to make any noise, I could hear the men on the forest floor. They called my position to each other, closing in.
Hold up!
A voice said right below me. My muscles jerked in shock.
She stopped.
I kept climbing. My progress was a nerve-wracking snail's pace, but quiet.
We have you,
Goal called.
Come down now, and I'll only hurt you a little.
I bit back a sarcastic reply to his generous offer. Instead, I continued to move through the trees. The men remained silent, and soon I had no idea where they were. I paused on an upper branch to search for some sign of them, but saw nothing but a sea of green leaves. Then my imagination kicked in. I felt trapped. My face burned with the sudden belief that Goal's eyes were on me. Panic pumped in my heart, until I remembered the instruction Iris had given me back in the jungle. Seek with your mind, not with your eyes. Using my magic still wasn't instinctive. Taking a deep breath, I pulled my bow, concentrated on the smooth wood against my fingers, and projected my awareness down to the forest floor. The men had spread out. They searched a wide area to my right. I couldn't sense Goal below. With a sick feeling crawling along my skin, I swept the treetops. Goal had climbed into the canopy. He followed the trail I had left in my haste. Black thoughts of inflicting pain coloured his mind. When he reached the place where I had begun to travel with more care, I waited. He hesitated for a heartbeat, but spotted another sign, continuing on toward my location. It was only a matter of time before Goal found me. I considered using my magic to force him off my trail. Could I make him fall asleep? Probably, but Goal would eventually wake up and track me down. I could try prompting him into forgetting who he searched for, but for that I would need to delve deep into his mind, and such an effort would drain my remaining strength. Think. I had to take Goal out. Unless Cahill had another tracker, my chances of escaping improved without Goal on my tail. A plan began to form in my mind. I slid my bow back through its holder on my pack. Keeping light contact with Goal's mind, I picked up the pace and continued on my route for a while, making sure to leave a trail. When I reached a small clearing in the forest, I swung down to the ground, landing with a hard jolt. Leaving nice, deep boot prints, I walked across the clearing and broke through the underbrush on the other side. Now came the hard part. Retracing my path, I returned to the tree from which I had jumped. The grapple would leave marks, so I used it to throw the rope over the tree branch, and then I shimmied up. Hopefully, the rub marks on the branch would make it appear that I had gone down to the clearing, not up. Then I looped the rope and hung it around my shoulder and torso so my hands were free. Goal was now close enough to hear me. I made a small grunt, like I had hit the ground hard. With the utmost care, I climbed higher in the tree. Goal came into sight. I froze. He inspected the branch I had used to drop into the clearing. He leaned over and peered at the forest floor.
"So me prey has gone to ground,"
Goal said to himself. He swung down and crouched by my marks. His thoughts focused on how much he would enjoy torturing me. Sleep, I projected into his mind. Sleep. But he was wide awake, and the command raised immediate suspicions. He stood and glanced around the clearing. Damn, that wasn't working. Don't look up, I projected as I moved to a lower branch. The leaves shook, but Goal didn't notice. Triggering my switchblade, I cut a 3-foot section of rope. I wrapped the ends around my hands as Goal turned back to examine my tracks. I jumped, landing behind him. Before he could move, I looped the rope I held around his throat. I spun. My backpack touched his back, and the rope was now over my shoulder. I dropped to one knee, forcing Goal to bend backward over me. In that position, only his fingertips could reach me. Instead, he yanked at the garrote around his neck. Just when I thought he was unconscious, his head bumped mine, and I felt his full weight on my back. He did a backward somersault over me. I saw his boots hit the ground in front of me. Damn, Goal knew some self-defense techniques. He straightened and wrenched the rope right out of my hands.
"Got anything else?"
he asked. His voice rasped from my strangulation attempt. I pulled my bow from my back. He drew his sword. He smiled.
"Little girl, little weapon."
Goal pointed to himself.
"Big man, big weapon."
I shifted into a fighting stance, balancing my weight on the balls of my feet. He wasn't going to intimidate me. If I could disarm my friend Ari, who had twice Goal's muscle mass, and Ari's partner Janko, who was rabbit fast, I could take on Goal. Sliding my hands along the wood of my weapon, I re-established my mental link with Goal. When he lunged, I knew it before he moved. I stepped to the side, turning sideways, so his sword missed my stomach. In a stride, I was in close. I slammed my bow into his temple. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Thanking fate that Goal hadn't called for his men, I searched his pack. I found brass knuckles, a small whip, a black club, an assortment of knives, a gag, manacles, keys, and my camouflage material. If I killed Goal, I would be doing the South a favour. A shame that Goal's death wouldn't go well in my I'm not a spy defence. So I dragged him to a tree and propped him into a sitting position against the trunk. The manacles had just enough chain for me to lock his hands behind the tree. I shoved his gag into his mouth, fastening the strap around his head. I took my camouflage material and the manacles' keys from his pack. Then I hid his pack and sword in the bushes. Pausing a moment to regain my focus, I sought Goal's men with my mind. Satisfied that they were far enough away, I mentally scanned the forest for Cahill's campsite. Once I knew in which direction to go, I set out. I couldn't leave Goal to die. Yet, if I released him, he would only track me down. I could find someone to direct me to the Citadel and hope the few hours it took Cahill to find Goal would be enough time for me to stay ahead of them. That had been my intent when I had first escaped. But now that rankled. It would be the actions of a criminal or a spy, and I wasn't guilty. I wouldn't run away. Perhaps I could use my magic and trick Goal into losing my trail. Then I could follow Cahill, keeping a close eye on him. But would he continue to the Citadel without me as his prisoner? I didn't know. A sudden, intense desire for Valak was swept through my body. Discussing military tactics with him had always helped me work out a problem. I thought about how Valak would handle this situation, and soon after, a rough plan formed.
You lost her,
Cahill repeated. He frowned as he stared at the faces of the 4 unhappy men who stood in front of him.
Where's Goal?
He asked. A mumbled reply.
You lost him too!
Outrage gripped Cahill's face. The men cringed and stammered. I suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. My position near his campsite afforded me a clear view of Cahill and his men, while I remained hidden under my camouflage. I had used the waning daylight and the clamour of the search party's arrival to move closer to the clearing.
You're a bunch of bumbling fools. Searching a prisoner for weapons and anything that would help an escape is standard procedure.
Cahill glared at his men.
A complete and thorough search. You don't stop because you found one weapon.
Cahill stared at his men until they fidgeted.
Captain Marek?
Yes, my lord.
Marek snapped to attention.
If Goal doesn't return by first light, I want you to lead a search party to find him. He's our best chance of recovering that spy,
Cahill ordered.
Yes, sir.
Cahill stalked off to his tent. When he was gone, I could see the grim faces of his men as they stood around the campfire. The smell of roasting meat made my stomach complain. I hadn't eaten all day, but I couldn't risk making any noise. With a sigh, I squirmed into a comfortable position, settling in for a long wait. Keeping alert proved difficult once the men had gone to sleep. Captain Marek posted 2 guards who circled the campsite. Using magic had drained me, and I fought my heavy eyelids until I gave up and dozed for a while. The dream image of Goal's hands on my neck jerked me awake in the middle of the night. The guards were on the far side of the camp. I used my magic to send the sleeping men into a deeper slumber. The guards, though, fought hard. The image of the harsh punishment their comrades had received for falling asleep on guard duty the night before kept them vigilant. So I tried the "don't look" command as I crept toward Cahill's tent. Upon reaching the back wall of the tent, I triggered my switchblade and cut a slit in the fabric. Then I entered the tent through that small opening. Cahill was asleep. Leaf looked like he hadn't heard my entrance. Curled up on his side with one arm dangling over the edge of the cot, he appeared to be sleeping. Cahill lay on his back, his arms crossed over his stomach. His long sword rested on the floor within Cahill's reach. I moved the weapon away before I sat on his chest. The instant he awoke, I had my blade pressed against his throat. "Quiet, or I'll kill you," I whispered. His eyes widened. He tried to move his arms, but my weight pinned them down. Cahill could muscle me off, but I pushed the blade's point into his skin. A drop of blood welled. "Don't move," I said. "Your sword is out of reach. I'm not that stupid." "So I'm learning," he whispered. I felt him relax. "What do you want?" Cahill asked. "A truce."
What kind?
You stop trying to drag me to the Citadel in chains, and I'll accompany you there as a fellow traveller.
What do I get out of the deal?
You get Goal back, and my cooperation.
You have Goal?
I dangled the manacle's keys over his face.
How can I trust you when your brother doesn't trust you?
I'm offering a truce. So far, I've had 2 opportunities to kill you. You're a real threat to Ixia. If I were a true spy, your death would make me famous in the north.
And if I renege on this truce?
I shrugged. I'll escape again. But this time, I'll leave Goal's dead body behind.
He's a good tracker,
Cahill said with pride. Unfortunately.
If I say no to your offer?
Then I'm gone, leaving you to find Goal.
Dead?
Yes, I bluffed.
Why come back? You took care of Goal. He was the only threat to you.
Because I want the chance to prove that I'm not a spy, I said with frustration. I'm a Zaltana. And I'm not going to run like a criminal because I'm not guilty. But I don't want to be your prisoner, and... I couldn't explain anymore. I sighed. He was right. If my own brother didn't trust me, why should Cahill? I had gambled and lost. Time for Plan B. I would run. My safest course would be to find Iris. I withdrew my switchblade from Cahill's throat. After a full day on the lam without food or sleep, a bone-deep fatigue overcame me. I jumped off of Cahill. I'm not going to kill anybody. I backed toward the slit I had cut in the tent, keeping my eyes on Cahill. When I turned to find the rip in the fabric, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame me, and I stumbled to the ground. The tent spun, and I lost consciousness for a mere moment as all my energy fled. I regained my wits in time to see Cahill pick up my switchblade. Chapter 8. Cahill moved away and lit the lantern on his bedside table. He examined my switchblade in the candlelight.
My lord?
A voice called through the door. I braced myself, preparing to be accosted and manacled by a rush of guards.
Everything's fine,
Cahill called.
Very good, sir.
I heard the guard move away, and I looked at Cahill in surprise. Perhaps he wanted me to tell him where Goal was before he reclaimed me. I sat up and glanced at Leaf. His eyes were closed, but I didn't know if the light and Cahill's voice had roused him.
These markings are very familiar,
Cahill said, referring to the 6 symbols engraved on the handle of my switchblade.
My uncle's secret battle codes, I believe.
His gaze returned to me. His sleep-tousled hair reinforced my first impression of his youth, but a sharp intelligence danced in his eyes. I nodded. The codes had been used by the King of Ixia to send secret messages to his captains during battles.
It's been so long,
Cahill said. A brief sadness pulled at his face.
What do they mean?
It says, sieges weathered, fight together, friends forever. It was a gift.
Someone in the north?
Loneliness touched my heart as I thought of what I had lost by coming south. My fingers sought the lump under my shirt, Balek's butterfly. Yes.
Who?
An odd question. Why would he care? I searched Cahill's face for some sign of duplicity, and found only curiosity. Janko, one of my self-defense teachers. I grinned at the memories of Janko singing his rhymes and knocking aside my attacks. Without him and Ari, I wouldn't have had the skills to escape you and take on Goal today.
They taught you well.
Cahill ran a hand along his neck, smearing the drop of blood. He seemed deep in thought as he turned my switchblade in his hands. He pushed the blade into the handle, then triggered it. The snick from the weapon made me flinch.
Well made, he said.
Cahill stepped toward me. I scrambled upright and stood in a defensive stance. Even though I was light-headed and weak, I contemplated my chances of getting away. Instead of threatening me, Cahill retracted the blade and gave me the switchblade. I looked at the weapon in my hand with a tired astonishment.
A truce, then, he said. But any trouble, and I'll have you in chains.
Cahill gestured to a corner of the tent.
You're exhausted. Get some sleep. We have a long day tomorrow.
Placing his sword back within reach, Cahill lay down on his cot.
Do you want to know where Goal is? I asked. Is he in any immediate danger?
Unless there are poisonous or predatory animals in this forest.
Then let him sweat out the night. Serves him right for being caught.
Cahill closed his eyes. I glanced around the tent. Leaf hadn't moved since I had arrived, but his eyes were open. He made no comment as he rolled over to his other side, turning his back on me. Again. I sighed, wondering how much he had heard, and found I was too tired to care. With weariness dragging at my limbs, I spread my cloak on the floor, blew out the lantern, and collapsed on my makeshift bed. The next morning, Leaf left the tent without saying a word. Cahill told me to stay inside while he made a show of the fact that Goal hadn't returned. I heard Cahill question the guards of the previous night.
"All was quiet, my lord,"
one man replied.
"Nothing unusual?" Cahill asked.
"Just your light, sir. But you said, what if I'd had a knife to my throat, errant? Would you have believed what I said?" "No, sir." "How did you know, then, that I wasn't in trouble?" "I didn't, sir. I should have checked,"
Errant said, sounding miserable.
"Should-haves lead to death. In war, you don't get a second chance. In a battle with the North, they won't send an army against us, they'll send one man. Without vigilance, we'll all be killed in our sleep."
Someone scoffed.
"Surely one man can't get by us."
"How about a woman?"
Cahill asked.
"No way,"
a guard said amid cheers of assent.
"Then explain this. Yelena?"
Cahill called. An immediate silence filled the forest.
"Join me, please."
I didn't like being part of Cahill's lesson, but he was right. An assassin trained by Valek would have had no trouble taking out his guards. I stepped from the tent, holding my bow in case anyone decided to rush me. The morning sun shone in my eyes as I squinted to examine Cahill's men. Surprise, anger, and disbelief peppered their faces. Captain Marek drew his sword. Leaf was nowhere in sight.
"Everything wasn't fine last night, errant,"
Cahill said.
"Next time, make sure."
Errant hung his head.
"Yes, sir." "Yelena will be travelling with us to the Citadel. Treat her as a comrade,"
Cahill ordered.
"What about Goal?"
asked Captain Marek. Cahill looked at me.
"Tell him where Goal is."
"You'll keep Goal on a leash?" I asked. There was no doubt in my mind that Goal's desire for revenge would cause trouble. I shuddered at the thought of being at his mercy.
"Captain Marek, explain the situation to Goal.
Before you free him, make sure he gives his word not to harm Yelena. Yes, sir. Unless I give him permission, Cahill added, staring at me. Trouble will get you in chains. Treason will get you goal. A rumble of appreciation rolled through Cahill's men. His little show had earned him points in their minds. I gave him a bored look. I had been threatened many times before, and had learned that the men who didn't make verbal threats were the most dangerous. With that thought, I searched the campsite for Leif. Perhaps he had returned home now that I had delivered myself to Cahill. I gave Marek the key to the manacles and instructions as to where to find Goal and his pack. As the captain left to free him, the rest of the guards began breaking down the campsite. Cahill's men kept a wary eye on me. A couple of hostile glares were thrown my way, especially when they discovered the rip in the tent's fabric. While waiting for the captain and Goal to return, I sorted and organised my backpack. I combed and braided my hair, then twisted the long braid up into a bun, using my lockpicks to hold the hair in place. It never hurt to be prepared. Cahill might trust me not to cause trouble, but he still believed I was a northern spy. Goal returned with Marek and Leif. I was surprised to see Leif, but not surprised by the seething glower on Goal's face. His cheeks had deep red marks where the gag strap had pressed into his skin. His hair and clothes were unkempt. Wetness stained his pants, and his skin was blotchy from multiple mosquito bites. Goal gripped his sword, starting toward me. Captain Marek intercepted Goal and pointed across the clearing to a bedroll still lying on the ground. Goal sheathed his sword and headed to the sleeping mat, shooting me a look of venom. I resumed breathing. Once the camp was packed, Cahill mounted his horse and led us to the forest trail. I stayed close to Marek in case Goal forgot his promise again. The captain grinned at me and said, "What now?" Cahill clicked at his horse as he tapped his heels into the animal's sides. The horse increased its stride, and the men began to jog. "Keep up," Marek said. I hadn't run laps since training with Ari and Janko, but I'd found some time to exercise while travelling south. Matching Marek's pace, I asked, "Why does he make you run?" "Keeps us battle-ready." I had more questions, but I saved my breath, concentrating instead on staying with Marek. By the time we reached the next campsite, my field of vision had shrunk to a small area on the captain's back. My efforts to stay in shape hadn't been enough. When we stopped, I laboured for air, sucking in huge mouthfuls. Leif, too, seemed winded. "Hasn't run with his friends for a while," I thought peevishly. Once the camp was erected, Cahill offered to let me sleep in the corner of his tent again. There, I collapsed to the ground without bothering to spread my cloak. In the morning, I ate a light breakfast. The next 3 days mirrored the first day of travelling with Cahill, but by the end of the 4th day, I wasn't as exhausted. I could eat dinner, and even stayed by the fire for a while. Goal glared at me whenever I met his eye, so I ignored him. Leif pretended I didn't exist. I began to think the forest was endless. Day after day we covered many miles, yet met no one on the trail, nor saw any sign of a village. I suspected Cahill avoided the towns. I couldn't be sure if it was for my benefit or his. Eventually the men got used to my presence. They bantered and kidded with each other and practiced sword fighting. The wary glances disappeared, and my arrival at the campfire no longer caused an immediate hush. I found it interesting that the men always sought Captain Marek's approval prior to doing anything. After we'd been travelling for 7 days, Captain Marek surprised me. Some of the guards were performing self-defence drills,
and he invited me to join them.
"We could use the practice against that staff of yours,"
he said. I agreed, showing the men some basic defense moves with my bow. While they used their wooden swords, I demonstrated the advantages of having a longer weapon. My participation in the practice drew Cahill's attention. He usually showed no interest in the training sessions, preferring instead to talk to Leaf about his quest to conquer Ixia. But now he approached to watch.
"Wood against wood is fine for practice, but wood against steel is no contest in a real fight,"
Cahill said.
"A sharp sword would reduce that staff to splinters."
The edges are the sword's danger zones. The trick is to avoid the edges, I said.
"Show me."
Cahill drew his sword. The thick blade extended about 3.5 feet from the hilt. An impressive weapon, but heavy. Cahill would need 2 hands to wield it, slowing him down. I concentrated on the feel of the bow's wood in my hands, setting my mind into my mental fighting zone. He lunged forward. Surprised by his quickness, I jumped back. Cahill held the sword one-handed, and I found myself on the defensive. He had some skill with his weapon, but not much. When he swung the massive blade, I dodged, stepped in close, and struck the flat of his sword with my bow. The next time he swung, I hit his hand. When he lunged, I kept my bow horizontal and brought it down on the flat tip of the blade, deflecting the weapon toward the ground. My counter-strikes wouldn't disarm him, but all the while, I kept moving, forcing Cahill to chase me. When he grabbed his sword with both hands, I knew he was beginning to tire. It was just a matter of time before he made a tactical error. Our match lengthened. His men cheered for him, urging him to take me out. They didn't notice the sheen of sweat on Cahill's forehead or hear the rasp of his breath. Soon enough, he swung too wide. I ducked in close and tapped my bow on his ribs. "Have I proven my point?" I asked, dancing past his next attack. Cahill stopped.
"It's getting late. We'll have to finish this later,"
he said. Sheathing his sword, he marched off to his tent. Practice was over. His men were quiet as they put away their equipment. I sat by the campfire, waiting until Cahill had a chance to cool down. Captain Marek sat next to me.
"You proved your point,"
he said. I shrugged. With a lighter sword, Cahill would have won. We stared at the flames in silence. "Why does he carry that sword?" I asked Marek.
"It was the king's. We managed to smuggle it south with Cahill."
I studied Marek. His face had that worn leather look of a man who had been around for a long time and seen it all. I realized his skin was tanned from the sun and wasn't a natural pigmentation. "You're from the north." He nodded and gestured to the men.
"We all are."
I studied the men. They were a mixed crew of dark and light-skinned. And I remembered that before the takeover, the border between Ixia and Scythia had been just a line on the map, and people from both countries mingled freely. Marek continued.
"We're the soldiers who weren't important enough to assassinate, nor willing to switch our loyalties to the commander. Goal, Trayton, Bronze, and I were all part of the King's Guards."
Marek shoved a twig into the fire. Sparks flew up into the night sky.
"We couldn't save the king, but we saved his nephew. We raised him, and taught him everything we know. And,"
he stood,
"we planned to give him a kingdom."
Marek barked orders to the men, and then headed to his bedroll. Weariness settled over me. My eyes grew heavy, and I dragged myself to my corner of the dark tent. Just before I fell asleep, the tent brightened. I felt a presence near me. My eyes snapped open. Cahill loomed over me, with his sword in his hand. Anger pulsed from him in waves. Chapter 9. I stood slowly and stepped back from Cahill.
"You humiliated me in front of my men,"
he said in anger. You asked me to show you how a bow could defend against a sword. I was only doing what you wanted.
"It wasn't an honest match."
What?
Leaf said you used magic during the fight, that you made me tired.
I suppressed my anger and looked Cahill straight in the eye. I did not.
Then what did?
Do you really want to know why you lost? I asked.
Do you really have an answer?
He countered. You need to get off your horse and run with your men. You don't have the stamina for a long fight. And find a lighter sword.
But it was my uncle's.
You're not your uncle.
But I'm the king, and this is the king's sword,
Cahill said. His brows creased together. He seemed confused. So wear it to your coronation, I said. If you use it in battle, you'll be wearing it to your funeral, I said.
You believe I'll be crowned?
That's not the point.
What is the point?
I would have beaten you with my bow. That sword is too heavy for you.
I always win against my men.
I sighed. Of course his men wouldn't beat him. I tried another tactic. Have you been in a battle?
Not yet. We're in training. And besides, a king doesn't risk himself during a battle. I stay in the base camp and direct the combat.
His comment didn't sound right to me, but then again, I had no experience with warfare. Instead, I said, Think about it, Cahill. Your men raised you. They want to reclaim the throne. But do they want it for you or for themselves? Exile in the south isn't as glamorous as being the king's guards. Cahill snorted with disdain, shaking his head.
You know nothing. Why would you care? You're a spy. You're just trying to confuse me.
He returned to his cot. Cahill was right. I didn't care. Once we reached the keep and I proved my innocence, I wouldn't have to bother with him again. Leaf, on the other hand, had interfered with me one too many times. I scanned the tent. My brother's cot was empty. Where's Leaf? I asked.
Gone.
Where?
I sent him ahead to notify the keep of our arrival. Why?
Family business. I spat the words out. Cahill must have seen the murderous glint in my eyes.
You can't hurt him.
Oh, yes, I can. He's caused me a lot of trouble.
He has my protection.
Is that one of the benefits of being a member of your quest for the North?
No. When we captured you and Leaf, I gave him my word that no harm would come to him in exchange for his full cooperation in dealing with you.
I blinked at Cahill. Had I heard him right? But Leaf set me up.
No, he didn't.
Why didn't you tell me before?
I thought letting you believe you had been betrayed by your own brother would demoralize you. However, it seems to have had the opposite effect.
Cahill's plan might have worked if Leaf and I had had a relationship. I rubbed my face as I tried to decide if knowing the truth changed my opinion about Leaf. Sitting on the edge of his cot, Cahill studied me in silence. If Leaf didn't set me up, then who did?
Cahill smiled. I can't reveal my sources. Leaf had managed to convince many Zaltanas that I was a spy, so the entire clan was suspect. Anyone at the Elias market could have overheard our destination as well. I couldn't worry about it now, but I wouldn't forget it either. You said you sent Leaf to the keep, I said. Will we be there soon? Tomorrow afternoon, about an hour after Leaf arrives. I want to make sure we're met by the right people, Cahill said. An important day, Yelena. Better get some sleep. He blew out the lantern. I reclined on my cloak, wondering about the citadel and keep. Would Iris be there by tomorrow? Doubtful. I stretched my awareness out, seeking Iris, but only encountering wildlife. Without Iris at the keep, would the first magician peel away the layers of my mind? Apprehension churned inside my stomach. I would rather face Goal than the unknown. Eventually, though, I slept. Dark dreams of Riyadh swirled in my mind. Same story, Yelena, Riyadh's ghost said, laughing and taunting. No options, no friends. But you have a knife. Again. An image of Riyadh wrapped in blood-soaked sheets flashed in my dreams. The killing wound in his neck was the result of my desire to protect myself and the other kidnapped children from torture and mindless slavery. Will you cut another's throat to save yourself? He asked. How about your own? I woke to the sound of crying and realized with horror that my face was wet. Brushing away the tears, I resolved not to let my doubts plague me. Riyadh's ghost might haunt my dreams, but I wouldn't allow him to haunt my life. Morning dawned with the smell of sweet cakes, and I joined the men by the fire for breakfast. After we ate, Cahill's men packed up the camp. Their mood was light, and their banter friendly, so I was caught off guard when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Before I could move, the grip tightened, causing pain. I turned my head. Goal stood behind me. He dug his fingers deeper into my flesh as he whispered in my ear, I promised not to hurt you while we travelled to the citadel. Once there, you're mine. I rammed my elbow into Goal's stomach. He grunted. I stepped forward and knocked his hand off my shoulder with my arm as I spun. Facing him, I asked, Why warn me? He drew in a deep breath and grinned. Your anticipation will make the hunt more exciting. Enough talk, Goal. Let's do it now. No, I want time to play. I have all kinds of games planned for when I have you, my sweet. My body shook with an icy chill of revulsion. Goosebumps covered my skin. It was a sensation I never thought I would feel in the sweltering south. Go! Help take down the tent, Captain Marek ordered. Yes, sir. Goal walked away, glancing back at me with a smirk on his face and a promise in his eyes. I let my breath out slowly. This didn't bode well. When the men finished breaking camp, Cahill mounted his horse and we set off through the forest. After several hours, the trees thinned as the trail ascended a hill. At the top of the rise, a vast valley bisected by a long dirt road spread out in front of us. Farm fields etched geometric shapes on the left side of the road. An immense plain dominated the landscape on the right side. Across the vibrant valley was another ridge, and I could just make out a white fortress spanning its crest. Is that the citadel?
I asked Marek. He nodded.
Another half-day's march.
His grey eyes slid to the right, as if searching for something. I followed his gaze and watched the long grass stalks sway in the breeze. Davian Plateau?
No, that's farther southeast,
Marek said.
This is the edge of the Avibian Plains. The plain is huge. It takes 10 days to cross it.
My cousin mentioned travelling through a plain on the way to the citadel, but we're really just skirting it.
Crossing Avibian is a shortcut. Zaltana's will cross, but everyone else avoids contact with the Sandseed clan who calls the plains home. Taking the forest route is the long way, but it's safe.
I wanted to ask more, but Cahill increased the pace as we descended into the basin. He was either eager to reach the citadel or anxious to put the plains behind him. We passed labourers working in the farm fields and a caravan of merchants with their horse-drawn wagons loaded with goods. Nothing but the tall grass moved in the plains. The citadel grew massive in appearance as we travelled closer. We stopped only once to water the horse and the men. When we reached the towering gates, I was awed by the sheer size of the outer bulwark. Green veins streaked the white marble walls. I ran a hand along them, finding it smooth and cool despite the blistering heat. I'd thought it was hot in the forest, but that had been nothing compared to being fully exposed to the searing sun. The two guards at the citadel's open gates approached Cahill. After a brief conversation, Cahill led us into a courtyard. I squinted in the bright sunlight. The majestic sight before me took a while to sink in. An entire town resided within the citadel's outer walls. All the structures were made of the same white marble, with veins of green that comprised the outer wall. I had visualized the citadel as one large building, like the commander's castle in Ixia, but this was far beyond anything I could have imagined.
Impressed?
Marek asked. I closed my mouth and nodded. Our party began to walk through the streets, and I realized the place was deserted. Where is everyone? I asked Marek.
The citadel's a ghost town during the hot season. The council is in recess. The keep is on holiday and only a skeleton crew tends the crops. Everyone who can flees to the cooler climates, and those who are left retreat inside at mid-afternoon to avoid the sun.
I didn't blame them. My scalp felt as if it were on fire. How much longer? I asked.
Another hour,
Marek said.
See those 4 towers?
He pointed to the east.
That's the magician's keep.
I stared at their height, wondering what dwelled in those lofty chambers. We trudged on through the empty streets. The road surface alternated between packed dirt and cobblestones. I spotted dogs, cats, and a few chickens crouched in bits of shade. When we neared a large square structure with multiple tiers, Marek said,
That's Council Hall, where the city and government has its offices and conducts meetings.
The building had long steps that stretched the entire length beneath the first floor and led up to a grand entrance. Jade-coloured columns bracketed the doorway. A group of people huddled in the hall's shadow. They approached us as we walked past. A strong odour of urine emanated from them. Filth matted their hair and covered their tattered attire. One man reached out with a soot-blackened hand.
Please, sir, spare a coin.
Cahill's men ignored them and kept walking. The group followed along, determined. Who are... I started to ask, but Marek didn't slow. I tried to catch up, but a small boy pulled on my arm. His brown eyes were rimmed with sores and streaks of dirt lined his cheeks.
Lovely lady, please, I'm hungry, the boy said. Spare a copper?
I glanced around for Marek. He was half a block away. I couldn't understand why this boy needed money, but I couldn't refuse those eyes. I dug into my pack and pulled out the Citian coins Esau had given me. I dumped all of them into his palm. Kneeling down to his level, I said, "Share these with your friends. And take a bath, okay?" A joyful expression lit his face.
Thank...
Before he could finish, we were engulfed by a strong stench as the others surrounded us. They grabbed my arms, pulled at my clothes, and yanked on my backpack. I saw the boy pocket the coins and slid out of the melee between the other's legs. The putrid smell of so many unwashed bodies made me gag.
Lovely lady! Lovely lady!
Filled my ears until their words were cut off by the clatter of hooves on the cobblestones.
Get away from her!
Cahill yelled. He brandished his sword in the air.
Go, or I'll cut you in half!
In a heartbeat, the crowd disappeared.
Are you all right?
Cahill asked. Yes. I smoothed my hair and reshouldered my pack. What was that about?
Beggars. Filthy street rats.
A look of disgust darkened his face.
It was your fault. If you hadn't given them money, they would have left you alone.
Beggars? My confusion seemed to amaze Cahill.
Surely you know what beggars are.
When I didn't answer, he continued.
They don't work. They live on the streets. They beg for money for food. You had to see them in Ixia,
he said with frustration. No. Everyone in Ixia has a job. Basic necessities are provided to all by the commander's military.
How does he pay for it?
Before I could answer, Cahill's shoulders dropped.
With my uncle's money. He has probably drained the treasury dry.
I bit back my reply. As far as I was concerned, better to have the money helping people than covering the floor of some treasury.
Come on.
Cahill took his foot out of the stirrup, reached down and held out his hand.
We need to catch up to the others.
On the horse? I asked.
Don't tell me they don't have horses in the north.
Not for me, I said, as I placed my foot in the stirrup and grabbed his arm. He pulled me into the saddle. I sat behind him, not sure what to do with my arms. Cahill turned slightly.
For who, then?
The commander, generals, and high-ranking officers.
Cavalry?
Cahill asked. He was fishing for information. I suppressed a sigh. Not that I saw. The truth, but I ceased to care if he believed me or not. Cahill craned his head around and studied my face. A wave of heat enveloped me. I suddenly felt too close to him. His eyes sparked a bluish-green colour like the water in the sunlight. And I found myself wondering why he wore a beard in such a hot climate. I imagined Cahill without his beard. He would look younger, and it would be easier to see his smooth tanned skin and hawk-like nose. When he turned back, I shook my head. I wanted nothing more to do with him.
Hold on,
he said. Then he clicked his tongue. The horse began to move. I clutched Cahill's waist as I bounced in the saddle. The ground seemed so far down and looked so hard. I fought to keep my balance as we caught up to his men. When we passed them, I relaxed, assuming he would stop and let me off. But we kept going, and the men ran behind. As we wound our way through the citadel, I focused on the horse beneath me, trying to find a rhythm for my body to match the horse's, like Cahill seemed to be doing. He crouched above the saddle, while my legs pounded the leather. I concentrated on the horse's movement, and suddenly found myself looking out of the horse's eyes. The road wrapped around like I was inside a bubble. I could see far forward as well as to each side, and almost all the way behind. The horse was hot and tired, and he wondered why there were 2 people on his back. Peppermint Man was the only one who usually rode him, but sometimes Straw Boy took him out for exercise back home. He longed for his cool, quiet stall, filled with hay and a bucket of water. Water soon, I thought to the horse. I hoped. What's your name? I asked.
Topaz.
I marvelled at our communication. Contact with other animals had only given me a glimpse through their eyes and a hint of their desires. I never had an actual conversation with an animal before. My back began to ache. Smoother? I asked. Topaz changed his gait. Cahill grunted in surprise, but I exhaled with relief. It was as if I rode on a sled down a snow-covered hill. With the new gait, we moved faster, and the men fell farther behind us. Cahill tried to slow Topaz down, but the horse was determined to get his water. We reached the base of a tall tower and stopped in the shade. Cahill jumped down from the horse and inspected Topaz's legs.
I've never seen him do that before,
Cahill said. Do what?
He's a 3-gaited horse.
Meaning?
Meaning he knows how to trot, canter, and gallop.
So?
So that wasn't one of his gaits. Some horses can do up to 5, but I'm not even sure what that was.
It was smooth and fast. I liked it, I said. Cahill looked at me with suspicion. How do I get down? I asked.
Left foot in the stirrup, swing your right leg back around to the left, then hop off.
I landed on wobbly legs. Topaz swung his head and looked at me. He wanted water. I took one of Topaz's water bags off the saddle and held it open for him. Cahill narrowed his eyes at me, then at his horse. Is this Magician's Keep? I asked to distract Cahill.
Yes, the entrance is around the corner. We'll wait for my men, then go in.
It didn't take long for his men to catch up. We walked to the keep's entrance, where high, scalloped arches framed the massive marble doors. Pink columns supported the arches that spanned 2 stories. The gates stood open, and we entered without any resistance from the guards. Inside was a courtyard, and beyond that was a collection of buildings. Another city within the city. I couldn't believe the sizes and colours. A patchwork of different coloured marble formed the structures. Statues of various animals peeked out from corners and roofs. There were gardens and lawns. My eyes were relieved to view the greenery after enduring the white glare of the citadel's walls. I could see that the keep's thick outer wall formed a rectangle that enclosed the entire area. A tower occupied each of the 4 corners. Directly opposite the entrance, 2 figures stood on the steps that led up to the largest structure. Small blocks of peach marble dotted the predominantly yellow-coloured building. As we drew closer, I realised the figures were Leaf and a tall woman. She wore a sleeveless midnight blue dress that fell to her ankles. Her feet were bare, and her white hair was cropped close to her head. Sunlight disappeared into her almost black skin. When we reached the base of the steps, Cahill handed the horse's reins to Marek.
Take him to the stables and then unpack. I'll meet you in the barracks.
Yes, sir, Marek said, turning to go. Marek, I said, make sure you give Topaz some milk oats. He nodded and moved on. Cahill squeezed my arm.
How do you know about milk oats?
I thought fast. Cahill, I've been travelling with you for over a week. I've helped feed him. True, to a point. But I didn't think it would be a good idea to tell Cahill that his horse had asked me for some milk oats. And I was certain he didn't want to know that his own horse called him Peppermint Man.
You're lying. Milk oats are a special treat that the stablemaster bakes. He feeds them to the horses, no one else.
I opened my mouth to reply, but a strident voice interrupted.
Cahill, is something wrong?
Together we glanced at the woman. She and Leaf were descending toward us.
Nothing's wrong,
Cahill said. They stopped a few steps above us. Is this her? The woman asked.
Yes, First Magician,
Cahill said. Are you certain about her allegiance to Ixia? She asked.
Yes. She carries an Ixian uniform and has Ixian coins,
Cahill said.
Her loyalty and longing for Ixia tastes thick like a rancid soup,
Leaf said. The woman stepped closer to me. I looked into her amber eyes. They were shaped like a snowcat's and were just as lethal. Her gaze expanded, encompassing me, and my world disappeared as the ground turned to rippling amber liquid. I began to sink. Something circled my ankles, and then pulled me under the surface. My clothes were stripped away, then my skin, then my muscles. My bones dissolved until there was nothing left but my soul. Chapter 10. Something sharp scratched my soul, searching for vulnerable spots. I pushed away the intrusive object and began to build a wall of defense in my mind. This magician would not reach me. Bricks formed and stacked, but they crumbled at the edges. Holes drilled through as I struggled to stay ahead of First Magician. I poured all my strength into that wall. I patched the holes. I added another wall within the first. But the bricks disintegrated and collapsed. Damn it! No! I scrambled for a while, but it was just a matter of time. In the end, I let the wall dissolve. But with a sudden rush of energy, I created a curtain of green-veined marble, cutting her off. I pressed myself to the smooth stone and held on with all my might. Exhaustion pulled at my mind. In pure desperation, I used the last of my power, calling for help. The marble transformed into a statue of Valak. He looked at me in concern. "Help," I said. He wrapped his strong arms around me, pulling me close to his chest.
Anything, love?
With nothing left, I clung to him as darkness descended. I awoke in a narrow room, my head throbbing. Looking up at the ceiling, I realized that I was on a bed. It had been pushed against a wall under an open window. When I moved to sit up, my stiff legs protested. I felt raw and violated, as though someone had scrubbed off my skin. My throat blazed with thirst. A pitcher of water sweated on a nightstand, an empty glass beside it. I poured a large drink and downed the cool liquid in 3 gulps. Feeling a little better, I examined the room. An armoire stood along the opposite wall with a full-length mirror on the right and a doorway on the left. Cahill appeared in the doorway.
I thought I heard you.
What happened? I asked.
First Magician tried to read your mind,
Cahill said. He looked embarrassed.
She was extremely annoyed by your resistance, but she did say you weren't a spy.
Peachy. Sarcasm rendered my voice sharp. I crossed my arms over my chest. How did I get here? Splotches of red spread on his cheeks.
I carried you.
I hugged myself. The thought of being touched by him made my skin crawl.
Why did you stay? I wanted to make sure you were all right.
Now you're concerned about me? I find that hard to believe. I stood on sore legs. They felt as if I'd run too many laps, and my lower back ached.
Where am I? In the students' quarters. Apprentice wing. You've been assigned these rooms.
Cahill retreated into the other room. I followed him into a small sitting area with a large desk, a couch, table and chairs, and a marble fireplace. The walls were made of light green marble. My pack rested on the table with my bow. There was another door. I crossed the room and opened it. Beyond the threshold was a garden courtyard with trees and statues. Through them, I could see the setting sun. I stepped outside, glancing around. My rooms were at the end of a long one-story building. No one was in sight. Cahill joined me outside.
The students will be back at the start of the cooling season.
He pointed to a path.
That leads to the dining hall and classrooms. Want me to give you a tour?
No, I said, going back into the sitting room. I turned around in the doorway. I want you and your toy soldiers to leave me the hell alone. Now you know I'm not a spy. Stay the hell away from me. I closed the door and locked it, leaving Cahill outside. Just to be safe, I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I curled up on the bed. The desire to go home racked my body. Home to Valek, to his strength and his love. Just that brief contact with him made me miss him even more. His absence left an emptiness that burned deep inside me. I wanted to leave Sitia. I had gained enough control of my magic to avoid a flameout. I didn't need to be here with these horrible people. All I had to do was head north, and I would reach Ixia's border. I planned the journey in my mind, making a list of provisions and even considered horse-napping Topaz to make my escape. When the room grew dark, I fell asleep. When the sun woke me, I rolled onto my other side, weighed my chances of escaping the keep without anyone knowing, and realized I knew nothing of the layout of the keep. I could make a reconnaissance of the area, but I had no desire to see anyone or be seen. So I stayed in bed all day and went back to sleep that night. Another day passed. Someone rattled the doorknob, then knocked, calling out to me. I shouted for them to go away, and was content when they did. Eventually, I lay in a stupor. My mind floated and reached some creatures in the garden. I flinched away from even that light contact, seeking a peaceful place. Then I found Topaz. Peppermint Man had come to visit, but the horse wondered where Lavender Lady was. I saw a picture of me in Topaz's mind. Lavender Lady must be the name he had given me. It was funny that Topaz called me Lavender Lady. Travelling with Cahill left little time for bathing, but I had managed to find some privacy to freshen up and apply a few drops of my mother's lavender perfume. Go smooth and fast, Topaz thought. Would you take me far away to the north? I asked. Not without Peppermint Man. Smooth and fast with you both. I am strong. You are very strong. Perhaps I'll stay with you. No, you won't, Yelena. You've sulked enough. Iris's voice said in my mind. Her contact was like a thick, cool salve rubbed on an open wound. I'm not sulking. Then what would you call it? Iris demanded with annoyance. Protecting myself. She laughed. From what? Rose barely got through.
Rose?
Rose Featherstone, first magician. And she's been in a rage ever since. You've weathered worse things, Yelena. What's the real problem?
I felt helpless and alone, with no one to watch my back. But I buried that thought deep, unwilling to share it with Iris. Instead, I ignored her question. Knowing my mentor was back, I rallied. She was the only person I could trust in the keep.
I'm coming with some food. You will let me in, and you will eat, Iris ordered.
Food? Topaz thought hopefully. Apple? Peppermints? I smiled. Later. My stomach grumbled. As I moved to sit on the edge of the bed, a wave of dizziness overcame me. I had lost track of the days, and I was weak from hunger. Iris came, as promised, carrying a tray laden with fruit and cold meats. She also brought a pitcher of pineapple juice and some cakes. As I ate, she told me about her trip to May's home. May was the last of the kidnapped girls to find her lost family.
5 sisters, just like her, Iris said, shaking her head.
I grinned, imagining May's homecoming. 6 girls squealing with delight, laughing and crying as they all talked at once.
Their beleaguered father wanted me to test all the girls for magical potential. May has some, but I want her to wait another year before coming to the school. The others were still too young.
Iris poured 2 cups of juice.
I had to cut my visit short when I felt your call for help.
When Rose was invading?
Yes. I was too far away to assist you. But it seems like you managed on your own.
Valak helped me, I said.
That's impossible. I couldn't reach you. Valak's not a magician.
But he was there, and I drew on his strength. Unwilling to believe me, Iris shook her head. I thought about how Iris had found me in the north. You felt my power when I was in Ixia, I said. It's the same distance for Valak to reach me. She shook her head again.
Valak is resistant to magic, so I think you used his image as a shield against Rose. When I felt you last year, you had no control over your powers. Uncontrolled bursts of magic cause ripples in the power source. All magicians, anywhere in the world, can feel that, but only master magicians will know from which direction it comes.
That worried me. You felt my call for help when you were at May's home, though. Was I out of control to be able to reach you at that distance? Loss of control led to flameout, which led to death for the magician and damaged the power source for all magicians. She looked startled.
No.
She frowned and stared at the wall, considering.
Yelena, what have you been doing with your magic since I left you?
I told her about the ambush, the escape, and the truce with Cahill.
So you put all of Cahill's men into a deep sleep? She asked.
Well, there were only 12. Did I do something wrong? Have I broken your ethical code? There was so much I didn't know about magic. Iris snorted, reading my mind.
And you wanted to run away with a horse.
Better than staying here with Cahill and Leaf, I said aloud.
Those 2. Iris frowned again. The master magicians had a discussion with both of them. Rose is furious that they misled her about you. Cahill actually had the audacity to demand a council session in the middle of the hot season. He'll just have to wait until the cooling season. Perhaps he'll get on the agenda, or perhaps not. Iris shrugged, seeming unconcerned. Would the Citians go to war for Cahill? I asked. We have no quarrel with the North, but no love for them either. The Council has been waiting for Cahill to mature. If he develops the charisma and strong leadership abilities, his plans to take back Ixia may be supported by the Council. She cocked her head to the side, as if considering the prospect of going to war. The trade treaty is the first official contact we've had with Ixia in 15 years, she explained. It's a good beginning. We have always been worried that Commander Ambrose would try to take over Scythia as he did in the north, but he seems content. Would a Scythian army prevail against the north? What do you think? Scythia would have a difficult time. The commander's men are loyal, dedicated, and well-trained. To lose a battle, they would either need to be vastly outnumbered or be vastly outsmarted. Iris nodded. A campaign against them would have to be launched with the utmost care, which is why the Council is waiting. But that is not my concern today. My priority is to teach you magic and discover your speciality. You're stronger than I thought, Yelena. Putting 12 men to sleep is no easy task. And having a conversation with a horse. Iris pulled her hair back from her face and held it behind her head. If I hadn't been listening in, I wouldn't have believed you. Iris rose and began to pile the dishes onto the tray. What you did to Cahill's men would normally be considered a breach of the ethical code, but you acted in self-defense, so it was acceptable. She paused for a moment. What Rose did to you was a clear violation of our ethics, but she thought you were a spy. The code doesn't apply to spies. All Scythians are united in their intolerance for espionage. The commander gained power by infiltrating the monarchy and using assassination, so Scythia worries when a spy is uncovered that the commander is trying to collect information to launch another takeover. Picking up the tray of dirty plates, Iris said, Tomorrow I will show you the keep and start your training. There are candles and flint in the armoire if you need a light, and there's firewood behind the building for when it gets cold. I've assigned you to the apprentices wing because you're too old for the first year's barracks. And I think by the start of school, you'll be ready to join the apprentice class. What's the apprentice class? The Keep has a 5-year curriculum. Students start the program about a year after they reach maturity. Usually around the age of 14, their magic has grown to a point where they can direct it. Each year of the Keep's curriculum has a title. First year, novice, junior, senior, and apprentice. You'll be at the apprentice level, but your schooling will be different, since you need to learn about our history and government. Iris shook her head. I'll figure it out before classes start. You'll probably be with students from different levels, depending on the subject. But don't worry about that now. Why don't you unpack and make yourself at home? Her words reminded me that I had something for her in my pack. Iris, wait a moment, I said before she could leave. My mother sent you some perfume. I dug into my bag. By some stroke of luck, the bottles hadn't been damaged during the trip to the Citadel. I gave Iris the appleberry perfume and put my bottle of lavender on the table. Iris thanked me and left. After she was gone, the room felt empty. Taking everything out of my backpack, I hung my old uniform in the armoire and decorated the table with the Valma statue I had bought for Valek, but the rooms still seemed bare. I would ask Iris to exchange my Ixian money. Perhaps I could purchase a few things to brighten up the place. I found Esau's field guide at the bottom of my pack. Taking a candle into the bedroom, I read his book until my eyes grew heavy. From his vast notes, it seemed that almost every plant and tree in the jungle had a reason for existing. I caught myself wishing there was a page in his guide that had my picture on it, with the reason for my existence written underneath, in Esau's neat hand. In the morning, Iris scrunched up her nose when she entered my rooms. "Perhaps I'll show you to the bathhouse first. We'll send your clothes to the laundry and get you some fresh ones." I laughed. "Bad?" "Yes." Iris and I went to another marble building with blue columns all around. The bathhouse had separate pools for men and women. Washing the road grime from my skin felt wonderful. The laundry mistress took my tattered and stained clothes. Nutty's outfit, my white shirt and black pants, all needed mending. I borrowed a light green cotton tunic and khaki-coloured pants. Iris told me the keep had no particular dress code for classes and everyday events, but special functions required an apprentice robe. After I combed and plaited my hair, we walked to the dining room for breakfast. Gazing around the keep, I could see a pattern in the inner layout. Paths and gardens wound their way past marble buildings of various size and shape. Barracks and student housing ringed the main campus. The stables, laundry and kennels lined the back wall of the keep. Horses grazed in a large fenced pasture next to an oval training yard. I asked Iris about the 4 towers. "The master magicians live in them." She pointed to the one in the northwest corner. "That one is mine. The one in the northeast corner, near the stables, is Zitora Cowan's, 3rd magician. The southwest one is Rose Featherstone's, and the southeast one is Bane Bloodgood's, 2nd magician." "What if you have more than 4 masters?" "In the history of the magician's keep, we have never had more than 4. Less, yes, but never more. It would be a wonderful problem to have. The towers are huge, so there would be plenty of room to share." She smiled. 3 people sat in the dining room. Rows and rows of empty tables lined the long room. "When school starts, these tables will be filled with students, teachers, and magicians. Everyone eats here," Iris explained. She introduced me to the 2 men and 1 woman eating breakfast. Gardeners on break, they were just a small part of the vast force needed to tend the landscaping. We ate. I pocketed an apple for Topaz, and Iris took me to her chambers. After climbing what seemed like 1,000,000 steps and passing 10 levels of rooms, we emerged at the top. The circular room's windows stretched from floor to ceiling. Curtains, long and lacy, blew in the hot breeze. Colourful cushions and couches, in blues, purples, and silver, decorated the bright area. The place was ringed with bookshelves, and the air held a fresh citrus scent. "My meditation room," Iris said. "The perfect environment to draw power and to learn." I walked around, looking outside. She had a magnificent view of the keep, and through the northeast-facing windows, I could see rolling green hills pockmarked with small villages. "That's part of the Featherstone clan's lands," Iris said, following my gaze. She gestured to the centre of the room. "Sit down. Let's begin." Iris sat on a purple cushion, crossing her legs. I perched on a blue pillow across from her. "But my bow—" "You won't need your bow. I'll teach you how to draw your power without relying on physical contact. The power source surrounds the world like a blanket. You have the ability to take a thread from this cloth, pull it into your body and use it. But don't take too much, or you'll bunch up the blanket, warping the source and leaving some areas bare and others with too much power. It's rumored that there are places where there are holes in the blanket, areas of no power, but I haven't found any." I felt her power spread from her like a bubble. She raised her hand and said, "Veneta then!" The power slammed into me. My muscles froze solid. I stared at her in growing panic. "Push it away," she said. I considered my brick wall, but knew it was no match for her strength. Once again, I drew down my marble curtain and severed the flow of power. My muscles relaxed. "Very good," she said. I took a line of power and shaped it into a ball. Then, using a word and a gesture, I directed it toward you. We teach the students words and gestures for learning purposes, but really, you can use anything you want. It just helps focus the power. And after a while, you won't need to use the words to perform the magic. It becomes instinctive. Now, your turn. But I don't know how to pull the thread of power. I just concentrate on the feel of my bow's wood, and then my mind somehow detaches, and I project it out to other minds. Why does that work? The ability to read thoughts is another thread of power linking two minds, forging a connection. Once the link is made, it remains there, and reconnecting is easy. For example, consider the link between us, and between you and Topaz. "And Valak," I said. "Yes, Valak too. Although with his immunity to magic, I think your link with him must be on a subconscious level. Have you ever read his thoughts?" "No, but I haven't tried. Somehow, I always knew what he was feeling." "A survival instinct. That makes sense, considering his position in Ixia, and since he decided if you live or die on a daily basis. That survival instinct saved me a few times," I said, remembering my troubles in Ixia. I would find myself in a tight spot, and suddenly it seemed another person had taken control of my body, and impossible things would happen. "Yes, but now you have control, and you can make those things happen." "I'm not so sure." Iris raised her hand. "Enough of that. Now, concentrate. Feel the power. Pull it to you, and hold it." I took a deep breath and closed my eyes for good measure. Feeling a little silly, I focused on the air around me, trying to sense the blanket of power. For a while, nothing happened. Then I felt the air thicken and press against my skin. I willed the magic to gather closer. Once the pressure grew intense, I opened my eyes. Iris watched me. "When you release it toward me, think of what you want the power to do. A word or gesture will help, and can be used as a shortcut for the next time." I pushed the power and said, "Over." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Iris's eyes widened in shock, and she fell over. I ran to her. "I'm sorry." She peered up at me. That was odd. Odd how? Instead of pushing me over, your magic invaded my mind, giving me a mental command to fall. Iris settled herself back on the pillow. "Try again. But this time think of the power as a physical object, like a wall, and direct it toward me." I followed her directions, but the results were the same. "It's an unorthodox method, but it works." Iris tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Let's work on your defenses. I want you to deflect my power before it can affect you." In a blur of motion, she aimed a ball of energy towards me. "Teetotal!" I jumped back and put my hands up, but I wasn't fast enough.
My world spun. Streaks of colour swirled around me before I could position my defences. I was flat on my back, looking up at the sloped ceiling of the tower. An owl slept on a nest in the rafters. "You need to keep your defences up at all times," Iris said. "You don't want to be caught unaware." But then again, Iris smoothed her shirt. "You kept Rose from going deep into your mind." I shied away from that subject. "What does teetotal mean?" I asked. "It's a nonsense word," Iris said. "I made it up. No sense alerting you to what I plan to do. I use those words for attacks and defensive moves, but for practical matters like fire and light, I use real words." "I can make fire?" "If you're strong enough. But it's tiring work. Using magic is draining. Some types more than others. You seem to be able to connect with other minds without a lot of effort," Iris said. "Perhaps that is your specialty." "What do you mean by specialty?" "Some magicians can only do certain things. We have magicians who can heal physical injuries, and others who can help with mental trauma. Some can move large objects like statues, while others can light fires with minimal effort." Iris played with the tassels on her cushion. "Sometimes you'll find someone who can do 2 or 3 things, or a hybrid talent like Leaf, who can sense a person's soul. For you, we've discovered that not only can you read minds, but you can also influence a person's or animal's actions. A rare talent. That's 2 abilities." "Is that the limit?" I asked. "No. Master magicians can do everything." "So why is Rose called first magician and you're fourth?" Iris gave me a tired smile. "Rose is stronger than I am. We can both light fires. While I can only make a campfire, she has the ability to set a 2-story structure ablaze." I thought about what she had said. If a magician only has 1 talent, what do they do when they finish their training? "We assign magicians to different towns and cities, depending on what is needed. We try to have a healer in every town at all times. Other magicians cover several towns, traveling from place to place to help with projects." "What would I do?" I asked, wondering if a useful place for me existed. But at the same time, I wasn't sure if I wanted a useful place in Scythia. Iris laughed. "It's too soon to tell. For now, you need to practice collecting power and using it. And practice keeping up your defenses." "But how do I keep my wall up without draining myself?" "I imagine my defensive wall, which resembles this tower room. I make it solid and strong, and then I make it translucent, so I can see out of it. And then I don't think about it anymore. But when magic is directed toward me, my barrier solidifies and deflects the attack before my consciousness is even fully aware of it." I followed her instructions and created an invisible barrier in my mind. Iris tested it at unexpected times throughout the morning, and it held. The rest of the time, I practiced gathering magic, but no matter how hard I tried, my magic could only affect 2 things: Iris and the owl sleeping in the rafters. Iris's patience amazed me, and for the first time since coming to Scythia, I felt hopeful that mastering my powers might be within my abilities. "That was a good start," Iris said as lunchtime neared. "Go eat, and then rest this afternoon. We'll work in the mornings, and you can practice and study at night. But tonight, you need to see the stable master and pick out a horse." Did I hear her right? A horse?
Yes, all magicians have horses. Occasionally, you'll be needed somewhere fast. I had to leave my horse, Silk, here during my mission in Ixia. When you called for help, I had to borrow a horse from May's father. How else do you think I got here so fast? I hadn't even thought about it. I had been so wrapped up in my own misery at the time. Following Iris's directions, I located the dining hall. I ate lunch, then went back to my rooms where I collapsed into bed and fell asleep. That night after dinner, I sought out the stable master. I found him at the end of a row of stalls, cleaning a leather saddle. A small, stocky man, his wild brown hair fell past his shoulders like a horse's mane. When he glared up at me, I suppressed my smile.
"What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?"
he asked. "I'm Yelena. Iris sent me."
"All right, the new student. I don't know why Fourth Magician couldn't wait until everyone's back to start your lessons,"
he muttered to himself as he put the saddle down.
"This way."
He led me past the stable. Topaz poked his head out of his stall. His big brown eyes looked hopeful.
"Apple?"
he asked. Iris had been right. I reconnected with Topaz without any conscious effort. Or had he connected with me? I would have to ask her about that. I gave him the apple in my pocket. The stablemaster turned around.
"You just made a friend for life,"
he said, snorting in amusement.
"That horse loves food. I never saw a horse take such pleasure in eating before. You can train him to do just about anything for a peppermint."
He went past the hay barn to the pasture. The stablemaster leaned against the wooden fence. 6 horses grazed in the field.
"Pick one out. Makes no difference which one. They're all good. I'll go find your instructor."
"You don't teach?" I asked before he could go.
"Not in the middle of the hot season, when everyone but me is gone," he said with annoyance. "I'm too busy mucking out the stalls and fixing tack. I said to wait, but Fourth Magician wanted it right away. Good thing one of my instructors came back early."
He mumbled some more as he headed toward the stable. I studied the horses in the field. 3 were dark brown like Topaz, 2 were black, and 1 was copper with white on the legs from the knees down. Knowing nothing of horses, I guessed it would come down to colour. The copper and white horse looked over at me.
"Like her,"
Topaz said.
"She goes smooth and fast for Lavender Lady."
"How do I get her to come over?" I asked.
"Peppermints."
Topaz looked lovingly at a leather bag hanging near his stable. The stablemaster had disappeared. I went back to the stable. Taking out 2 mints, I gave 1 to Topaz and took the other back to the field.
"Show Kiki peppermint."
I held out the mint. Kiki glanced at the other horses and then moved toward me. When she came closer, I could see she had a white face with a patch of brown around her left eye. Something about her eyes seemed strange. It wasn't until she sucked the peppermint from my palm that it struck me. Her eyes were blue. I had never seen that before, but that didn't mean much. I knew next to nothing about horses.
"Scratch behind ears,"
Topaz suggested. The mare's long copper ears were cocked forward. I stood on tiptoes and rubbed my fingernails behind them. Kiki lowered her head and pressed it against my chest. "What do you think, girl?" I asked out loud. I couldn't hear her like Topaz. While rubbing her ears, I pulled a thread of power and projected my mind to her. "Be with me?" She nudged me with her nose. "Yes." I felt Topaz's pleasure.
"We go smooth and fast together."
I jumped when I heard the stablemaster behind me.
Found one already?
he asked. I nodded without looking at him.
That one came from the plains, he said. Good choice.
She must pick another, said a familiar voice. I turned. Dread curled in my stomach. Cahill stood next to the stablemaster. And why would I listen to you? I demanded. He smirked. Because I'm your instructor. Chapter 11. No, I said. You will not be my instructor.
No choice,
said the stablemaster. He glanced at Cahill, then me, looking puzzled.
There's no one else, and fourth magician insists you start right away.
What if I help you muck out the stables and I feed the horses? Will you have time to teach me then? I asked the stablemaster.
Young lady, you already have plenty to do. You'll be mucking and caring for your own horse, as well as studying your lessons. Cahill has been a stable rat since he was 6. No one, other than me, he grinned, knows more about horses.
I planted my hands on my hips. Fine. As long as he knows more about horses than he does about people. Cahill cringed. Good. But I keep this horse, I said.
She's a walleye,
Cahill said. A what? I asked.
She has blue eyes. That's bad luck. And she's been bred by the Sandseed clan. Their horses are difficult to train.
Kiki snorted at Cahill. Mean boy.
A silly superstition and an unfair reputation. Cahill, you should know better, the stablemaster said. She's a perfectly good horse. Whatever's going on between you and Yelena, you'll have to work it out. I've no time to babysit.
With that, he stalked away, once more muttering to himself. Cahill and I glared at each other for a while until Kiki nudged my arm, looking for peppermints. Sorry, girl, no more, I said, holding out my empty hand. She tossed her head and resumed grazing. Cahill stared at me. I crossed my arms over my chest, but they seemed an inadequate barrier between us. I would have preferred thick marble walls. He had exchanged his travelling clothes for a plain white shirt and tight-fitting jodhpurs, but he still wore his black riding boots.
You'll have to live with your decision about the horse. But if you're going to fight me every time I try to teach you something, let me know now, and I won't waste my time.
Iris wants me to learn, so I'll learn. He appeared satisfied.
Good. First lesson starts now.
He climbed over the pasture's fence.
Before you learn how to ride a horse, you must know everything about your horse, from the physical to the emotional.
Cahill clicked his tongue at Kiki, and when she ignored him, he approached her. Just as he came up beside her, she turned, knocking him over with her rump. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. Every time he tried to get near, Kiki either moved away or bumped into him. His face red with frustration, Cahill finally said,
The hell with this, I'm getting a halter.
You hurt her feelings when you said she was bad luck, I explained. She'll cooperate if you apologise.
How would you know?
Cahill demanded. I just know.
You didn't even know how to dismount a horse. I'm not that stupid, he said.
When he started to climb over the fence, I said, I know the same way I knew Topaz wanted milk oats. Cahill stopped, waiting. I sighed. Topaz told me he wanted the treat. I connected with his mind by accident, so I asked him to go smoother because my back hurt. It's the same with Kiki. Cahill pulled at his beard.
First magician said you had strong magical abilities. I guess I should have known it before, but I was too focused on the spy thing.
He looked at me, as if noticing me for the first time.
For a second, I thought I witnessed cold calculation slide through Cahill's blue eyes, but it disappeared, leaving me to wonder if I had seen anything at all.
Her name's Kiki? He asked. I nodded.
Cahill returned to Kiki and apologized. I felt a sudden peevish annoyance. He should have been apologizing to me for all the pain he had caused. Spy thing my ass.
Push, mean boy?
Kiki asked. No, be nice. He's going to teach me to care for you. Cahill gestured for me to join him near Kiki. I clambered over the fence. As Kiki stood her ground, Cahill pointed to and lectured about the different parts of her body. Starting with her muzzle, he didn't stop until he had lifted her right back hoof and showed me the underside.
Same time tomorrow,
he said, ending the lesson.
Meet me in the stable. We'll go over horse care.
Before he could head back to the barn, I stopped him. Now that my annoyance that he was my instructor was gone, I wondered why he was here.
Why are you teaching me? I thought your campaign for the Ixian throne would take up most of your time.
Well aware of how I felt about his quest, Cahill studied me, seeking for signs of sarcasm.
Until I receive the full support of the City and Council, I can only do so much,
he said.
Besides, I need money to pay for my expenses. Most of my men are employed at the keep as guards or gardeners, depending on what's needed.
He wiped his hands on his pants, staring at the horses in the pasture.
When the keep is on hiatus during the hot season, I focus all my efforts on gathering support. This season, I thought I would finally get the council's backing.
Cahill looked at me.
But that didn't work out. So I'm back to work and back to begging the council to put me on their agenda.
He frowned and shook his head.
Tomorrow, then?
Tomorrow. I watched Cahill as he walked to the stable. He had been counting on catching an Ixian spy to influence the council. I wondered what he would try next. Kiki nudged my arm, and I scratched behind her ears before I returned to my rooms. Rummaging around for some paper, I sat at my desk and drew a crude sketch of a horse. I labelled the parts that I could remember. Topaz and Kiki helped me with the rest. The connection I had formed with the two horses was odd, yet comforting. It was as if we were all in the same room, doing different tasks and minding our own business, and having our own private thoughts. But when one of us would speak directly to the other, we would hear it. I only had to think about Kiki, and her thoughts would fill my mind. The same was true with Iris. I didn't need to pull power and project it to Iris. All I needed to do was think about her. Over the next week, my days fell into a pattern. Mornings spent with Iris to learn about magic, afternoons spent napping, studying, and practicing my self-defense techniques. Evenings were spent with Cahill and Kiki. As I moved throughout the campus, I kept a wary eye out for Goal. I hadn't forgotten his threat. Not long into my magical training, Iris began testing me for other abilities. "Let's see if you can start a fire," Iris said one morning. "This time, when you pull in the power, I want you to concentrate on lighting this candle." She placed a candlestick in front of me. "How?" I asked, sitting up. I had been reclining on the pillows in her tower room, thinking about Kiki. It had been a week, and I still hadn't ridden her. So far, Cahill had spent every lesson teaching me about horse care and tack. What an annoying man. "Think of a single flame before you direct your magic," Iris demonstrated. Fire, she said. The candle flared and burned before she blew it out. Your turn. I focused on the candle's wick, forming a flame image in my mind. Pushing magic toward the candle, I willed it to light. Nothing happened. Iris made a strangled sound, and the candle burned. Are you directing your magic to the candle? Yes. Why? You just ordered me to light the candle for you, Iris said in exasperation. And I did it! Is that bad? No. I hope you know how to light a fire the mundane way, because so far it seems that's not part of your magical skills. Let's try something else. I tried to move a physical object with no success. Unless making Iris do it for me could be considered a magical skill. She raised her mental defenses, blocking out my influence. Try again. This time focus on keeping control. As I pulled in power, Iris threw a pillow at me. The pillow struck me in the stomach. Hey! You were supposed to deflect it with your magic. Try again. By the end of the session, I was glad Iris had chosen a pillow. Otherwise, I would have been covered with bruises. I think you just need to practice your control, Iris said, refusing to give up. Get some rest. You'll do better tomorrow. Before leaving, I asked something that had been on my mind for several days. Iris, can I see more of the Citadel? And I need to exchange my Ixian coins for Citian, so I can buy some items and clothes. Is there a marketplace? Yes, but it's only open 1 day a week during the hot season. She paused for a moment, considering. I'll give you market days off. No lessons. You can explore the Citadel or do whatever you want. It'll be open in 2 days. In the meantime, I'll exchange your money. Iris couldn't pass up the opportunity to lecture me on spending money wisely. Your expenses are covered while you're in the keep, but once you graduate, you'll be on your own. You'll earn wages as a magician, of course, Iris said, but don't give your money away. She smiled to ease the reprimand. We don't like to encourage the beggars. The image of the dirty little boy rose in my mind. Why don't they have any money? I asked. Some are lazy, preferring to beg instead of work. Others are unable to work because of physical or mental problems. The healers can only do so much. And some gamble or spend their money faster than they can earn it. But what about the children? Runaways, orphans, or the offspring of the homeless. The hot season is the worst time for them. Once school starts and the Citadel is populated again, there are places they can go for food and shelter. Iris touched my shoulder. Don't worry about them, Yelena. I mulled over Iris's comments on my way back to my rooms. That evening, while teaching me to saddle and bridle Kiki in her barn stall, Cahill asked,
What's gotten into you? You've been snapping at me all night.
Lavender Lady upset, Kiki agreed. I sucked in a deep breath, preparing to apologize, but an unbidden torrent of words poured from my mouth instead. You want Ixia so you can be king, so you can collect taxes, sit on a throne, and wear a crown of jewels while the people suffer like they did under your uncle. So your henchmen like Goal can kill innocent children when their parents can't pay the taxes for your fine, silk clothes, or so they can kill the parents, leaving their offspring homeless and beggars. My outburst ended as fast as it had begun. Cahill gaped in shock, but recovered fast.
That's not what I want,
he said.
I want to help the people of Ixia, so they have the freedom to wear whatever clothes they want, instead of being forced to wear uniforms. So they can marry whoever they want, without securing a permit from their district's general. Live wherever they want, even if it's in Sitia. I want the crown so I can free Ixia of the military dictatorship.
His reasons sounded superficial. Would the people be any freer with him as their ruler? I didn't believe his answer was the real reason. So what makes you think the Ixian people want you to free them? No government is perfect. Did it ever occur to you that the Ixians might be content under the commander's rule? I asked.
Were you content with your life in the north?
Cahill asked. An intensity held his body rigid while he waited for my response. I had unusual circumstances.
Such as?
None of your business.
Let me guess,
Cahill said with a superior tone. I clutched my arms to keep from punching him.
A kidnapped southerner with magical abilities? That is unusual. But do you think you were the first person that Fourth Magician had to rescue? Northerners are born with magical powers too. My uncle was a master magician. And you know what the commander does to anyone found with power.
Thalek's words echoed in my mind. Anyone found in the territory of Ixia with magical power was killed. Magicians might be hunted in Ixia, but the rest of the citizens had everything they needed.
We're not that different, Yelena. You were born in Sitia and raised in Ixia, and I'm an Ixian raised in Sitia. You have returned home. I'm only trying to find mine.
I opened my mouth to reply, but snapped it shut when Iris spoke in my mind. Yelena, come to the infirmary right away. Are you all right? I asked. I'm fine. Just come. Where's the infirmary? Have Cahill show you. Then her magical energies withdrew. I told Cahill what Iris required. Without hesitation, he removed Kiki's saddle and bridle. We hung them in the tack room before we headed for the centre of the keep. I had to jog to keep up with him.
Did she say what this was about?
He asked over his shoulder.
No.
We entered a one-story building. The marble walls were a soothing pale blue, resembling ice. A young man in a white uniform moved about the lobby, lighting lanterns. The sun's rays had begun to disappear for the day. Where's Iris? I asked the young man. He looked puzzled. Cahill said,
Fourth Magician.
She's with Healer Hayes, he said, and when we failed to move, the man pointed to a long corridor.
Down the hall, 5th door on the left. Few call her Iris,
Cahill explained, as we hurried down the empty hallway. We stopped at the 5th one. The door was closed. Come in, Iris called before I could knock. I opened the door. Iris stood next to a man dressed in white. Healer Hayes, perhaps. A figure lay under a sheet spread over a bed in the centre of the room. Bandages shrouded the face. Leaf hunched in a chair in the corner of the room, looking horrified. When he spotted me, he asked,
What's she doing here?
I asked her to come. She may be able to help, Iris said. What's going on? I asked Iris. Tula was found in Burubi, near death. Her mind has fled, and we can't reach her, Iris explained. We need to find out who did this to her.
I can't feel her, Leaf said. The other master magicians can't reach her. She's gone, Fourth Magician. You're just wasting time. What happened? Cahill asked.
Beaten, tortured, raped,
the healer said.
You named something horrible, and it's probably been done to her.
And she was fortunate, Iris said.
How can you call that fortunate?
Cahill demanded, his outrage evident in the sudden tautness of his shoulders, the strident tone in his voice. She escaped with her life, Iris replied. None of the others were so lucky. How many? I asked, not really wanting to know, but unable to stop the words. She is the 11th victim. The others were all found dead, brutalized in the same manner. A look of disgust etched Iris's face. How can I help? I asked. Mental healing is my strongest power. Yet you reached the commander and brought him back when I couldn't, she said.
What? Cahill cried. You helped the commander!
His outrage focused on me. I ignored him. But I knew the commander. I had an idea of where to look, I said to Iris. I'm not sure I can help you. Try anyway. The bodies have been discovered in different towns throughout Scythia. We haven't been able to find the reason for the killings, and we have no suspects. We need to catch this monster. Iris pulled at her hair. Unfortunately, this is the kind of situation you will be asked to deal with when you become a magician. Consider this a learning experience. I moved closer to the bed. May I hold her hand? I asked the healer. He nodded and pulled the sheet back, revealing the girl's torso. Between the blood-soaked bandages, her skin looked like raw meat. Cahill cursed. I glanced at Leaf. His face remained turned to the wall. Splintered with pieces of wood, each of the girl's fingers must have been broken. I gently took her hand, rubbing my fingertips along her palm. Pulling a thread of power, I closed my eyes and projected my energy to her. Her mind felt abandoned. The sense that she had fled and would never come back filled the emptiness. Grey, intangible ghosts floated in her mind. Upon closer examination, each spectre represented Tula's memory of a specific horror. The ghosts' faces twisted with pain, terror, and fear. Raw emotions began to sink into my skin. I pushed the ghosts away, concentrating on finding the real Tula, who was most likely hiding someplace where her horrors couldn't reach her. I felt a sensation along my arms, as if long grass tickled my skin. The clean, earthy scent of a dew-covered meadow lingered in the air, but I couldn't follow the source. I searched until my energy became depleted, and I could no longer hold the connection. At last, I opened my eyes. I sat on the floor with the girl's hand still clutched in mine. Sorry, I can't find her, I said.
I told you it was a waste of time,
Leaf said. He rose from his corner.
What did you expect from a northerner?
You can expect me not to give up as easily as you have, I called before he stalked out of the room. I frowned at his retreating form. There had to be another way to wake Tula. The healer took the girl's hand from mine and tucked it back under the sheet. I remained on the floor as he and Iris discussed the girl's condition. Her body would heal, they thought, but she would probably never regain her senses. It sounded as though she would be mindless, like the children Riyadh and Mogcan had created in Ixia when they had siphoned their magical power, leaving behind nothing but empty, soulless bodies. I shivered at the memory of how the two evil men had tried to break me. I brought my mind back to Tula's problems. How had I found the commander? He had retreated to the place of his greatest accomplishment, the place where he felt the happiest and in the most control. Iris, I interrupted. Tell me everything you know about Tula. She considered for a moment. I could see questions perched on her lips. Trust me, I sent to her. It's not much. Her family operates a profitable glass factory right outside Burubi, Iris said. This is their busy season, so they keep the kilns going all the time. Tula was to keep the fire hot during the night. The next morning, when her father came out to work, the coals were cold, and Tula was gone. They searched for many days. She was finally found 12 days later in a farmer's field, barely alive. Our healer in Burubi tended her physical wounds, but her mind was unreachable, so they rushed her here to me. Iris's disappointment shone on her face. Does Tula have any siblings? I asked. Several. Why? I thought hard. Any close to her age? I think a younger sister. How much younger? Not much. A year and a half, maybe? Iris guessed. Can you bring her sister here? Why? With her sister's help, I might be able to bring Tula back. I'll send a message. Iris turned to the healer. Hayes, let me know if Tula's condition changes. Hayes nodded, and Iris marched out the door. Cahill and I followed. He said nothing as we left the infirmary and stepped into the twilight. With the sun almost gone, the air cooled, and a faint breeze touched my face. I sucked in the freshness, trying to dilute the bitter smell of the girl's horror.
Pretty bold, Cahill said, glancing at me. To think you can reach her when a master magician could not.
Cahill strode away.
Pretty stupid, I called after his retreating form. To give up before all possible solutions have been tried.
Cahill continued to walk without acknowledging my comments. Fine. He had given me another reason to prove him wrong. Chapter 12. Dreams of Tula's hideous ordeal swirled in my mind that night. Over and over, I fought her demons, until at last they transformed into my own demon's mocking face. Vivid memories of my own torture and rape at Riyadh's hands haunted my sleep. I awoke screaming. My heart hammered against my chest. My nightshirt was drenched with sweat. I wiped my face, focusing on reality. There had to be a way to help Tula. Wide awake, I dressed and went to the infirmary. In Tula's room, healer Hayes slumped half asleep in a chair. He straightened when I stepped closer to the bed.
Something wrong?
He asked. No, I wanted to. I cast about for the right explanation. Spend some time with her. He yawned.
Can't hurt, and I could use some rest. I'll be in my office at the end of the hall. Wake me if anything changes.
I sat in Hayes' chair and held Tula's hand. Re-establishing our link, I was once again inside her vacant mind. The ghosts of her horrors flickered past. I studied them, looking for weakness. When Tula came back, she'd have to deal with each of these ghosts, and I planned to help her banish them. Iris woke me the next morning. I had rested my head on the edge of Tula's bed. Have you been here all night? She asked. Only half. I smiled, rubbing my eyes. I couldn't sleep. I understand all too well. Iris smoothed the sheets on Tula's bed. In fact, I can't stay here doing nothing. I'm going to fetch Tula's sister myself. Bane Bloodgood, second magician, has agreed to continue your training while I'm gone. He usually teaches history and likes to lecture about famous and infamous magicians. Iris smiled. He'll give you a ton of books to read and will quiz you on them, so be sure to finish each of your assignments. Hayes entered the room.
Anything?
I shook my head. When he started to change Tula's bandages, Iris and I left the room. I'm leaving this morning, Iris said. Before I go, I'll introduce you to Bane. I followed her from the infirmary. We headed toward the large building with the peach and yellow marble blocks that was located across from the keep's entrance. The structure housed offices for the keep's administrative staff. It contained various size conference and meeting rooms, and an office for each master magician. According to Iris, the masters preferred to meet with outsiders and officials in these rooms, rather than in their towers. Iris led me into a small meeting room. 4 people huddled over a map that was spread open on a conference table. Other maps and charts were hung on the walls. Of the 4, I recognized Rose Featherstone and Leaf. Rose wore another long blue dress, and Leaf wore his customary scowl. Beside them stood an elderly man in a navy robe and a young woman with braided hair. Iris introduced me to the man. He had curly white hair that stuck out at odd angles. Bane, this is Yelena, your student for the next week or so, Iris said.
The girl you rescued from the north?
He shook my hand.
Strange mission, that.
A failed mission. Rose's cold thoughts stabbed my mind. Yelena should have been killed, not rescued. She's too old to learn. Yelena's linked to me. She can hear your thoughts. Iris's annoyance was clear. Rose gazed at me with her amber eyes. I don't care. Unflinching, I stared back. Your mistake. Iris stepped between us, breaking our eye contact. And this is Zitora Cowan, 3rd magician, Iris said, gesturing to the young woman. Zitora's honey-brown braids hung to her waist. Instead of shaking my hand, she hugged me. Welcome, Yelena, Zitora said. Iris tells us you may be able to help us find Tula's attacker. I'll try, I said. Tula's from my clan, so I would appreciate whatever you can do to help her. Zitora's pale yellow eyes shone with tears. She turned away.
As you can see,
Bane said, indicating the room's contents,
we are trying to deduce the methods and means of this killer. A very cunning and shrewd fellow. Unfortunately, that's all we know. Perhaps fresh eyes can spot something we missed.
Bane pointed to the map on the table.
She shouldn't be here, Leaf said. She knows nothing about this.
Before Iris could speak in my defense, I said, You're right, Leaf. I haven't dealt with this before because a horror like him would not have survived in Ixia for long.
Why don't you just run back to your precious commander and your perfect Ixia and keep your nose out of our troubles?
Leaf spat the words at me. I drew breath to counter, but Iris put a warning hand on my sleeve. Yelena and Leaf, that's quite enough, Iris said. You're wasting time. Catching this killer is imperative. Chastised, I peered down at the map on the table. The city and lands were divided into 11 territories, 1 for each clan. City and town locations were marked, as well as the places where the other girls had been found. Some towns had 2 victims, while others had none. I failed to see a pattern.
The only consistency has been in the victims,
Bane said.
All are unmarried females 15 to 16 years old, and were missing for approximately 12 to 14 days. All were taken during the night. Some were stolen right from the very bedrooms they shared with siblings. And no witnesses. None.
My initial gut feeling indicated that magic had been involved, but I didn't want to say as much in front of 4 master magicians. "We have considered a rogue magician," Iris said. "And while we have confirmed the alibis of the magicians who have graduated from our school, we are unable to question those who have one-trick powers." "One trick?" I asked. "There are some who have just enough magic to do one thing, like light a candle, but are unable to use magic for anything else," Iris explained. "One-tricks do not come to the keep, but they normally use their gift in beneficial ways. Some, though, do use their ability for crime, mostly petty. It's possible this killer's one trick is to turn himself invisible, or be able to walk without making a sound. Something that gives him the upper hand when kidnapping a girl." Iris's face hardened into an expression of serious determination. A look I recognized with a queasy feeling deep in my stomach. She had worn it when she had tried to kill me in Ixia. "But only for the moment," she vowed.
"We have not ruled out a rogue magician,"
Bane said.
"History is full of them, and I include recent history."
He nodded to me.
"Someday you must tell me of the misdeeds of Caingham in Ixia, and how he met his end. I wish to add his folly to the history books."
Confused at first, it took me a moment to remember that Caingham had changed his name to Mogcan upon fleeing to Ixia.
"Speaking of books,"
Bane said to me,
"I have some for you in my office."
He turned to Rose.
"Are we finished here?"
She gave a curt nod. The other magicians made to leave, but Zitora stayed by the table, tracing a finger over the map of Scythia.
"Iris," she asked, "did you mark Chula's location?"
"No." Iris picked up a quill and dipped it into a bottle of red ink. "With all the commotion, I forgot." She placed a mark on the map and stepped back. "I'll be back in 10 days. Please send word if something happens. Yelena, keep practicing your control." "Yes, sir," I said. Iris smiled, then left the room. I glanced down at the map to see how far Berube was from the citadel. The red ink had not yet dried. Chula's town resided on the western edge of the Avibian plains. I had thought Captain Marek exaggerated when he had said the plains were huge, but the map showed that the plains dominated the eastern Scythian landscape. When my eye caught the other red marks, I must have made a sound because Zitora clutched my arm.
"What is it?"
she asked.
"A pattern. See?"
I pointed to the map. "All the marks are near the border of the Avibian plains." The others returned to the table.
"Fresh eyes,"
Bane said, nodding to himself.
"It's obvious now that the map's been updated,"
Rose said. Annoyance made her voice sharp. "Did anyone search the plains when the girls went missing?" I asked.
"No one goes into the plains," Zitora said. "The Sandseed clan doesn't like visitors, and their strange magic can befuddle the mind. It's best to circumvent them."
"Only the Zaltanas are welcomed by the Sandseeds,"
Rose said.
"Perhaps Yelena and Leaf could visit and determine if anything is amiss."
"No need to rush,"
Bane said.
"Better to wait until Iris returns with Chula's sister. If Chula awakes and identifies her assailant,
we would have the advantage.
What if another girl goes missing in the meantime? Leaf asked. His scowl had deepened, and he seemed upset either by the thought of another victim or the prospect of travelling with me again.
Then, welcome or no, we will send armed searchers into the plains,
Bane said. But you might be too late, I said. We have some time. Zetora pulled at one of her braids. That was another pattern we were able to discern. He has the victims for 2 weeks, and then waits 4 weeks before claiming a new one. The thought of another victim filled me with dread and led to a horrible scenario. What if he comes to the keep to finish what he started? Tula could be in danger.
Let him come.
Rose's voice turned icy with determination.
I will take care of him.
First, we would have to apprehend him.
Bane tapped the table with a bony finger.
We must post guards in Tula's room.
But it's the hot season, and we're short-handed, Zetora said.
I will tell Cahill to assign some of his men,
Rose said.
He owes me.
Get them right away, Rose,
Bane said.
Not a moment to lose. Come now, Yelena. We have work to do.
Bane led me out of the room and down the hallway.
Nice observations, young lady. I see why Iris chose not to kill you.
Has Iris ever chosen to kill? I asked. Cahill's comment that I had not been the first person Iris had rescued from Ixia weighed on my mind.
Unavoidable at times. Nasty choice overall, but Iris is well suited to that role. She has a unique ability to seize a heart without pain or fear. Rose has the skill too, but she's much too harsh. She works best with criminals and their ilk. Leaf helps her with those unfortunate criminal investigations. During his schooling at the keep, the masters determined that would be the best use of his unusual power. Zetora, on the other hand, would die rather than harm another. I've never met a sweeter soul.
Bane stopped to unlock a door. He gestured for me to precede him into his office. Entering the room, I was greeted by a riot of colour, a jumble of contraptions and shelves upon shelves of books. And you, sir? I asked. What place do you hold in this group of magicians?
I teach, I guide, I listen.
He stacked books into a pile.
I answer questions. I let the younger magicians go on missions. I tell stories of my eventful past.
Bane smiled.
Whether or not my companions wish to hear them. Now, we'll start you with these few books.
He handed me the stack. I counted 7 texts. Few? Obviously, my definition of few was different than his. At least most of the books were slim.
Tomorrow is market day. An extra day for study.
Bane's voice held a touch of reverence. To him, it seemed, an extra day to study was similar to receiving a pouch of gold.
Read the first 3 chapters in each book. We'll discuss them the day after tomorrow. Come to my tower after breakfast.
He bustled around the table, looking for something. He pulled a leather pouch from beneath an enormous tome.
Yours from Iris.
The pouch jingled as I opened it. Iris had exchanged my Ixian coins for Citian. How do I find the market? I asked. Bane rummaged around his desk until he found a sheet of paper. It was a map of the citadel.
Use this.
Bane pointed to the market square, located near the centre of the citadel.
May I keep this?
Yours. Now go. Read.
With the indulgence of a father sending his child off to play, he shooed me out the door. I read the book titles as I made my way back to my rooms. The Source of Magic, Magical Mutations, The History of Citian Magic, Master-Level Magicians Throughout the Ages, Misuses of the Power Source, The Magician's Ethical Code, and Windry Back Greentree, a Biography. I had to admit, the titles seemed fascinating, so I started my reading assignments as soon as I reached my rooms. The afternoon flew by, and only the incessant growling of my stomach made me stop to find some food. After dinner, I visited the stables. Topaz and Kiki's heads appeared over their stall doors the moment I arrived.
Apples?
Both horses looked hopeful. "Have I ever come without?" I asked.
No, Lavender Lady nice,
Topaz said. I fed Topaz and Kiki their apples. After wiping apple juice and horse slobber from my hands, I realized Cahill was late. Deciding not to wait for him, I took Kiki's bridle and riding saddle from the tack room.
Practice?
Kiki sounded as bored as I by the repetitive lessons. "How about a walk?" I asked.
Fast?
No, slow and steady so I don't fall off. I bridled and saddled Kiki without incident, surprising myself with how much I had learned. Before I could mount, Cahill arrived, his face red and his beard matted with sweat. He looked as though he had run to the stables. I wondered how far he had run, which led me to wonder where he lived in the keep, which led me, ultimately, to wonder about his childhood. What had it been like to grow up in the magician's keep without any family? Cahill, oblivious to my curiosity, inspected every inch of Kiki's tack, probably searching for a mistake. I smiled in satisfaction when all he found was a crooked stirrup.
All right then, since she's saddled, why don't you try mounting?
Cahill said, reminding me to always mount on the horse's left side. I placed my left foot in the stirrup and grabbed the saddle. When he moved to give me a boost up, I stopped him with a look. Kiki stood at 16 hands, tall for a horse, but I wanted to mount her without help. Pushing off with my right foot, I launched myself up and swung my leg over the saddle. Once settled, I looked down at Cahill from what now felt like an uncomfortable height. From this vantage point, the ground at his feet seemed to transform from plush grass to hard and unyielding earth. Cahill lectured about the reins and the proper way to hold them and how to sit in the saddle.
If you think you're going to fall, grab her mane, not the saddle.
Why not?
You could pinch a finger. Don't worry, you won't hurt the horse.
Cahill continued to lecture about the correct way to steer the horse and the best way to give stop and go commands. He also repeated his advice to grab Kiki's mane if I felt myself falling at least a half dozen more times. Eventually, I tuned him out, gazing around the pasture from my new perspective. I admired the way the sun reflected off a stallion's coat near the far fence, until a change in Cahill's tone caused Kiki's ears to cock forward.
Listening to me?
Cahill demanded. What?
Yelena, this is very important. If you don't know how to—
Cahill, I interrupted.
I don't need commands. All I have to do is ask Kiki.
He stared at me as if I had spoken another language.
Watch.
I held the reins in front of me, as Cahill had instructed. Kiki's left ear cocked back, the other pointed forward. She turned her head slightly to the left so she could see me fully. Walk around the pasture? I asked her. Near the fence. Kiki started to move. Her steps rocked me from side to side. I let her find the path as I enjoyed the view. As we circled the pasture, I heard Cahill yell, "Heels down! Straighten up!" Eventually, we moved out of his sight.
Fast?
Kiki asked.
Not yet.
A glint of sunlight and a blur of motion from outside the fence caught my eye. Kiki shied, turning sharply to the right. I flew left.
Bad smell! Bad thing!
Instinctively, I grabbed her mane, stopping my fall. My right leg stretched across the saddle as I hung from Kiki's side, clutching her coarse brown hair. Kiki's muscles bunched, and she danced to the side. I caught a glimpse of what had startled her. "Stop! A man!" She held still, but her legs trembled in terror.
Bad man! Shiny thing!
I yanked myself upright in the saddle.
Bad man. Run!
Chapter 13. Kiki took off. I held on to her mane and tried to stay in the saddle. After a few strides, I looked behind just in time to see Goal's sword flash in the sunlight. When Cahill saw us racing across the pasture, he raised his arms and shouted, "Whoa! Whoa!" Kiki galloped straight for him, her mind so focused on survival that I had to wait for Goal's scent to disappear before she would respond to my calming thoughts. "Man gone. It's okay," I said to her. I patted her on the neck and whispered the same thing into her ear. She settled and halted mere inches from Cahill.
"At least you stayed on the horse."
He grabbed Kiki's reins.
"What happened?"
I jumped down from the saddle and examined Cahill. He didn't look surprised. In fact, he seemed mildly amused. "What do you think happened?" I countered.
"Kiki spooked at something. I told you, horses are skittish. But you had to go off before you were ready."
Something in Cahill's eyes made me suspicious. "Did you send Goal to ambush me?" I demanded.
"Goal?"
Cahill seemed taken aback.
"No, You set that up. You wanted Kiki to panic."
Cahill frowned.
"I wanted you to learn. Horses are prey animals and will react to the slightest noise, scent, or movement long before any logic can kick in. And if you'd fallen, you would know it's not terrible. Then you wouldn't be afraid to fall or bail off a horse when you need to."
"How nice for you that you've already forgotten I've fallen off a horse. Actually, shoved off a horse. Your horse, to be exact. It's a memory I wish I could forget so easily." Cahill had the decency to look contrite. "So, sending Goal was a lesson?" I asked. "I don't believe it, Cahill.
"He was armed!"
Fury flashed across Cahill's face.
"I asked Errant to help me. Goal is supposed to be guarding Tula. I'll deal with him."
"Don't bother. I can take care of Goal. At least he had the decency to warn me of his plans, unlike others." I glared at Cahill, snatched the reins from his hands, and strode back to the stable with Kiki. It had been a mistake to go to my lesson unarmed. I had foolishly assumed Goal wouldn't try to attack me while I was with Cahill. Lesson learned. Cahill should be proud, even if it wasn't the lesson he intended. The next morning, I set out to find the market. I kept a wary eye on the people in the streets of the citadel. All seemed to be headed toward the centre square. Amazed by the number of people crowding around the market stands, I hesitated. I didn't want to push my way through them, yet I needed to shop. I spotted a few of the keep's workers and had decided to ask one of them for assistance when I felt a tug on my sleeve. Spinning around, I reached for my bow on my backpack. The small boy flinched. I recognized him as the beggar I had given my Citian coins to on my first day in the Citadel. "Sorry, you startled me," I said. He relaxed.
"Lovely lady, can you spare a copper?"
Remembering what Iris had said about the beggars, I thought of an idea. "How about you help me, and I'll help you?" Wariness filled his eyes. In that instant, he seemed to grow 10 years older. My heart broke, and I wanted to empty my purse into his hands. Instead, I said, "I'm new here. I'm looking to buy paper and ink. Do you know a good merchant?" He seemed to catch on.
"Maribella's has the finest stationery,"
he said, his eyes alight.
"I'll show you."
"Wait, what's your name?" He hesitated, and then lowered his eyes to the ground.
"Fisk,"
he mumbled. I dropped to one knee. Looking him in the eyes, I offered my hand. "Greetings, Fisk. I'm Yelena." He grasped my hand with both of his mouth agape with astonishment. I guessed he was close to 9 years old. Fisk recovered with a shake of his head. He then led me to a young girl's table at the edge of the square. I purchased writing paper, a stylus, and some black ink, then gave Fisk a Citian copper for his help. As the morning wore on, Fisk guided me to other stands for more supplies, and soon other children were hired to help carry my packages. When I finished shopping, I surveyed my entourage. 6 grubby children smiled at me despite the heat and searing sun. I suspected that one boy was Fisk's younger brother. They had the same light brown eyes. The other 2 boys may have been his cousins. Greasy strands of hair hid most of the 2 girls' faces, so it was impossible to tell if they were related to Fisk. I realized then that I was reluctant to return to the keep. Sensing my mood, Fisk asked,
"Lovely, Yelena. Would you like a tour of the Citadel?"
I nodded. The midday heat had emptied the market, but as I followed the children through the deserted streets, a feeling of unease settled over me. What if they were leading me into a trap? My hand sought the handle of my switchblade. Concentrating, I pulled a thread of power and projected my awareness. My mind touched life all around me. Most of the Citadel's citizens resided inside, their thoughts focused on finding a cool spot or a quiet activity while they waited for the sun to set. No threats, no ambushes. I heard the sound of water before I saw the fountain. With squeals of delight, the children put down my packages and ran to the spray. Fisk stayed by my side, though, taking his role as tour guide seriously.
"That's the Unity Fountain," he said.
A circle of waterspouts surrounded a huge stone sphere with large holes spaced evenly across its surface. Nestled inside the sphere, I could see another, smaller sphere with holes of its own. The deep green colour of the fountain wasn't veined like the marble of the Citadel's walls, yet the stone hinted that it held something else within. "Marble?" I asked Fisk.
"Jade, mined from the Emerald Mountains. This is the largest piece of pure jade ever found. It took a year to get it here, and because jade is so hard, it took over 5 years to carve it with diamond-tipped chisels. There are 11 spheres, and all of them were carved inside that one stone."
Amazing. I moved closer to the fountain so I could see the other spheres. The cool mist felt good against my hot skin. "Why 11?" I asked. Fisk stood next to me.
1 sphere for each clan, and 1 water spout for each clan. Water represents life, he explained. See the carvings on the outer circle?
I risked getting soaked to examine the intricate lines on the fountain.
Mythical creatures. Each represents 1 master magician. Yinglong, a sky dragon for first magician. Feilian, a wind leopard for second. Kyotuan, a unicorn for third. And Pyong, a hawk for fourth.
Why those creatures? I asked, remembering that Iris had worn a hawk mask when she had visited Ixia as part of the Citian delegation.
When magicians reach the master level, they endure a series of tests.
Fisk sounded as if he quoted a schoolbook.
During that time, they travel through the underworld and meet their guide. This creature not only shows them through the underworld, but guides them throughout life.
Do you believe that? It sounded like a fairy tale to me. When the commander had taken power in Ixia, superstitions and religious beliefs had been discouraged. If anyone still believed, they kept quiet and worshipped in secret. Fisk shrugged.
I know something happens to the magicians during the test because my father's seen it. He used to work at the keep.
A hardness settled on Fisk's face, so I didn't ask any more questions. But I wondered about the creatures. Iris had disguised herself as a hawk mistress in Ixia. She wore the proper uniform to blend in with the Ixians. Perhaps she also worked with the commander's hawks.
It's good luck to drink from the fountain,
Fisk said. Then he ran to his friends who played in the water, opening their mouths to catch the spray. After a moment's hesitation, I joined them. The water tasted fresh, as if laced with strong minerals, like an elixir of life. I drank deeply. I could use a little good luck. When the children finished playing, Fisk led me to another fountain. This one was carved from rare white jade. 15 horses, frozen in motion, circled a large spout of water. Although Fisk didn't complain, I could see that the heat had finally worn him out. Still, when I offered to carry my purchases back to the keep, all the children refused, saying they would take them as promised. On the way back, I sensed Topaz's worry the moment before I saw Cahill rounding the corner. My parade of children stepped to the side of the road as Cahill advanced, stopping Topaz in front of us.
Yelena, where have you been?
He demanded. I glared at him. Shopping? Why? Do you have another surprise test for me? He ignored my question, staring instead at my companions. The children shrank against the wall, trying to make themselves as small as possible.
The market has been closed for hours. What have you been doing?
He asked. None of your business. His gaze snapped to me.
Yes, it is. This is your first trip into the Citadel alone. You could have been robbed. You could have gotten lost. When you didn't come back, I thought the worst.
Cahill's eyes slid back to the children. I can take care of myself. I glanced at Fisk. Lead on, I said. Fisk nodded and started down the street. The other children and I followed him. Cahill snorted and dismounted. Taking Topaz's reins, he walked beside me. But he couldn't remain quiet.
Your choice of escort will lead you to trouble, he said. Every time you go into the Citadel, they'll descend on you like parasites, sucking you dry.
Loathing filled his face. Another lesson? I asked, not hiding my sarcasm.
Just trying to help.
Anger tightened his voice. You can stop. Stick to what you know, Cahill. If it doesn't involve horses, Then I don't need your assistance. He let his breath out in a long huff. From the corner of my eye, I saw him swallow his temper. Impressive.
You're still mad at me,
he said. Why would I be?
For not believing you about being a spy.
When I didn't say anything, he continued.
For what happened with First Magician. I know it must have been awful. Awful!
Stopping in the middle of the street, I rounded on Cahill.
What do you know? Has she done it to you?
No.
Then you have no idea what you're talking about. Imagine being helpless and stripped bare, your thoughts and feelings exposed to a ruthless, intimate scrutiny.
His eyes widened in shock.
But she said you fought her off, that she couldn't fully read you.
I shuddered at the thought of Rose going deeper, understanding why Cahill had claimed that her interrogation left some people with mental damage.
It's worse than being raped, Cahill. I know. I've suffered both.
He gaped.
Is that why? What? Go ahead. Ask.
I wasn't about to spare him to make him feel better.
Why you stayed in your room those first 3 days?
I nodded.
Iris told me I was sulking, but I couldn't stand the thought of anyone even looking at me.
Topaz put his head over my shoulder. I rubbed my cheek on his soft face. My anger at Cahill had blocked out the horse's thoughts. Now I opened my mind to him.
Lavender Lady's safe.
Topaz's pleasure filled my mind.
Apple?
I smiled.
Later.
Cahill watched us with a strange expression on his face.
You only smile at the horses?
I couldn't tell if he was jealous or sad.
What Rose... I did to you. Is that why you keep everyone at arm's length?
Cahill asked. Not entirely. And not everyone.
Who else do you smile at?
Iris. He nodded as if he had expected that answer.
Anyone else?
My fingers touched the bump my chest made by the butterfly pendant under my shirt. Valak would get more from me than a smile, but I said, my friends in the north.
The ones who taught you to fight?
Yes.
How about the person who gave you that necklace?
I jerked my hand away.
How did you know about my necklace?
I demanded.
It fell out while you were unconscious.
I frowned, remembering Cahill had carried me to my room after Rose's interrogation.
Guess I shouldn't have reminded you about that,
he said.
But I was right about it being a gift, wasn't I?
It's none of your business. Cahill, you're acting like we're friends. We're not friends.
The children waited for us at an intersection. I started toward them. Cahill caught up. We walked on in silence. When we reached the keep, I took my packages from the children and paid them each 2 coppers. I grinned at Fisk, and then glanced at Cahill, feeling self-conscious about my smiles.
See you on the next market day, I said to Fisk. And tell your friends they'll each get an extra copper if they show up clean.
He waved. I watched the group of children disappear. They probably knew all the back alleys and secret ways inside the citadel. That knowledge might be useful one day. I would have to ask Fisk to show me. Having grown up in the citadel, Cahill probably knew the shortcuts too, but I wouldn't ask him. Not when he had such a dour expression. "What now?" I asked. He sighed.
Why do you always have to make things so difficult?
"You started this, remember? Not me." He shook his head.
Why don't we start over? We've been at odds from the start. What can I do to receive one of your rare smiles?
Why do you want one? If you're hoping that we'll become friends and I'll confide in you all the military secrets of Ixia, don't bother.
No, that's not what I want. I want things to be different between us.
Different how? Cahill looked around, as if searching for the right words.
Better. Less hostility. Friendlier. Conversations instead of arguments.
After what you put me through?
I'm sorry, Yelena.
The words tore from his throat, as if it pained him to say them.
I'm sorry I didn't believe you when you said you weren't a spy. I'm sorry I asked First Magician to...
He swallowed.
To rape your mind.
I turned my face away from him. That apology is weeks old, Cahill. Why bother now? He sighed.
Plans are being made for the New Beginnings feast.
Some hitch in Cahill's voice caused me to look at him. He wrapped and unwrapped Topaz's leather reins around his hands.
It's a feast to celebrate the beginning of the cooling season and the new school year. A chance for everyone to get together and start anew.
Cahill's blue eyes searched mine.
In all these years, I have never wanted to take anyone with me. I never had anyone who I wanted to have by my side. Yet, when I overheard the cooks discussing the feast's menu this morning, your image filled my mind. Come with me, Yelena.
Chapter 14. Cahill's words struck me like a physical blow. I jerked back a step. His face saddened at my reaction.
I guess that's a no. We'd probably just fight all night anyway.
He began to walk away. Cahill, wait, I said, catching up to him. You surprised me. An understatement, for sure. I had believed that the only thing Cahill wanted from me was information about Ixia. This invitation might still be a ploy, but for the first time, I saw a softness behind his eyes. I put my hand on his arm. He stopped. Does everyone go to this New Beginnings feast? I asked him.
Yes. It's a good way for the new students to meet their teachers and a chance for everyone to get reacquainted. I'm going because I'll be teaching the senior and apprentice classes about horsemanship.
So I'm not your first student?
No. But you've been my most stubborn one.
He smiled ruefully. I smiled in return. Cahill's eyes lit up. Okay, Cahill. In the spirit of this New Beginnings feast, let's start over. I'm willing to accompany you to the feast as the first step in our new friendship. Besides, the thought of going alone to meet my fellow students seemed daunting.
Friendship?
That's all I can offer.
Because of the person who gave you that butterfly pendant?
He asked. Yes.
And what did you give him in return?
I wanted to snap that it was none of his business, But I controlled my temper. If we were going to be friends, he needed to know the truth. My heart. I could have added my body, my trust, and my soul. He looked at me for a moment.
Guess I'll have to be content with friendship.
He grinned.
Does this mean you won't be so difficult anymore?
Don't count on it. He laughed and helped me carry my market purchases back to my rooms. I spent the rest of the night reading the chapters Bain had assigned, stopping on occasion to think about Cahill's new role as friend in my life. I enjoyed my fascinating mornings with Bain Bloodgood. Scythian history extended back for centuries. The 11 Scythian clans fought with each other for decades until Windry Greentree, a master magician, united them and formed the Council of Elders. I realized to my dismay, and to Bain's delight, that I had a great deal of study ahead of me to learn the full history. And their mythology alone, populated by creatures, demons, and legends, would take years of lessons to know them all. Bain also explained the structure of the school.
Every student has a magician as a mentor. That mentor oversees the student's learning. He teaches, he guides. He schedules classes with other magicians who have more expertise in certain subjects.
How many students are in each class? I asked. Bain swept his hand through the air, indicating the room, empty except for us. We sat in an open circular chamber at the base of his tower. Books lined the walls in neat piles, and writing projects covered each of Bain's 4 ink-stained work tables. The metal rings of Bain's astrolabe glowed in the morning sunlight. I perched on the edge of his wide desk. Small writing tools and piles of papers rested on the top in an organized arrangement. A white seashell appeared to be his only decoration. Sitting across from me, Bain wore a deep purple robe that drank in the light. His diverse collection of robes amazed me. So far, he was the only magician I'd seen that wore a formal robe on a daily basis.
We are a class, he said. There can be up to 4 students, but no more. You will not see rows upon rows of students listening to a lecturer in this school. We teach using hands-on learning and small groups.
How many students does each mentor have?
No more than 4 for those who have experience. Only 1 for the new magicians.
How many do the master magicians teach? I was dreading the day when I would have to share Iris.
He
paused. For once, Bain seemed at a loss for words.
The masters do not mentor students. We are needed in council meetings. We aid Scythia. We recruit prospective students, but occasionally a student comes along that piques our interest.
He gazed at me, as if deciding how much he should tell me.
I have grown weary of council meetings, so I have transferred all my energies to teaching. This year I have 2 students. Rose has chosen only 1 since she became first magician. Zitorda has none. She is adjusting. She only became a master last year.
And Iris?
You're her first.
Just me? I asked in amazement. He nodded. You said Rose chose 1. Who?
Your brother, Leaf.
Evidence that the keep prepared for an invasion of returning students mounted as the week progressed. Servants scurried to air out rooms and dorms. The kitchen buzzed with activity as the staff prepared for the feast. Even the citadel's streets hummed with life as residents returned. In the evenings, laughter and music floated on the cooling air. As I waited for Iris to return from fetching Tula's sister, I spent my mornings with Bane, my afternoons studying, and my evenings with Cahill and Kiki. My riding had advanced from walking Kiki to trotting, a bone-jarring gait that left me stiff and sore at the end of the day. Every night I sat with Tula, connecting with her and lending her my support. Her mind remained vacant, but her brutalized body healed by leaps and bounds.
"Do you have healing powers?"
Hayes asked me one night.
"Her physical progress has been amazing. More like the work of 2 healers."
I considered his question. I don't know. I've never tried.
Perhaps you've been helping her heal without realizing it. Would you like to find out?
I don't want to hurt her, I said.
I won't let you.
Hayes smiled as he picked up Tula's left hand. The splints on her right hand were gone, but the fingers on her left were still swollen and bruised.
I have only enough energy to mend a few bones a day. Usually, we let the body heal on its own. But for serious injuries, we speed up the process.
How?
I draw power to me, then I focus on the injury. Skin and muscles disappear before my eyes, revealing the bones. I use the power to encourage the bone to mend. It works the same for other injuries. My eyes will only see the wound. It is truly wonderful.
Hayes's eyes glowed with purpose, but when they shifted to Tula, they dimmed.
Unfortunately, some injuries just can't be healed, and the mind is so complex that any damage is usually permanent. We have a few mind healers. Fourth Magician is the strongest of these, but even she can only do so much.
As Hayes focused on Tula, I felt the air around me thicken and pulsate. Drawing a breath became an effort. Then Hayes closed his eyes. Without thinking, I linked my mind with his. Through him, I saw Tula's hand. Her skin became translucent, showing the battered pink fibrous muscles attached to the bones. I saw strands of power, thin as spider webs, wrapped around Hayes's hands. He wove the webs around the crack in Tula's bone. As I watched, the crack disappeared, and then the muscles healed. I broke the mental connection to Hayes and looked at Tula. The bruises had faded from her now straight index finger. The air thinned as the power faded. His forehead shone with sweat, and his breath puffed from the effort he'd just expended.
"Now, you try,"
he said. I moved closer to Tula and took her hand from Hayes. Holding her middle finger, I rubbed it lightly with my thumb as I pulled power to me, revealing the bone. Hayes gasped. I paused.
"Go on,"
he said. My strands of power were rope-thick. When I applied the strands to the bone, they wrapped around it like a noose. I pulled back, fearing her finger would snap in half. Placing her hand back on the bed, I looked at Hayes. Sorry, I don't have full control of my magic yet. He stared at Tula's hand.
"Look."
Both fingers appeared to have been healed.
"How do you feel?"
he asked. Using magic usually left me tired, but I really hadn't used any. Or had I? About the same.
3 healings and I need to nap.
Hayes shook his head. His dark hair fell into his eyes. He swiped his bangs back with an impatient hand.
You just mended a bone effortlessly. Fate be with us,
he said. Awe and fear roughened his voice.
Once you have full control, you may be able to wake the dead.
Chapter 15. Fear surged through me, leaving my muscles trembling. No, I said to Hayes. You must be mistaken. No one can wake the dead. Hayes rubbed a hand over his tired eyes, reconsidering.
Perhaps I spoke rashly,
he agreed.
Only one person in our history could revive the dead.
He shuddered.
And the results were truly horrible.
I wanted to ask more questions, but Hayes bolted toward the door, insisting he had work to do. Feeling odd and unsettled, I peered at Tula's motionless form. Through her blanket and skin, I could see each of her injuries. It seemed now that I had learned this new ability, I couldn't turn it off. The fractures, sprains, bruises, all pulsed with an urgent red light. The more I studied the light, the more it drew my mind in, and I felt Tula's physical pain soak into me. In sudden agony, I collapsed onto the floor. Curling into a ball, I squeezed my eyes shut. A small part of me knew the pain was imaginary, but in panic, I still tried to push the torment away. I pulled power from the source. Magic filled me. The build-up crackled across my skin like fire. I released the power. My scream resounded through the room as cool relief swept through me, quenching my pain. Drained of energy, I remained on the floor, panting.
Yelena, are you all right?
I opened my eyes. Haze hovered over me in concern. I nodded. Tula? He left my side.
She's fine.
I sat up. The room spun for a moment, but I forced myself to focus.
What happened?
Hayes asked. I wanted to say that I had lost control, to explain that my old survival instincts had kicked in, reacted to the pain without conscious thought. But I hadn't felt quite like that. And to admit that I had lost control would be dangerous. Uncontrolled magicians could damage the power source, and the masters would be forced to kill me. Instead, I clamped my lips together, trying to bring some order to my jumbled thoughts. Before I could speak, Hayes said,
You healed her other 2 fingers.
He stood next to Tula's bed and held her left hand up. Hayes inspected her fingers before laying her arm across her stomach. Then he turned to me with a frown.
You shouldn't have tried that without me. No wonder you screamed. You gathered too much power and had to release it.
Hayes gestured to my prone form.
A beginner's mistake, and now you're exhausted. You really need to work on your control.
While helping me to my feet, Hayes's frown softened into what might have been relief.
You have the ability to heal, but need guidance. I misjudged you at first, thinking you might be a soul finder.
Hayes huffed out a laugh.
Next time, wait for me, okay?
Not trusting myself to speak, I nodded. Hayes guided me toward the door.
Get some rest. You'll probably be weak for a few days.
As I shuffled to the apprentices' wing, I replayed the events in my mind, and by the time I collapsed into my bed, I managed to almost convince myself that Hayes's explanation was correct. Almost. Fatigue dogged me all through the next day. Bane's morning lesson passed in a blur. Instead of reading, I napped the afternoon away and fought to stay awake while riding Kiki that night. Cahill's bellowing eventually pierced the fog in my mind.
Yelena!
I looked at him as if seeing him for the first time that evening. Coated with dirt and horsehair, his once white cotton shirt clung to his muscular frame. Annoyance creased his forehead. His mouth moved in speech, but it took me a moment to discern his words.
Distracted, exhausted, and you're going to get hurt.
Hurt? I asked.
Yes, hurt. When you fall asleep in the saddle and slide off the horse.
Cahill controlled his frustration, but I could see by the way he pumped his clenched fists that he wanted to shake some sense into me.
Lavender lady tired,
Kiki agreed.
Forgot apples.
Yelena, go home.
Cahill took Kiki's reins to hold her steady while I dismounted. Home? Unbidden, the image of my small room in the commander's castle jumped into my mind, followed by the memory of Valek's smiling face. I could use some of his energy right now.
Are you all right?
I gazed into Cahill's light blue eyes. They were pale in comparison to Valek's vibrant sapphire colour. Yes, I'm just a little tired.
A little?
Cahill laughed.
Go get some sleep. I'll take care of Kiki. You'll need your energy for tomorrow night.
Tomorrow?
The New Beginnings Feast, remember?
I didn't realise it was so soon.
Prepare yourself for an invasion of students and magicians. Come morning, our peace and quiet will be gone.
Cahill led Kiki toward the stable. I promised her extra apples before our next lesson as I headed to my rooms. Apprehension about the feast, though, gnawed through my fatigue, even as I climbed into bed. Half asleep, the shock of realizing that I didn't own the proper attire for a feast nearly jolted me awake. What did one wear to a feast, anyway? Would I have to don my formal apprentice robe, I wondered, then sighed. Too tired to worry about things like clothes, I rolled over. More important worries, such as the need to take control of my magic, pushed out all others. A frenzy of activity filled the campus the next morning. I skirted groups of people carrying parcels as I walked to Bane's tower. Opening the door to his study, I started to ask Bane about the arriving students, but stopped when I saw he had 2 visitors. From behind his desk, Bane gestured me in.
Yelena, these are my students, Dax Greenblade, a fellow apprentice, and Gelsey Moon, a novice.
With an open hand, he pointed to each in turn. They nodded in greeting. Their serious expressions looked out of place on such young faces. I guessed that Dax was 18 years old, while the girl must have been about 15.
Have you chosen another student, Master Bloodgood?
Gelsey asked. She tugged absently on the white lace at the end of her sleeve. Violet and white swirls patterned both her blouse and long skirt.
No, Yelena is working with another,
Bane said. I had to suppress a grin as each relaxed. Dax flashed me a smile. Gelsey, though, seemed intrigued with me.
Who is your mentor?
she asked. Iris, Master Jewelrose. The two students seemed as surprised as I had been when Bane told me about Iris.
What's your clan?
Gelsey asked. Zaltana?
Another distant cousin of Leaf's?
Dax asked.
You're a little old to start training. What strange power do you have?
His tone implied curiosity and humour, but Bane said,
Dax, that's inappropriate. She's Leaf's sister.
Ah. Dax studied me with keen interest. Do we have a lesson this morning? I asked Bane. The magician perked up at my question. He instructed Dax to go unpack, but he asked Gelsey to remain. Her heart-shaped face paled for a moment before she steadied herself, smoothing her shoulder-length copper curls.
I fear Iris will be back soon and reclaim you,
Bane said to me with a smile.
Gelsey's focus for this semester is to learn how to communicate magically with other magicians. Iris has told me this is your strongest ability. Therefore, I would like your assistance with introducing this skill to my student.
Gelsey's eyes widened. Her long, thick eyelashes touched her brows. I'll do what I can, I said. Bane rummaged through one of his desk's drawers and pulled a small burlap sack from it. He set the bag on the desk and opened it, taking out 2 brown lumps.
We'll use Theobroma for the first lesson,
he said. The lumps triggered memories of my time in Ixia. Theobroma was the southern name for Criollo, a delicious sweet that had the unfortunate effect of opening a person's mind to magical influences. General Brazel had used the nutty-flavoured dessert to bypass the commander's strong will, so Brazel's magician, Mogcan, could gain control of the commander's mind. Bane handed me one of the Theobroma pieces, and he gave the other to Gelsey. Then he told us to sit in the 2 chairs that faced each other. While I would have enjoyed eating the mouth-coating sweet, I thought it unnecessary. Can we try without it first? I asked. Bane's bushy grey eyebrows rose as he considered my question.
You don't need it to make an initial connection.
I thought about the different people and horses I had linked with. So far, no.
All right. Yelena, I want you to try to connect with Gelsey.
Dredging some energy from my tired body, I pulled a thread of power and directed it to the girl, projecting my awareness to her. I sensed her apprehension about working with this strange woman from Ixia in her mind. Hello, I said. She jumped in shock. To help her relax, I said, I was born in the Elias jungle. Where did you grow up? Gelsey formed an image of a small village wrapped in fog in her mind.
We reside in the foothills of the Emerald Mountains. Every morning our house is enveloped in the mist from the mountains.
I showed her my parents' dwelling in the trees. We talked about siblings. A middle child, Gelsey had 2 older sisters and 2 younger brothers, but she was the only one in her family to develop magical powers. Bane watched us in silence. Then he interrupted.
Break the connection now.
Sapped of energy, I dragged my awareness back.
Gelsey, it is your turn to make contact with Yelena.
She closed her eyes, and I sensed her seeking my mind. All I would need to do was tug on her awareness.
Do not help her,
Bane warned me. Instead, I kept my mind open, but she failed to reach me.
Not to worry,
Bane consoled her.
The first time is the hardest. That is why we use Theobroma.
Bane's grey eyes studied me with kindness.
We will try again another time. Kelsey, go unpack and get settled.
After she left Bane's tower, he said,
No doubt you wore yourself out yesterday. Hayes mentioned something to me. Tell me what happened,
he instructed. I told him about the pain and the power. It seems I don't have full control yet, I offered, waiting to see if he would chastise me. If my actions had truly been an uncontrolled burst, I knew the other master magicians would have felt it. And certain that Rose would have acted without hesitation on that knowledge.
A lesson learned,
Bane said.
Repairing injuries takes immense effort. Enough for today. I'll see you tonight at the feast.
The feast. I had forgotten. Again. What should I stopped, feeling awkward and silly to be asking about clothing. Bane smiled in sympathy.
No expertise in that matter,
he said, seeming to read my mind.
Zetora will enjoy helping you. She's at loose ends this year and will welcome some company.
I thought she was busy with council business.
She is, but she's transitioning from 5 years of being a student to being on her own. Having no time to be a mentor doesn't mean she won't have time to make a friend.
I left Bane's tower and headed towards Zetora's in the northeast corner of the keep. Lively groups filled the campus walkways, and people hurried past me in every direction. My quiet walks through the keep were at an end, yet I felt energized by all the activity. Zetora greeted me with a bright smile that only dimmed when we discussed Tula's condition. Talk eventually turned to the upcoming festivities, and I inquired about appropriate dress.
The formal robes are only for the boring school functions,
Zetora said.
Do tell me you have something pretty to wear.
When I shook my head, she transformed into a mother hen and set about finding me some clothes.
Thank fate you're my size,
Zetora said with glee. Despite my protests, she dragged me up 2 flights to her bedroom and loaded my arms with dresses, skirts, and lacy blouses. Zetora propped her hands on her hips, considering my boots.
Those will not do.
They're comfortable, and I can move easily in them, I said.
A challenge, then. I'll be right back.
She disappeared into another room while I waited in her bedroom on the 3rd floor of her tower. Soft pastel paintings of flowers hung on the walls. Oversized pillows graced her canopy bed. The room oozed comfort, like open arms wrapping me in a hug. With a triumphant shout, Zetora sauntered into the room, a pair of black sandals raised high for admiration.
Rubber soles, soft leather, and a small heel. Perfect for dancing all night long.
She laughed. I don't know how to dance, I said.
Doesn't matter. You have a natural grace. Watch the others and follow.
Zetora added the sandals to the top of my pile. I really can't take all of this. I tried to give the clothes back. I came for advice, not your entire wardrobe. I planned to go to the market. With the return of the Citadel's residents, the shops remained open every day. She shooed me away.
Hardly made a dent in my armoire. I'm a collector of clothes. I can't pass a dress shop without finding something I must have.
At least let me pay.
Stop!
She raised her hand.
I'll make it easier for you. Tomorrow I'm leaving on a mission for the council and, much to my chagrin, I will have an escort of 4 soldiers. Iris and Rose can gallivant all over Citia by themselves, and they're assigned all the fun, secret missions. But the council worries about me, so I'm limited to escorted missions.
She huffed with frustration.
I've seen you practicing with your bow near the stable. How about I exchange my clothes for some lessons in self-defense?
Okay, but why didn't you learn how to defend yourself while a student here?
I hated the Master of Arms,
she said with a deep frown.
a bully who turned the teaching sessions into torture sessions. He enjoyed inflicting pain. I avoided him at all costs. When the masters realised I had strong powers, they focused more on my learning.
Who's the arms master?
One of the northerners with Cahill. Goal's his name.
Zetora shuddered with revulsion.
Although he wasn't as bad as the master test.
She paused as a cringe of horror crossed her face. Then she jerked her head, as if dislodging unwanted memories.
Anyway, Rose offered to teach me, but I'd rather have you as my instructor.
She flashed me a conspiratorial smirk. Having agreed to the exchange, I manoeuvred down Zetora's tower steps with the bundle of her clothes heaped in my arms. So burdened, I headed toward my rooms. On the way, I wondered about the master test. Fisk, the beggar boy, had also mentioned it. I would have to ask Iris. The courtyard across from my quarters buzzed with students. A few boys tossed a ball, while others lounged on the grass or talked in groups. Hampered by Zetora's clothes, I fumbled at my door. "Hey, you!" someone called. I looked around and spotted a group of girls gesturing at me. "The first-year barracks are that way," one of the girls with long blonde hair pointed. "This is for apprentices only." "Thanks, but this is my room," I called, turning back. I managed to get the door open before I felt a prickle of power along my spine. Tossing the clothing onto the floor, I spun around. A group of students stood mere inches from me.
You don't belong here,
said the long-haired girl. A dangerous shine lit her violet eyes.
You're new. I know everybody, and new students go to the first-year barracks. You have to earn a room here.
Persuasive magic emanated from her. A strong desire to pack my belongings and move to the first-year dorms coursed through my mind and pressed against my body. I deflected her magical command by strengthening my mental defenses. She grunted in outrage. A look passed among her companions. Power built as they readied to join in. I braced for another attack, but before they could use their combined power, another voice cut through the throng.
What's going on here?
The power dissipated in a stiff wave as Dax Greenblade pushed his lean, muscular body through the gap, staring down at the others with his bottle-green eyes. In the sunlight, his honey-brown skin made his face appear older.
She doesn't belong here,
the girl repeated.
Yelena is 4th magician's student, Dax said. She's been assigned to this wing.
But that's not fair,
the girl whined.
You have to earn the right to be here.
And who's to say she hasn't? Dax asked. If you believe 4th magician is an error, I suggest you take it up with her.
An uncomfortable silence followed before the group returned to the courtyard. Dax stayed beside me. Thanks, I said. The group huddled in a tight pack, casting nasty looks my way as they talked. Guess I haven't made any friends.
3 points against you, I'm afraid. 1,
Dax held up a long, slender finger.
You're new. 2, 4th magician's your mentor. Any student selected by a master is guaranteed to be the subject of jealousy. If you're looking for friends, I'm afraid Gilsey and I are your only choices.
What's the 3rd point? He smiled sardonically.
Rumours and speculation. The students will dig up every bit of information they can on you and why you're here. It doesn't matter if the information is true or not. In fact, the stranger the tidbits, the better. And I have a feeling, from what I already heard, your tidbits are quite juicy and should inflame the gossip all the more.
I studied his face. Lines of concern creased his forehead, and I saw no signs of deceit. Tidbits?
You're Leaf's lost sister. You're older than all the students, and you're extremely powerful.
I looked at him in surprise. Me? Powerful?
I didn't come over to help you. I came to protect them.
He inclined his head toward the group in the courtyard. Before I could comment, Dax pointed to a room 5 doors down from mine.
Come any time, for any reason. Gelsey is in the novice barracks near the west wall.
Dax waved goodbye and strode toward his room. The group's hostility transferred briefly to his back before returning to me. I closed my door. Great. Day 1, and already the outcast. But did I care? Here to learn, and not to make friends, I thought it wouldn't matter once lessons started. By then, the students would be too busy to pay any attention to me. I sorted through Zatora's clothes, choosing a long black skirt and a red and black V-neck blouse. The shirt had 2 layers of material, a pattern of fine black lace over red silk. I tried on the outfit. Deciding to leave my bow behind during the feast, I cut a slit in one of the skirt's pockets for quick access to my switchblade. The sandals were a little big, so I poked another hole in the strap. Until I looked at myself in the mirror, I hadn't realized I wore Commander Ambrose's colours, the same combination as my northern uniform. I considered another outfit, even tried on different clothes, but felt the most comfortable in my first choice. Pulling my hair back from its braid, I scowled at the limp mess. The year before, I had cut out the snarls and tangles, and now the ends had grown in ragged. My black hair now reached past my shoulders. It would need a good trim and washing. I changed back into my day clothes and left my rooms to feed the promised apples to Topaz and Kiki. Conversation in the courtyard ceased as I emerged. Ignoring them, I set out for the stable. I would stop by the baths on my return. The time for the feast came quicker than I expected. Once again, I stood in front of the mirror in my bedroom, assessing my clothing with a critical eye. I pushed a stray curl from my face. An assistant at the baths had fussed over my awkward attempt to cut my own hair. She had commandeered my scissors and proceeded to trim the ends, then had rolled my hair with hot metal tubes. Instead of being pulled into a bun, my hair now fell to my shoulders in big, soft curls. It looked ridiculous. But before I could rearrange it, someone knocked on my door. I grabbed my bow and peeked out the window. Cahill waited outside. His hair and beard appeared white in the moonlight. Opening the door, I said, "I thought we agreed to meet." I gaped. Cahill wore a long silk tunic of midnight blue. The collar stood up, and silver piping followed the edge of the fabric to form a V far enough below his throat to allow a glimpse of his muscular chest. The piping also went across his shoulders and dropped down the outside seam of his full sleeves. A silver mesh belt studded with gemstones cinched the tunic around his narrow waist. His trousers matched his shirt, and once again, silver piping traced the outside seam of his pants, carrying my eyes down to a pair of polished leather boots. Royalty incarnated.
"I pass your rooms on the way. Seemed silly not to stop,"
Cahill said. He squinted into the lantern light that glowed behind me, and I realized he couldn't see my open-mouthed stare.
"Ready?"
he asked. "Give me a moment." Returning to the sitting area, I gestured Cahill toward a chair as I went into my bedroom, where I secured my switchblade, then smoothed my skirt. With no time to fix my hair, I settled for tucking it behind my ears. Curls. Living in Scythia had made me soft. Cahill smiled broadly when he saw me in the light.
"Don't laugh," I warned. "I never laugh at a beautiful woman. I'd much rather laugh and dance with her."
"False flattery won't work on me."
"I meant every word."
Cahill offered his arm.
"Shall we?"
After a slight hesitation, I linked my arm in his.
"Don't worry. I'm only your escort tonight. I would offer to protect you from the drunken attentions of the other men, but I know all too well that you're quite capable of holding your own. You're probably armed, right?"
"Always." We walked in companionable silence. Groups of students and other couples headed in the same direction soon joined us. Lively music pulsed through the air, becoming louder as we approached. The dining room had been converted into a ballroom. Orange, red, and yellow velvet streamers twisted along the ceiling and draped the walls. Laughter and conversation competed with the music as some people drank and ate, while others danced on the wooden dance floor. Everyone appeared to be wearing their finest clothes. The room sparkled with jewellery in the candlelight. Our arrival went unnoticed. But as Cahill pulled me through the crowd toward the back of the room, a couple of surprised glances marked our passing. A jolt snapped through me as we cleared the crowd, and I spotted Leaf. I hadn't seen him since Iris had left, and I had assumed, since he had graduated from the keep, he was no longer involved with the students or classes. But there he stood, next to Rose and Bane. Cahill aimed for them. I almost fainted when Leaf smiled at me as we approached, but when he recognized me, it turned into a scowl. I wondered what I would have to do to get a true smile from Leaf. Dismissing the thought, I didn't want to earn his goodwill, and I certainly didn't need it. Now, if I could keep saying that over and over in my mind, I might just start to believe it. When we joined the group, Bane complimented my hairstyle, while Rose ignored me. Our group only truly came alive when Zetora joined us. "Perfect! Absolutely perfect!" Zetora exclaimed over my outfit. The talk soon turned to council business, and Cahill pressed Rose to get him on the agenda. Having no interest in discussing politics, my attention wandered as I scanned the crowd. I saw only a few of Cahill's men. They wore dress uniforms and stood awkwardly to the side, as if on duty instead of being there for pleasure. Perhaps they were. I watched the dancers for a while. They circled the floor in pairs. After 8 beats, they stopped and then took 4 steps into the centre, then 4 steps back, and continued around the circle. The pattern was then repeated. Similar to some of my self-defense katas, the dance resembled a prescribed set of moves. Dax and Gelsey appeared. Bane's students greeted the 3 master magicians with a stiff formality. Gelsey wore a soft green gown that shimmered in the lantern light. The gown's colour matched her big eyes. Studded with gold buttons, Dax's red shirt had a mandarin collar. Gold piping lined the outside seam of his black pants.
"Hey, we match!"
Dax said to me. I could just hear him over the music.
"Would you like to dance?"
I glanced at Cahill, debating with Leaf. Sure. Dax smiled and pulled me into an opening on the dance floor. Watching had been easier than doing, but with Dax's steady guidance, I soon caught the rhythm. As we circled the floor, Dax said,
"Remember when I said you had 3 points against you?"
I nodded.
"Now there are 5.
What now? I asked in exasperation. It was hard to believe I'd had time to make anyone else mad.
You came to the feast on Cahill's arm. Everyone will assume 2 things. 1, that you're his girlfriend, and 2, that you're an Ixian sympathizer, which is the greater of the 2 evils.
Well, they would be wrong. Who comes up with all these points and assumptions? I demanded.
Not me, that's for sure,
Dax said.
If I were in charge, we'd have more desserts at dinner, more feasts, and much more dancing.
We danced for a while in silence. I mulled over the implications and decided not to waste my time worrying about what everyone else thought, or to bother attempting to change their perceptions. My time at the keep was just a stopover. Let them wonder. My nervousness about the evening dissipated with my decision. I smiled at Dax.
You have a mischievous glint. What are you planning?
Only 5 points against me. I narrowed my eyes in mock concern. Such a small number. I say we try for 8 or 10. A wolfish grin spread across Dax's face.
My lady, you are far too modest. You're more than capable of handling 15 or 20.
I laughed with genuine pleasure. Dax and I twirled around the dance floor for a few more songs before rejoining the group. Cahill met our return with a sour look. Before he could say anything or go back to debating with Leaf, I grabbed Cahill's hand and pulled him toward the dancers. Tonight is not for business, I said, as we followed Dax and Gelsey around the floor. Tonight is for fun, dancing instead of fighting. He laughed.
You're right.
The evening flew by as I danced with Cahill, Dax, and Bane. Even the stablemaster swung me around for a rowdy, foot-stomping song. If Cahill hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have stopped to eat. Iris's arrival should have made the evening perfect, but I could see exhaustion etched in her face. Wearing a simple, light blue gown instead of travelling clothes, she must have taken the time to bathe and to decorate her regal bun with rubies and diamonds before coming to the feast. Is everything okay? Did you find Tula's sister? I asked. Iris nodded. Her sister, Opal, is with Tula now. She gave me an odd look. Should we try to help Tula tonight? Iris shook her head. Let Opal spend some time with her sister. It's the first time she's seen her since Tula was kidnapped. Again, Iris flashed me that strange look. What then? There's something you're not telling me. I warned Opal of Tula's condition, both mental and physical. Iris rubbed a hand along her cheek. But when we arrived, it seemed a miracle had occurred. Iris peered with a deep intensity into my eyes. Is Tula awake? I asked in confusion. Iris's news contradicted her body language. No. Her soul is still in hiding, but her body is completely healed. Chapter 16. How? I asked Iris. Hayes had said he could only heal a few bones at a time. Perhaps another healer had come to help him with Tula. "You tell me," Iris demanded. "What did you do that day? Hayes has been in a state ever since. He's terrified of you."
Me? Bane came to my temporary rescue.
Perhaps you ladies would like to go outside?
I looked around. Several people had stopped talking and gawked at us. "I forgot myself," Iris apologized to Bane. "Now is not the time to discuss this." She headed toward the buffet. Everyone returned to their conversations, but she wasn't finished with me. "Yelena," she said in my mind, "please tell me what happened with Tula." Sudden dread churned in my stomach. Was Iris upset because I had lost control of my magic and had accidentally healed Tula, or because I could have jeopardized Tula's life? With reluctance, I told her everything that had happened that day in Tula's room. "You were in pain, and you pushed the pain away from yourself?" Iris asked. "Yes. Did I do something wrong?" "No. You did something impossible. I thought you tried to heal her, which would have been dangerous. But it sounds as if you assumed her injuries and then healed yourself." I stared at Iris with pure amazement. She sat across the room, eating her dinner. "Could you do it again?" she asked. "I don't know. It must have been an instinctive reaction." "There is only one way to find out." I felt Iris's weary sigh. "For now, I want you to get a good night's rest. Meet me in Tula's room tomorrow afternoon." Iris broke her magical connection to me. Confusion creased Cahill's face, and I realized he had been watching me.
"What's the matter?" he asked. "Shouldn't Fourth Magician be pleased that you healed that girl? That would mean—" "Oh, my sword!" he gaped. Before I could press him for details, the music stopped.
"Midnight,"
Bane declared.
"Time to go. The students have a full day tomorrow."
His delighted anticipation of a full day of learning caused a ripple of smiles around him. Obediently, everyone streamed out into the darkness, heading off to dorms and apartments. As he passed, Dax caught my eye. He grinned and held up 7 fingers. I looked forward to hearing from him about my additional 2 points of gossip-inspiring behaviour. Cahill walked me to my rooms. He was unusually quiet. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. "Oh, my sword, what?" I demanded.
"I've realised something,"
he said, trying to shrug me off. Not content with his vague answer, I prompted, "Which was?"
"If I told you, you would be angry. I don't want to end the evening with a fight."
"And if I promised not to get upset?"
"You would anyway."
"Tomorrow, then?"
"Ask me the next time we're fighting."
"What if we don't fight?" Cahill laughed.
"With you, there is always a next time."
Then, with a speed that surprised me, he grabbed me around the waist and pulled me in for a quick kiss on the cheek before releasing me.
"Till tomorrow,"
he said over his shoulder as he strode away. It was only after watching him disappear into the darkness that I realized I stood with my switchblade clutched in my right hand. But I hadn't triggered the blade. The South was making me soft. First curls, now this. Shaking my head, I opened the door. At Tula's room the next afternoon, I had to squeeze my way in.
Tula's bed occupied the centre. Leaf and Hayes stood on the right side of her bed, and Iris and a young girl stood on the left. Tula's guard, one of Cahill's men, looked uncomfortable wedged in a corner. Hayes paled when I looked at him. Iris introduced me to Opal, Tula's sister. Opal's long brown hair was pulled into a ponytail, and her red-rimmed eyes looked swollen from crying. I hadn't expected an audience. "Iris," I said, "I need to spend some time with Opal before I can try to bring Tula back." Leaf muttered something about grandstanding on his way out, and Hayes just aimed for the door. "Do you need me?" Iris asked. "No." "We don't have much time," Iris warned as she left the room. She didn't need to remind me that Tula's attacker still roamed free, possibly hunting for another victim. However, I knew in my heart that if I rushed this, I wouldn't succeed. I asked Opal to tell me about her sister. In halting sentences, the young girl told me only a couple of stories of their childhood.
Tula once made me a large glass tiger to protect me from nightmares.
Opal smiled at the memory.
It worked. And the tiger looked so lifelike that Tula started making other glass animals.
She glanced from her sister's still form to the guard in the corner. Opal seemed hesitant and distracted by her sister's condition. So I changed the subject and asked about her trip to the Citadel. Her dark brown eyes widened.
Fourth magician woke us all up in the dead of night.
At the word dead, the young girl glanced with dread at Tula.
I was barely awake. Before I knew it, I was on the magician's horse, riding flat out for the keep.
Opal clutched her arms to herself.
When Tula was found, the healers rushed her to the Citadel. My parents had to find people to work the kilns and take care of us before they could follow her. They're on the road somewhere.
Opal began to ramble.
We didn't pass them. They don't know I'm here. It's my first trip away from home, and we stopped only to eat. I slept in the saddle.
That would explain Iris's exhaustion. Even today, she had dark circles under her eyes. That also explained why Opal seemed so distressed. I switched tactics and invited Opal to take a walk. She appeared reluctant to leave her sister until I assured her that Tula would be fine. I showed her the campus. The air temperature felt comfortable. With warm afternoons and chilly evenings, the weather during the cooling season was my favourite. Eventually, we wandered out into the Citadel. I guided Opal toward the market. Fisk appeared with a ready smile and led us to a dress shop. I bought Opal a change of clothes, and Fisk played tour guide for her. When Opal seemed more relaxed, my questions about Tula grew more specific. As she remembered more stories, I pulled a thread of magic and linked my mind with Opal's, witnessing her memories as she spoke. I smelled the hot furnace of their family's glass factory and felt the coarse sand in my hands.
Tula and I used to hide from Mara, our older sister. We'd found the perfect spot. Mara still doesn't know where it is,
Opal said, smiling. The image of an awning of tree limbs and sun-dappled grass filled Opal's mind as the cool scent of moist earth reached my nose. "That's it!" I grabbed Opal's arm. "Hold that place in your mind. Concentrate on it." She did as I asked. I closed my eyes and put myself into the memory. Blades of grass brushed my arms as I lay in the small hollow behind a row of overgrown bushes. The smell of sweet honeysuckles hung heavy in the fresh air. Dewdrops sparkled in the morning sunlight. Instinctively, I knew this place hid Tula's soul. "Come on." I pulled Opal toward the keep, waving goodbye to Fisk. A guard stood outside Tula's door. He nodded to us as we went inside.
"Shouldn't we wait for Fourth Magician and the others?"
Opal asked. "No time. I don't want to lose the image." I took one of Tula's hands and held my other out to Opal. "Take my hand. Now, I want you to imagine yourself in your hiding spot with Tula. Close your eyes and really concentrate. Can you do that?" Opal nodded, her pale face drawn. I linked with Tula. The ghosts of her horrors still floated in the emptiness, but they seemed less tangible than before. Connecting with Opal, I followed the smell of honeysuckles and dew through Tula's mind. The ghosts thickened with a sudden fury, flying at me, blocking my passage. The air pressed and clung like molasses. I pushed past them, only to be ensnared in a row of thorn bushes. My clothing snagged on branches and the barbs dug into my skin.
"Go away!"
Tula called.
"I don't want to come back."
"Your family misses you," I said. Vines began to wrap around my arms and waist, anchoring me.
"Go away!"
I showed her Opal's memories of what her family suffered when Tula had disappeared. The thorny bushes thinned a bit. Through their branches, I spotted Tula curled up in her childhood hiding spot.
"I can't face them,"
Tula said. "Your family?"
"Yes. I've done things, terrible things, so he wouldn't hurt me."
Tula shuddered.
"But he hurt me anyway."
The vines climbed up my arms and circled my neck. "Your family still loves you."
"They won't. He'll tell them what I did. They'll be disgusted. I was his slave, but I didn't try hard enough for him. I couldn't get anything right. I didn't even die for him."
I controlled my anger. My desire to slaughter the beast would have to wait. "Tula, he is the disgusting one. He is the one who should die. Your family knows what he did to your body. They only want you back." She drew her body into a tighter ball.
"What do you know? You know nothing about what I went through. Go away."
"You assume too much," I choked out as the vines around my throat squeezed tight. I struggled to breathe. Could I face my own horrors again? To find this monster, I would. I opened my mind to hers and showed her Riyadh. His delight in torturing me. My willingness to make him happy so he wouldn't harm me. And the night I slit his throat after he had raped me. Tula peeked at me through her arms. The vines lessened the pressure.
"You killed your torturer. Mine is still out there waiting."
I tried again. "Then he is free to make someone else his slave. What if Opal is his next victim?" Tula jumped up in horror.
"No!"
she screamed. I linked Opal's mind with ours. For a moment, Opal stood stunned, blinking in surprise. Then she ran to Tula and hugged her. Together they wept. The vines withdrew, and the bushes died away. But this was just the beginning. The grassy hollow soon faded, and Tula's ghosts hovered around us.
"There are too many,"
Tula said in defeat.
"I will never be rid of them."
I drew my bow from its holder on my back and broke it into 3 pieces. Handing one to Tula and the other to Opal, I said, "You're not alone. We'll fight." together. The ghosts attacked. They were tenacious and quick. I swung at them over and over until my arms felt like lead. A few of Tula's horrors disappeared, others shrank, but some seemed to grow as they fought. My energy drained at an alarming pace. I felt my bow become stuck inside one of the ghosts. The spirit expanded and consumed me. I screamed as the pain of being whipped racked my body.
You're weak. Tell me you'll obey, and I'll stop.
A voice whispered in my ear. No! Near panic, I reached out for help. A powerful presence formed and handed me a full-size bow that pulsed with energy. Strength returned to me, and I beat at the horror until it fled. We had repelled the attack, but I could see that Tula's ghosts prepared for another. Tula, this is merely the first battle in an ongoing war. It will take time and effort to be free of your fears, but you'll have plenty of help from your family. Are you coming with us? I asked. She bit her lip, gazing at the piece of bow in her hands. Opal added her bow to Tula's. Tula clutched them both close to her chest. Yes, I'll come. Tula's mind filled with memories of her life. Vertigo twirled in my stomach as I broke my mental links with Tula and Opal. Relief descended, and I sank into blackness. When I came to my senses, I felt hard stone against my back. For the third time, I had collapsed on Tula's floor. This time, I had no hope of moving. My energy was completely depleted. After a while, I noticed that someone gripped my hands. Strong fingers wrapped around mine, encompassing them with warmth. With effort, I opened my eyes to see who held me. Then I closed them tight. I must still be asleep, but after hearing Iris's insistent calls, I looked again. And there sat my brother, holding my hands and sharing his energy with me. Chapter 17. Weariness lined Leaf's face.
You're in big trouble,
he said. His words didn't seem malicious, just factual, and as expected, past his shoulders, I saw Iris, Rose, Hayes, and Bane, all frowning at me. Leaf released my hands, but remained on the floor beside me. Rose eyed him, her displeasure evident in the tight twist of her lips.
You should have let her die, she scolded him. One less magician to taint our land with her incredible stupidity.
A little too harsh, Rose,
Bane said.
Though I agree about the stupidity. Child, why did you try that alone?
Bane asked. I couldn't even speak in my defense, for I hadn't the energy to form words, let alone try and explain myself.
Cocky and stupid,
Rose said for me.
Since she cured Tula of her physical injuries, she must have believed she was an all-powerful magician and could do anything. The fool will probably be asking to take the master-level test next.
Rose snorted with disgust.
Maybe she'll feel differently after we assign her to the first year's barracks. There, she can learn the basics of magic while scrubbing the floors, like every new student.
I glanced at Iris. Rose's punishment sounded horrible. Iris said nothing. Disapproval pulsed off her. I braced for an outburst. Instead, Opal called,
Tula's awake!
I closed my eyes in relief as everyone focused on Tula. When I opened my eyes, the magicians had all disappeared from my view.
You're still headstrong and reckless. An out-of-control strangler fig, Leaf said. I guess Ixia didn't change everything about you.
He stood on shaking legs, and I watched him join the others by Tula's bedside. I puzzled over his comment. Good or bad? I couldn't decide. But then Rose's harsh voice jarred me out of my reflection. She bombarded Tula with questions about her attacker, but Tula wouldn't answer. I cringed, knowing that Tula wasn't up to Rose's interrogation. Thank fate, Hayes intervened.
Give her some time,
he said.
There is no time,
Rose replied. A thin, raspy voice asked,
Who are all these people? Where's Yelena? I can't see her.
She's here,
Opal said.
She's just exhausted from helping you, Tuli.
Hayes, get some assistance and go dump the fool girl into another room, Rose instructed. She's done enough damage for one day.
When Hayes moved to obey, Tula said,
No, you leave. All of you. I won't tell you anything. Yelena stays with me. I'll talk to her.
A murmur of irritation and discussion rumbled through the magicians before Rose agreed with reluctance to bring a bed in for me. Hayes and Iris hoisted me off the floor and dropped me without fanfare onto the mattress. Iris still hadn't said a word, and her silence scared me.
Child,
Bane said to Tula.
I understand your fear. You have awakened to a room full of strangers.
He then introduced everyone in the room.
First Magician and Leaf are the ones you need to tell about your abduction. They will find your kidnapper.
Tula pulled the sheet up to her chin.
I'll tell Yelena. No one else. She'll take care of him.
Rose's harsh laughter scraped in my ears.
She can't even talk. If your attacker walked into this room, he will kill you both.
She shook her head in disbelief.
You're not thinking clearly. I'll be back in the morning and you will talk to me. Come, Leaf.
Rose strode out the door with Leaf on her heels. Hayes shooed everyone else out. As the door closed, I heard Bane tell Iris to assign an extra guard for the evening. A good idea. If Goal came in, I couldn't prevent him from carrying out his promises to torture me. Apprehension about being so helpless crawled along my spine. A similar situation that haunted Tula. One of her many ghosts was being at the mercy of another. Her promise to tell me everything weighed on my mind. I had just gotten rid of my own ghost. Though I hated to admit, Riyadh still retained some power. Whenever I had doubts, he seemed to enjoy visiting my nightmares. Or did he cause them? Or did I invite him? To distract myself from such troublesome thoughts, I tried to muster some energy to talk to Tula, but exhaustion claimed me instead, and I sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. I felt a little better in the morning, but had only enough strength to sit up in bed. At least I could ask Tula how she felt. She closed her eyes. Pointing to her temple, she said,
Come.
I sighed with regret. I don't have the energy to link our minds, Tula.
Perhaps I can help,
Leaf said from the doorway.
No, go away!
Tula shielded her face with her arms.
If you don't talk to me, First Magician will come and take the information she needs from you,
Leaf explained. Tula peeked out at me in confusion. It won't be pleasant, I said. It's almost as bad as what your attacker did to you. I know. Leaf averted his eyes. I hoped he felt guilty. Studying him closer, I wondered why he had aided me the day before. What had happened to his smirk? Where was his derision and condescension? I realized I barely knew this man. Not wanting to guess his motives anymore, I demanded, "Why did you help me?" A scowl gripped his face, but, with a sigh, he smoothed his features, shuttering his emotions.
"Mother would kill me if I had let you die," he said.
He turned to Tula, but I refused to let him get away with such a flippant response. "What's the real reason?" Hatred blazed in Leaf's jade eyes, but a second later, his posture softened, as if someone had blown out a candle. He whispered,
"I couldn't bear to do nothing and lose you again."
Then his mental defenses dropped, and I heard his thoughts.
"I still hate you."
His trust surprised me, though his petulant comment failed to concern me. An emotion, even hatred, was better than apathy. Could this be a first step in bridging the distance between us?
What did he say?
Tula asked. He wants to help you, I said. Tula, this is my brother. Without him, we wouldn't have gotten you back. If you want me to find your attacker, I'll need his strength.
But he'll see. He'll know about...
Tula squeezed her arms together.
"I already know,"
Leaf said. He pulled Tula's arms away from her face with a gentleness that amazed me. I thought back to my mother's comments about Leaf's magic. She had said he helped with crimes, sensing a person's guilt and history. Now, as I watched him with Tula, I wanted to know more about him and how he used his magic.
"We need to find him and stop him from hurting another girl,"
Leaf explained. She swallowed and bit her lip before nodding. Leaf stood between our beds, took Tula's hand, and reached for mine. I reclined on the mattress and grabbed his hand. Then, using his energy, I formed a mental link with Tula. In her mind, the two of us stood by a grey stone furnace. Leaf's power roared around us like the fire under the kiln.
I was here, putting coal into the furnace. It was close to midnight when...
She clutched her apron. Black soot streaked the white fabric.
A dark cloth wrapped around my face. Before I could scream, I felt a sharp stab in my arm. Then...
Tula stopped speaking. On our mental stage, she stepped toward me. I hugged her trembling body, and within the space of a breath, I became Tula, witnessing my own abduction. Numbness spread from the stab wound, freezing my muscles. Dizziness was the only indication I'd been moved. Time passed. When the cloth was removed from my face, I was lying inside a tent. Unable to move, I stared up at a lean man with short brown hair that was streaked with gold. He wore only a red mask. Strange crimson symbols had been painted all over his sand-coloured skin. He held 4 wooden stakes, rope, and a mallet. Feeling returned to my limbs. Tula, no, I can't, I said in my mind. I knew what horrors threatened to come. I lacked the strength to endure them with her right now. Just show him to me. She froze the image of the man so I could study the symbols. The circular patterns resided within bigger patterns of animals. Triangles traced down his smooth arms and legs. Though thin, he radiated power. A complete stranger to Tula. Everything about him seemed foreign to her. Even the harsh way he pronounced her name, emphasizing the la, sounded odd. But he knew her, knew the names of her sisters and parents, knew how they melted sand, working it into glass. Then, in a whirl of sound and colour, she showed me the man at different times. She wasn't permitted to leave the tent, but whenever he entered or left, Tula caught a glimpse of the outside, a tease of freedom. Long, thick grass filled the whole view. When he came to her, he always wore a mask, letting the numbness in her body wear off before beating or raping her, letting her feel the pain he applied with seeming reverence. After he finished the torture, he took a thorn and scratched her skin. Puzzled at first by this action, Tula soon learned to dread and to crave the ointment he would rub into the thorn's bleeding gash. It was the numbing lotion that would paralyze her, taking away all her pain and any chance she might have to escape. The ointment, though, had a strong, crisp scent, similar to the sharp smell of alcohol mixed with a citrus perfume. The aroma remained around me like a poisonous fog as Leif's energy waned. He broke the magical connection to Tula. "That smell," Leif said as he perched on the edge of my bed. "I couldn't get a good whiff. All my effort went into keeping you and Tula connected." "It's horrible," Tula said, shuddering. "I shall never forget it." "What about those symbols?" I asked Leif. "Did you recognize them?" "Not really, though there are some clans that use symbols for rituals." "Rituals?" Dread coiled in my stomach. "Wedding ceremonies and naming rituals." Leif scowled in concentration. "Thousands of years ago, magicians used to perform intricate rituals. They believed that magical power came from a deity, and if they tattooed their bodies and showed the proper respect, they would be granted greater power. Now we know better. I've seen some symbols painted on faces and hands before, but not like the ones on Tula's attacker." Leif pulled his black hair back behind his head with both hands. With his elbows jutting out past his face, his posture seemed so familiar. I felt like I could transport back to a time when my concerns only focused on what game to play next. The faint childhood memory dissolved with my efforts to concentrate on it. Tula covered her eyes, silent tears spilling down her cheeks. Reliving the kidnapping and the torment had to be grueling. "Get some rest," Leif told her. "I'll come back later. Perhaps Second Magician will know something about those symbols." He left the room. The morning's events had drained my own small supply of energy. I knew words would give no comfort to Tula, so I was relieved when Opal came in. Seeing her sister's concern, Tula sobbed loudly, and Opal crawled into the bed with her, held Tula close, and rocked her like a baby. I fell asleep, listening to Tula purge her body of the masked man's poison. We had visitors throughout the rest of the day. Cahill came, smelling of the barn. "How's Kiki?" I asked, missing her. Even though my connection with her remained, I couldn't produce enough power to hear her thoughts.
"A little agitated. All horses are. The stablemaster's been in one of his tempers. Horses take their cues from people's emotions. If a rider is nervous, then the horse will be too."
Cahill shook his head.
"I still have a hard time believing you can communicate with them." guess today is just one of those days where my notions are proven wrong.
Why is that?
I thought you were an overconfident braggart when you said you could help Tula. But you did it.
Cahill studied me. I conceded the overconfidence title. My rescue of Commander Ambrose's soul had seemed easy in comparison to Tula's, but I had forgotten that Iris had been with me in the commander's room, and it had been his superior fighting skills and determination that had gotten us free of his demons.
You almost killed yourself saving Tula, though,
Cahill said.
Was it worth the risk to prove me wrong again?
My motivations weren't selfish, I snapped at him. I wanted to help her. I understood what she's been through, and I knew she needed me. Once I had an idea about how I could find her, I didn't stop to think. I just reacted.
And the danger to yourself never entered your mind?
Not this time. I sighed at his aghast expression.
You've put yourself in danger for others before?
I was the commander's food taster. This was common knowledge, unlike my role in stopping Brazel. Cahill nodded.
A perfect position to overhear the commander's plans. He used you as a shield. You should want to help overthrow him. Why do you hold such loyalty for him?
Frustration roughened his voice. Because of my position, I saw through his reputation. I witnessed kindness and a deep concern for his people. He didn't abuse his power, and while he is far from perfect, he always stayed faithful to his beliefs. Reliable and true to his word, you never had to guess at hidden meanings or suspect duplicity from him. His stubbornness refused to soften.
You've been brainwashed, Yelena. Hopefully you'll regain some sense after living in Scythia for a while.
Cahill left without waiting for a reply. Our conversation had drained me. I drifted in and out of an uneasy sleep the rest of that afternoon. The masked man invaded my dreams, hunting me through a thick jungle. Toward evening, Dax Greenblade surged into the room, energizing the air.
You look like hell,
he said to me in a low voice. Tula and Opal had fallen asleep in Tula's narrow bed. Gee, Dax, don't coat it with honey. Tell me what you really think, I said. He covered his mouth to mute his laughter.
I figured I'd hit you while you were down, because once you hear the rumours that have been flying through the campus like bare feet on hot sand, your ego will think it's a compliment.
In a grand gesture, Dax swept his arms into the air.
You have become a legend.
A legend?
Me?
Disbelief coloured my voice.
A scary legend, he amended, but a legend all the same.
Come on, how gullible do you think I am?
Simple enough to think you can find someone's consciousness alone.
Dax waved a hand over my bed.
Although, it's not so stupid if this was an attempt to get out of class, but if you see your fellow students scurrying to get out of your way, now you know why. Here comes Yelena, the all-powerful soul finder.
I threw my pillow at Dax. His magic brushed my skin as the pillow veered to the right and struck the wall with a soft thump before sliding to the floor. I glanced at the girls. They appeared to be asleep. Now you're exaggerating, I said.
Can you blame me? Cursed with the ability to read and speak archaic languages, Master Bane has me translating ancient history. Very dry and dull.
Dax retrieved my pillow and even fluffed it before returning it to me. When Leaf entered the room, carrying a large square box, Dax leaned close to me and whispered,
Speaking of dull.
I suppressed a chuckle. Dax left as Leaf began to unpack small brown vials. The clink of glass woke Tula and Opal. Tula eyed the bottles with obvious alarm.
What are those?
I asked Leaf.
Scent vials, he said. Each one contains a specific odor. Mother and father helped me make these. Smells trigger memories, which aid me in finding criminals. But I figured I could use this kit as a start in determining the ointment that Tula's attacker used.
Interested, Tula tried to sit up. Opal got off the bed to help her. Leaf rummaged through his collection of about 30 vials until he had lined up 10 of them.
We'll try these first.
He uncorked one and passed it under my nose.
Breathe normally.
I wrinkled my nose and sneezed.
No, that's awful.
A small smile touched Leaf's face as he put that vial away.
Leaf?
Tula asked.
What about me?
He hesitated.
You've done so much already. I didn't want to exhaust you.
I want to help too. Better than lying here doing nothing.
All right.
He had us sniff 3 more vials. Tula and I each smelled different ones, and then we took a break for dinner.
Too many scents will give you a headache, and you won't be able to tell the difference between them after a while,
he explained. Leaf spent the evening with us. My interest began to wane, but he kept at it even when he neared the bottom of the box. I was on the edge of sleep when a sharp odour jolted me. Leaf held an uncorked bottle. Tula cowered in her bed, her hands raised as though she tried to deflect a blow. Leaf squinted in confusion.
That's it, I cried. Can't you smell it?
He passed the vial under his nose, breathing in the pungent scent. Then he shoved the cork back in, flipped the bottle over and read the label. He stared at me in shock.
It makes perfect sense.
His mouth opened in horror.
What?
I demanded.
Tell me.
It's curare.
When he saw my confusion, he continued.
Comes from a vine that grows in the Elias jungle. It paralyzes the muscles. It's great for numbing toothaches and for relieving minor pain. To freeze a whole body, the medicine would have to be very concentrated.
Leaf's eyes flashed in dismay. Why are you so upset? I asked. Now you know what it is, isn't that good?
Curare was rediscovered just last year. Only a handful of Zaltanas know about its properties. Our clan likes to know everything about a substance before selling it to others.
Understanding flooded my mind. Leaf believed that the red-painted man could be from our clan.
Who found the curare?
I asked. Still upset, Leaf turned the vial in his hands.
Father, he said, and the only person I can think of who has the skill to concentrate the curare enough to paralyze a whole body is Mother.
Chapter 18. I sat up in bed.
Leaf, you don't really believe...
I couldn't bring myself to conjecture aloud. To say that Esau and Pearl, our parents, might have some connection to this horrid murderer. Leaf shook his head.
No, but someone close to them, perhaps.
Another dreadful thought came to mind.
Are they in danger?
I don't know.
Leaf began to pack his scent vials into their box.
I need to talk to our clan leader. Somehow the curare must have been stolen. That one of our clan is...
Seeming lost for words, Leaf banged the box's top down.
Compromised? Saying we have a spy sounds too dramatic even for me.
Leaf gave me a rueful grin.
I doubt our leader will even believe me.
He grabbed his kit and rushed from the room. Tula, who had remained quiet during our conversation, asked,
Could Third
She swallowed.
Could my attacker be from the Zaltana clan?
Ferday? Is that his name? She covered her face with a hand.
No, that's just what I named him. I hid that from you. I was embarrassed.
She stopped and took a deep breath, glancing at her sister. Opal yawned and said she needed to get some sleep. She kissed Tula on the cheek and pulled the covers up to Tula's chin before leaving. After a few moments of silence, I said, "You don't have to explain."
I want to. Talking helps. Ferday is short for fer de lance, a poisonous viper that hunts for prey by seeking heat. We used to get them in our factory all the time. They were drawn to the kilns. One killed my uncle. Any time one of us would go out to the factory, my mother would say, "Be careful, don't let Ferday get you." My older sister and I used to scare Opal by telling her Ferday was coming for her.
Tula made a small sound as tears tracked down her face.
I have to apologize to Opal for being so mean. It's funny,
She choked out.
I was the one taken by Ferday, but if I'd had a choice, I would have rather been bitten by the real snake.
I couldn't find any words of comfort for Tula. Later that night, Bane arrived. He carried a lantern, and Dax, laden with a large, leather-covered book and rolls of paper, followed him into the room. Yet another roll of paper was tucked under Bane's arm. He lit the lanterns in the room until the air blazed with candlelight. Bane wore the same purple robe he had worn the day before. Without preamble, he spread the paper across my bed. My stomach clenched when I looked at the scroll. The symbols I had seen tattooed on Ferday's body covered the parchment. Bane watched my reaction closely.
"These, then, are the right symbols?"
I nodded. "Where—" Bane took the book from Dax. For once, the young man's face held a serious expression.
"This ancient text, written in the F language, tells of magic symbols from long ago. It reports that these symbols were so powerful that they could not be drawn in the book, for to do so would call the power. But fortunate for us, they describe them in detail. And fortunate, too, Dax was able to translate the F language into these."
Bane gestured to the paper. "That's some progress," I said. Dax flashed a smile.
My talents are finally being used for a good cause.
Bane gave Dax a stern look. Dax sobered.
"The order of the symbols is very important,"
Bane explained.
"for they weave a story. If you can tell us where they were on the killer's body, we might be able to discern what motivates him."
I studied the sheet, trying to remember where Ferday had painted the markings on his body. "There are some patterns on him that aren't on this paper," I said.
Here,
Tula said. Her eyes were closed. Even though her arm trembled, she held out her right hand.
I know them by heart.
Bane handed her the paper as Dax put his rolls on the floor. Unrolling one, he began to sketch an outline of a man on the sheet with a slender piece of charcoal. Tula stared at the symbols for a moment. Then she recited their order. Starting with Ferday's left shoulder, she worked her way across his body to his right shoulder, then continued left to right, like lines of words in a book. When Tula came to a symbol that wasn't on Bane's sheet, I drew it on a piece of scrap paper for Dax. Even though my drawings looked clumsy compared to his, he was able to duplicate my efforts on his paper. Tula stuttered in embarrassment when she reached Ferday's groin. Bane squeezed her hand and made a comment about how the man must have suffered for his art. A single chuckle burst from Tula. By her expression, I knew the brief laugh had surprised her. I suppressed a smile. Tula had started on the long road of recovery. Tula had memorized the symbols on her attacker's back. I cringed, remembering that she had spent almost 2 weeks as his prisoner. She also recalled other things about him: the scars on his ankles, the size of his hands, the red dirt under his fingernails, the shape and soft fabric of his red mask, and his ears.
"Why his ears?"
Bane asked. Tula shut her eyes, and even though her voice quavered, explained that each time he had staked her to the ground and thrust deep inside her, he turned his head to avoid looking into her eyes. To block out the pain, Tula focused on his ear. The first time he raped her, Tula bit him on the right ear. She recalled feeling a moment of satisfaction when the hot, metallic taste of his blood filled her mouth.
"A tiny victory for me,"
Tula said, then shuddered so fiercely her bed shook.
"I never did it again."
Dax, who had been drawing Tula's every description from his spot on the floor, smoothed his horrified expression before giving her his sketch. After some minor corrections, Tula handed the paper to Bane.
"That's him,"
she said. The effort had sapped so much of her strength that Tula fell asleep before Dax could gather his supplies. I touched Bane's sleeve. "Can I ask you something?" The magician glanced at his apprentice.
"I'll wait for you in your tower,"
Dax said to him. He left.
"You can always ask. No need to get permission, child."
I shook my head at the endearment. With only a bit of my strength returning, I felt ancient. I had no energy to correct him, though I doubt it would do me any good. He tended to call everyone child, even Iris, and she was twice my age. Iris hasn't come to visit. Is she still angry with me?
I would not use the word angry. Furious or livid comes closer to the truth.
My face must have reflected my terror, because Bane laid a soothing hand over mine.
You must remember that you are her student. Your actions reflect her skills as a teacher. What you did with Tula was extremely dangerous. You could have killed Tula, Opal, Leaf, and yourself. You did not consult Iris or seek her help, relying solely on yourself.
I opened my mouth to defend myself, but Bane raised a forestalling hand.
A skill, I am sure, you learned in Ixia. No one to help you, no one to trust. You did what you had to do to survive. Am I not correct?
Bane didn't wait for my reply.
But you are not in the North anymore. Here you have friends, colleagues, and others to guide you and to help you. Sitya is very different from Ixia. No one person rules. We have a council that represents our people. We debate and decide together. This is something you need to learn, and Iris needs to teach you. When she understands why you acted as you did, she will not be so upset.
How long will that take? Bane smiled.
Not long. Iris is like the volcanoes in the Emerald Mountains. She might emit some steam, spit some lava, but she is quick to cool. She probably would have visited today, but a messenger arrived from Ixia this afternoon.
A messenger? I tried to get out of bed, but my legs wouldn't hold my weight. I ended up on the floor. Bane tusked at me, calling Hayes to help me into bed. When Hayes left, I asked again. "What messenger? Tell me."
Council business.
The magician made a shooing motion with his hand as if the entire topic bored him.
Something about an Ixian ambassador and his retinue requesting permission to visit Sitya.
An Ixian ambassador coming here? I mulled over the implications, as Bane, anxious to translate the killer's tattoos, hastened to leave the room. "Bane," I called as he opened the door. "When are the Ixians coming?"
I do not know. I'm sure Iris will tell you when she comes.
When? At this point, I felt if was the better word. Waiting for her became intolerable. I hated just lying there, being so helpless. Iris must have sensed my agitation. "Yelena," I heard her voice in my mind. "Relax. Conserve your strength." "But I need to get a good night's sleep, or I shall tell you nothing. Understand?" Her firm tone left me no chance to argue. "Yes, sir." I tried to settle my mind. Instead of obsessing about when the Northern delegation would arrive, I thought about who Commander Ambrose would send as his ambassador. He wouldn't risk one of his generals. Sending an aide seemed more logical. Valak would be my choice, but the Scythians wouldn't trust him, and he would be in too much danger. Cahill and his men would try to kill him for assassinating the former king of Ixia. But would they succeed? That would depend on how many attacked him at one time. I imagined Valak countering strikes with his typical grace and speed, but huge green leaves began to obscure the image in my mind. The leaves blocked my view, and soon vegetation surrounded me. I fought my way through the dense jungle, searching for Valak. My pace increased as the awareness of being chased pressed on my back. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted a long, tan snake with red markings slithering after me. Catching glimpses of Valak through the trees, I shouted and called to him for help, but thick vines from the jungle had ensnared his torso and legs. He hacked at them with his sword, but the vines continued to wrap around him until they covered his arms as well. I pushed toward him, but a sharp pinch in my thigh stopped me. The viper had wrapped around my leg. His fangs dripped curare. Blood welled from the 2 small holes in my pants. The drug spread through my body. I screamed until the poison froze my voice.
Yelena, wake up!
Someone shook my shoulder hard.
It's just a dream. Come on, wake up!
I blinked at Leaf. A frown anchored his face. His short black hair stuck out at odd angles, and he had dark smudges under his eyes. I glanced at Tula. Propped up on one elbow, she looked at me with concern in her brown eyes.
"Is Valak in trouble?"
she asked me. Leaf's gaze jumped to Tula.
Why are you asking about him? He demanded.
Yelena was trying to help him when she was bitten by the snake.
You saw it? I asked. She nodded.
I dream of the snake every night. But Valak's knew. He must be from your dreams.
Leaf turned back to me.
You know him?
I closed my mouth. Choosing my words with care, I said, As the commander's food taster, I saw him every day. Leaf blinked. The red flush of annoyance drained from his face.
I know nothing about your life in Ixia,
he said, That was entirely your choice.
I don't think I could stand the extra guilt.
Leif turned his face away, staring at the wall. You shouldn't feel any guilt now that you know I was kidnapped. There was nothing you could do, I said, but he refused to meet my questioning gaze.
Isn't she your sister?
Tula asked into the silence. She wrinkled her nose, squinting in confusion. It's a long, complicated story, I said. Tula settled her head on the pillow and then squirmed around under the covers as though she were seeking a more comfortable position.
We have plenty of time.
We have no time, Iris said from the doorway. Leif, are you ready?
Yes.
Iris took a step inside the room. Then go help Cahill with the horses.
But I was going to...
Explain what is going on, I demanded, sitting up. No time. Bane will fill you in. Iris and Leif turned to leave. Fury bloomed in my chest. Without thought, I pulled power and directed it toward them. Stop! They both froze in place until I released them. I slumped in bed. My outburst had sapped what little strength I had. Iris returned to my bedside. An odd mixture of anger and admiration on her face. Feeling better? No. Leif, go, Iris said. I'll catch up in a moment. He shot me a rueful glance on his way out. Leif's way of saying goodbye, I guessed. Iris perched on the edge of my bed and pushed me back onto the pillow. You'll never get better if you keep using magic. I'm sorry. I just can't stand being so helpless. A wry smile bent Iris's mouth. It's your own fault. At least, that's what Rose keeps telling me. She wants me to assign you to a season of kitchen duty as punishment for rescuing Tula.
She should be rewarded, not punished,
Tula said. Iris held her hand up. Advice I won't be taking. In fact, I believe that your current situation is bad enough that you'll think twice next time you're tempted to use more magic than you can handle. And being stuck here, while Cahill, Leif and I travel to the Abybian Plains to visit the Sandseed clan, is sufficient punishment. What happened? I asked. Iris softened her voice, her words just louder than a whisper. Last night, Leif and I asked Baval, the Zaltana's councilman, about the curare. It did come from your parents. They made a large batch and had it delivered to the Sandseed clan. My heart skipped a beat. Why? According to Baval, Esau had read about a substance that paralyzes muscles in a history book about the nomadic tribes of the Abybian Plains. So Esau traveled to the Sandseed clan and found a healer named Gedi, who knew a little about this substance. In the Sandseed clan, information is orally passed down from one healer to the next, and sometimes knowledge is lost. Esau and Gedi searched the jungle for the curare vine, and once found, they had Pearl help them extract the drug. It's a time-consuming process, so Gedi returned to the plains, and Esau promised to send him some curare as a gift for helping him. Iris stood. So, now we are going to find out what Gedi did with his curare, since Councillor Harun Sandseed didn't know. I must come! I struggled to sit up, but my arm refused to hold my weight. Iris watched me impassively. When I stopped, she asked, Why? Because I know the killer. I've seen him in Tula's mind. He might be with the clan. She shook her head. We have Dax's drawing. and Leaf caught a glimpse of the man when he helped you connect your mind to Tula's. Iris reached out and smoothed my hair from my face. Her hand felt cool against my hot skin. Besides, you're not strong enough. Stay. Rest. Grow strong again. I have a great deal to teach you when I return. She hesitated, then leaned over and kissed me on the forehead. My protests froze on my lips. My reason for being at the keep was to learn, and already I felt as if I had gone off course. But visiting the Sand Seeds could be an educational experience. Why wasn't anything simple? Iris reached the door when I remembered to ask her about the Ixian delegation. Pausing at the threshold, she said, "The council has agreed to a meeting. The messenger left this morning to deliver our reply to Ixia." She shut the door, leaving me to ponder all that she had told me.
Ixia,
Tula said with wonder.
do you think Valak will escape the vines and come with the delegation?
Tula, that was a nightmare.
But it seemed so real,
she insisted. Bad dreams are ghosts of our fears and worries, haunting us while we sleep. I doubt Valak is in trouble. My thoughts, though, lingered on the image of Valak, trapped. It had seemed real. I gritted my teeth in frustration and impatience. Iris had been right. Lying here, unable to do anything, was far worse than scrubbing the kitchen. Taking some deep breaths, I calmed my mind, cleansing out my worries and irritation. I focused on my last night with Valak in Ixia. A cherished memory. I must have drifted off to sleep, because I felt Valak's presence. A strong cloud of energy surrounded me.
"You need help, love?"
he asked in my dream. I need you. I need love. I need energy. I need you. His regret pulsed in my heart.
"I can't come. You already have my love. But I can give you my strength."
No, you'll be helpless for days. The image of Valak tangled in vines leapt into my mind.
"I'll be fine. The Power Twins are with me. They'll protect me."
Valak showed me an image of Ari and Janko, my friends in Ixia, guarding his tent. They camped in the Snake Forest, participating in a military exercise. Before I could stop him, power washed over me, soaking into my body.
"Good luck, love."
Valak! I yelled out loud. He disappeared.
What was that?
Tula asked. A dream. But I felt rejuvenated. I stood on my now steady legs, marveling. Tula stared.
It wasn't a dream. I saw a light and...
I made a sudden decision and bolted for the door. I have to go.
Where?
Tula demanded. To catch up with Iris. Chapter 19. The two men guarding our room jumped in surprise when I sprinted out the door. I raced toward the stable before my mind could slow me down with logic, but I arrived too late. The yard was empty. Kiki poked her head out of her stall.
Lavender Lady better?
Yes, much better. I stroked her nose. I missed the others. When did they leave?
Some chews of hay. We catch up.
I studied Kiki's blue eyes. She presented an interesting idea. Even if I had caught up to Iris before they left, there was no guarantee that she would have let me go with them to the Avibian Plains. Kiki pawed the ground with impatience.
Go!
I thought fast. Perhaps it would be better if I followed Iris and Leaf to the plains, revealing myself only when we travelled too far for her to send me back to the keep. I need supplies, I told Kiki. On the way to my room, I made a mental list of everything I would need. My backpack and bow, my switchblade, my cloak, some clothes and food. Money, perhaps. After gathering what I could from my room, I locked the door, turned to go, and bumped into Dax.
"Look who's vertical,"
he said. A wide smile spread across his lips.
"I don't know why I'm surprised. After all, you are a living legend."
Shaking my head, I said,
"Dax, I don't have time to exchange barbs with you." "Why?"
I paused, realising that taking off on my own would be yet another black mark against me. An Ixian decision. But getting information from the sand seeds was too important for me to worry about the consequences. I told Dax about my plans. "Can you tell Second Magician where I've gone? I don't want Bane combing the keep for me."
"You're on the fast path to expulsion," Dax warned. "I've lost count of points against you."
He paused, considering.
"Doesn't matter now. How long of a head start do you want?"
I glanced at the sky. Mid-afternoon.
"Till dark."
The timing still left Bane a slight chance to send someone to retrieve me, but I hoped he would wait until the morning.
"Done. I'd wish you good luck, but I don't think it would help."
"Why not?"
"My lady, you make your own luck."
Then he shooed me away.
"Go!"
I hurried to the kitchen and grabbed enough bread, cheese, and dried meat to last for 10 days. Captain Marek had said the Avibian plains were vast, and it took 10 days to cross them. If the Sandseed clan lived on the far side, I would have enough food to reach them, and I hoped I could buy more for the return trip. With my thoughts focused on supplies, I raced toward the barn. As I approached, Kiki snorted in agitation, and I opened my mind to her.
"Bad smell,"
she warned.
I spun in time to see Goal rush me. Before I could react, the point of his sword stopped mere inches from my stomach.
"Going somewhere?"
he asked.
"What are you doing here?"
"Little birdie told me you flew the coop. It wasn't hard to track you."
The guards outside Tula's room must have alerted Goal. I sighed. My distraction while collecting supplies had made me an easy target.
"Okay, Goal. Let's make this quick."
I took a step back and reached for my bow, but Goal moved forward. The point of his sword cut through my shirt and pricked my skin just as my hands found the smooth wood of my staff.
"Freeze!"
he shouted. I huffed more in annoyance than fear. I didn't have time for this.
"Too scared for a fair fight? Ow!"
The sword's tip jabbed into my stomach.
"Drop your bow to the ground. Slowly,"
he ordered. He nudged his sword tip deeper when I hesitated. In slow motion, I pulled my bow from its strap, keeping Goal's attention on me because out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kiki open the latch on her stall's door with her teeth.
The door thumped open. Goal turned his head at the noise. Kiki spun, aimed her hind legs. I scurried back a few paces.
"Not too hard," I told her.
"Bad man!"
She kicked him.
Goal flew through the air and slammed against the pasture's wooden fence.
Then he crumpled in a heap. When he didn't move, I approached and felt for a pulse. Still alive. I had mixed feelings about his survival. Would he ever give up? Or would he keep coming after me until he had caught me, or until I had killed him. Kiki interrupted my thoughts. "Go!" I retrieved her tack and began to saddle her. As I tightened the girth straps around her chest, I asked, "Could you always open your door?"
"Yes, fence too."
"Why don't you?"
"Hay sweet, water fresh, peppermints."
I laughed and made sure to take some mints from Cahill's supply, packing them into my bag. I hooked 5 feed bags and water bags for her onto the saddle, along with my own food and water skins. "Too heavy?" I asked. She looked at me with scorn.
"No! Leave now! Topaz scent going!"
I mounted. We left the magician's keep and headed through the citadel. Kiki stepped with care as she walked along the crowded streets of the market. I spotted Fisk, my beggar boy, carrying a huge package for a lady. He smiled and tried to wave. His clean black hair shone in the sun, and the hollow smudges under his eyes were gone. A beggar no longer. Fisk found a job. When we passed under the massive marble arches that marked the gateway of the citadel, Kiki picked up her pace, breaking into a gallop. The view sped past as we travelled along the main valley road that led from the citadel to the forest. Harvest activity buzzed in the fields to our right. On the left, the Avibian plains flowed out to the horizon. The colours of the tall grasses had transformed from the greens and blues of the hot season into reds, yellows, and oranges, as though someone had taken a giant paintbrush and swabbed large bands of colour across the landscape. The plains appeared deserted, and I saw no signs of wildlife. Only the colours rippled in the wind. When Kiki turned to enter the plains, I spotted a faint trail cutting through the grass. The long blades rubbed against my legs and Kiki's stomach. Kiki relaxed her pace. I touched her mind. We were on the right path, and the strong scent of horses filled her nose. She picked out each one by their smell.
"Silk, topaz, rusalka."
"Rusalka?"
"Sad man's."
Confused at first. It took me a moment to realise Sad Man was Kiki's name for leaf. From what I had gathered from Kiki, when a horse meets someone for the first time, their immediate impression becomes that person's horse name, and they relate it to other horses. Apparently, it doesn't change. To the horses, it made sense. They gave us names, just like we had given them names. "Other horses?" I asked.
"No."
"Other men?"
"No."
Surprised that Cahill hadn't taken some of his men with him, I wondered why. Cahill had skirted the plains on our trip to the citadel, afraid of the sand seeds, even when travelling with 12 men. I guess he felt safer having a master magician accompany him. Either that, or Iris had insisted he leave his watchdogs at the keep. As we advanced farther into the plains, I realised that the surrounding grassland hid many things. Despite appearing flat, the terrain rolled like a messy blanket. I looked back the way we had come, and couldn't see the farmland. Clusters of grey rocks peppered the plains, an occasional tree rose up from the grass, and I glimpsed field mice and small animals darting away from Kiki's hooves. We passed a strange crimson-coloured rock formation. White veined the single stone, whose top tier loomed above my head. The thick, squarish profile of the structure reminded me of something. I scanned my memory and realised the rock resembled a human heart. The fact that I had recalled my lessons surprised me. Biology at Brazel's orphanage had been my least favourite subject. The teacher had delighted in making his students sick to their stomachs. When the light over the plains began to fade and the air chilled, the thought of spending a night in such an exposed place made me uneasy.
"Catch up?"
Kiki asked. "Are we close?" The pungent smell of horses mixed with a thin scent of smoke. Through Kiki's eyes, I could see a distant fire. "They stop!" I weighed my options. A night alone, or the possibility of facing Iris's anger if I joined her. Not used to sitting in the saddle for more than an hour, my legs and back ached. I needed a break. Kiki, though, could travel much longer. Pulling power, I projected my awareness, feeling for the overall mood of the campsite. Cahill gripped the handle of his sword. The wide-open sky alarmed him. Leaf lounged on the ground, almost asleep. Iris— "Yelena!" Her outrage seared my mind. Decision made. Before she could demand an explanation, I showed her what had happened between Valak and me. "Impossible!" The word triggered a memory. "You said the same thing when I reached out to Valak to help me against Rose's mental probing. Perhaps there is something connecting us that you haven't encountered." "Perhaps," she conceded. "Come join us. It's too late to send you home. And you can't go back to the keep without me to help you against Rose's wrath." With that sobering thought, I told Kiki to find the campsite. She felt glad, though, when we reached Topaz. He grazed with the other horses near the camp. I removed Kiki's tack, rubbed her down, and made sure she had enough food and water. Reluctance and sore muscles made my movements slow. When I finally joined Iris in the small clearing where they had stopped for the night, she only asked me if I needed dinner. I glanced at the others. Leaf stirred a pot of soup, cooking over the flames. He wore a neutral expression. Cahill's hand now hovered near his sword handle. He seemed more relaxed about the night sky. He grinned when he met my gaze. He was either glad about my arrival or was anticipating the entertainment from the reprimand I was certain to receive from Iris. Instead, Iris lectured Cahill and me on the proper way to interact with the Sandseed clan members. "Respect of the elders is a must," she said. "All requests are to be made to the elders, but only after they invite us to speak. They don't trust outsiders, and will watch for any sign of disregard or any indication that you are spying on them. So don't ask questions unless given permission. And don't stare." "Why would we stare?" I asked. "They don't like to wear clothes. Some members will dress when outsiders are visiting, but others won't." Iris smiled ruefully. "Also, they have a few powerful magicians. They aren't keep trained. They teach their own. Although a few of their younger magicians have come to the keep, seeking to enhance their knowledge. Kangom was one of these, but he didn't stay at the keep for long." Iris frowned. Unfortunately, I knew where he had gone from there. He changed his name to Mog Khan and started kidnapping children, smuggling them into Ixia. Before Cahill could voice his questions about Mog Khan, I asked Iris, "What about the Sandseed magicians that stay with the clan?" "They call them story weavers," Iris explained. "They hold the clan's history. The Sandseeds believe their history is a living entity, like an invisible presence that surrounds them. Since the clan's story is always evolving, the story weavers guide the clan."
"How do they guide them?"
Cahill asked with concern. "They mediate disputes, help in decision-making. They show the clan members their past, and aid them in avoiding the same mistakes. Very similar to what the master magicians do for the people of Scythia.
They soothe a troubled heart,
Leaf said, staring into the flames.
Or so they claim.
Then he stood abruptly.
The soup's done. Who's hungry?
We ate in silence. After we arranged sleeping areas for the evening, Iris informed us that we would be on the road for one more night before we reached the clan's dwellings. Cahill wanted to make a night watch schedule.
I'll take the first shift,
he offered. Iris just looked at him.
It makes sense,
he said in his defense. Cahill, there is nothing to fear, and if trouble heads in our direction, I will wake you long before it arrives, Iris said. I hid my smile as I watched Cahill pout. I wrapped my cloak around me against the cold night air and lay on the soft sandy ground of the clearing. I checked with Kiki. Everything okay?
Grass sweet, crunchy.
Bad smells?
No, nice air. Home.
I remembered now that Kiki had been bred by the sand seeds. Nice to be home? I thought of Valak in the snake forest and hoped he had regained some of his strength.
Yes, nicer with lavender, lady. Peppermints?
Hopeful. In the morning, I promised. I gazed up at the night sky, watching the stars dance while waiting for sleep. Kiki's view of life sounded right. Good food, fresh water, an occasional sweet, and someone to care for. That's what everyone should have. A simplistic and unrealistic view, I knew, but it soothed me. My thoughts, though, drifted into strange dreams. I ran through the plains, searching for Kiki. The knee-high grass grew until it reached above my head and impeded my forward motion. I pushed through the sharp blades, trying and failing to find a way out. My foot snagged on something, and I fell. When I rolled over, the grass transformed into a field of snakes, and they began to wrap around my body. I struggled until they immobilized me.
You belong with us,
a snake hissed in my ear. I jerked awake in the weak light of dawn. My ear tingled from the dream snake, and I shivered in the cold morning air, trying to shake off the horror of my nightmare. Iris and the others milled around the small fire. We ate a breakfast of bread and cheese and saddled our horses. My muscles had stiffened during the night, and they protested each movement. By mid-morning, the sun warmed the land, and I shed my cloak, stuffing it into my backpack. As we travelled, the soft ground turned into hard stone, and the grasses thinned. Small sandstone outcroppings sprinkled the area. By lunch, the outcroppings rose higher than our heads, and I felt as if we rode inside a canyon. During a brief stop, I noticed streaks of red on a pair of sandstone pillars some distance away. Tula's attacker had something red under his fingernails, I told the others. Could it be from here? It's possible, Iris agreed.
We should get a sample,
Leaf said. He rummaged in his pack until he found a short glass vial. We need to keep going. Iris squinted at the sun. I want to find a campsite before dark.
Go, I'll catch up,
Leaf said. Yelena, help him. Make sure it's the colour you remember. Iris ordered, then turned to Cahill before he could voice the objections behind his frown. Cahill, you stay with me. If Yelena can find us hours after we left the Citadel, she'll have no problem catching up today. Iris and a still scowling Cahill mounted their horses and headed toward the sun, while Leaf and I found a path to the pillars. They were farther away than I had thought. Then it took us longer than we had anticipated to collect a sample. The streaks turned out to be a layer of red clay. The exposed clay had hardened, and we chipped through it to reach the softer material underneath. We placed both the hard chips and soft clay into the vial. By the time we returned to our starting point, the sun hovered halfway to the horizon. Kiki found Topaz's trail, and we nudged the horses into a run. I felt unconcerned when the sky began to darken. Topaz's pungent scent filled Kiki's sensitive nose, which meant we were getting close. But when full dark descended, and I could not see a fire, I began to worry. When the moon rose, I halted Kiki.
"Are we lost?"
Leaf asked. He had been following me without comment since we had discovered the trail. I could just make out his annoyed frown in the faint moonlight. No, Kiki says Topaz's scent is strong. Perhaps they decided to travel longer?
"Can you reach Iris?"
Leaf asked. Oh, snake spit, I forgot. I took a deep breath and gathered a string of power, chastising myself for failing to remember my magic again. I wondered when using magic would become instinctive. I felt a surprising rush of power. The source seemed concentrated in this area. Projecting my awareness, I searched the surrounding land. Nothing. Alarmed, I extended my reach, seeking further. Then I realized that my mind hadn't even touched field mice or any other creatures. I stopped in frustration. If I could connect to Valak in the snake forest, I should be able to find Iris. After all, her horse had just passed this way.
Topaz smell, always strong,
Kiki agreed. Always?
Yes.
Well?
Leaf asked with impatience. Something's wrong. I can't find Iris. I told him what Kiki had just said.
But that's good, right?
There should have been a gradual build-up of scent from faint to sharp. Instead, it's been the same since we found their trail. I turned in a circle. Magic pulsed in the air all around us. Someone is trying to trick us.
Finally!
A deep voice barked from the darkness. Kiki and Rusalka reared in surprise, but a soothing strand of magic calmed them. I pulled my bow and scanned the few faint shapes I could see in the weak light.
Not very quick, are you?
The voice taunted from my left. I spun Kiki around in time to see a man coalesce out of a blue ray of moonlight. Tall enough to meet my gaze without having to look up, the naked man's skin was indigo and hairless. His bald head gleamed with sweat, and I could see strength coiled in his powerful muscles. But his round face held amusement, and I sensed no immediate threat from him. Pure magical energy emanated from him, so I thought he might be influencing my emotions. I tightened my grip.
"Who are you, and what do you want?"
I demanded. Bright white teeth flashed as he smiled.
I am your story weaver.
Chapter 20. I glanced at Leaf. His alarmed expression had turned to fear. Colour leaked from his face as he looked from me to the large indigo-coloured man. The man's painted skin and lack of clothes made me think of Tula's attacker, but his body was more muscular, and scars crisscrossed his arms and legs. But no tattoos. With my mental barrier in place, I held my bow ready. But the man stood relaxed. I would be relaxed too if I had access to the amount of magical power within his control. He had no need to move. he could kill us with a word. Which begged the question, why was he here?
"What do you want?"
I asked.
"Go away,"
Leaf said to the man.
"You cause only trouble."
"Your stories have tangled and knotted together,"
Story Weaver said.
"I am here as a guide to show you both how to untangle them."
"Banish him," Leaf told me. "He has to obey you."
He does? That seemed rather easy.
"If you wish me to leave, I will go. But you and your brother will not be allowed to enter our village. His twisted soul causes us pain, and you are linked to him."
I stared at the Story Weaver in confusion. His words didn't make sense. Friend or foe?
"You said you were here to guide. Guide us where?" "Banish him now!" Leaf yelled. "He will deceive you. He's probably in league with Tula's kidnapper and is trying to delay us."
"Your fear remains strong,"
Story Weaver said to Leaf.
"You are not ready to face your story, preferring instead to surround yourself with knots. Someday, they will strangle you. Your choice was to decline our help, but your tangles threaten to squeeze the life out of your sister. This must be corrected."
Extending his hand to me, he said,
"You are ready. Leave Kiki and come with me."
"Where?"
"To see your story."
"How? Why?"
Story Weaver refused to answer. He radiated calm patience, as if he could stand there with his arm extended all night, waiting. Kiki looked back at me.
Go with Moonman,
she urged.
Hungry, tired, want topaz.
Smell? Bad? I asked.
Hard road, but Lavender Lady strong. Go.
I returned my bow to its holder and dismounted.
"Yelena, no!"
Leaf cried. He clutched Rusalka's reins tight to his chest. I paused in shock. That's the first time you've called me by my name.
Now you care what happens to me? Sorry, it's too late in the game for that to work. Frankly, I don't want to deal with your troubles. I have enough of my own. And we have to find Tula's attacker before he takes another, so it's imperative that we meet with the clan elders. If this is what I need to do, then so be it.
I shrugged.
Besides, Kiki told me to go. And you would listen to a horse instead of your brother? Until now, my brother has refused to acknowledge any connection with me since I have arrived in Sitia. I trust Kiki.
Leaf snorted in exasperation.
You spent your life in Ixia. You know nothing of these sand seeds.
I learned who to trust.
A horse. You're a fool.
He shook his head. There was no sense telling him about how I had trusted an assassin, a magician who had tried to kill me twice, and 2 soldiers who had jumped me in the snake forest. All 4 now dear to my heart.
When will I be back?
I asked Storyweaver.
With the sun's first ray.
I unsaddled Kiki and gave her a quick rub-down while she ate some oats. Then I exchanged her feed bag for water. She drained it, and I placed the empty sacks near her tack. Apprehension about this strange trip began to crawl along my stomach.
Wait for me?
I asked Kiki. She snorted and whacked me with her tail, moving away to search for some sweet grass to graze on. Ask a dull-witted question. I met Leaf's stony gaze for a moment, then walked over to Storyweaver. He hadn't moved. Kiki had called him Moon Man. Before I took his hand, I asked, "What's your name?"
Moon Man will do.
I studied his coloured skin. Why indigo? A slow grin spread over his lips.
A cooling colour, to help soothe the fire between you and your brother.
Then a sheepish look.
It is my favourite.
I laid my hand in his. His palm felt like velvet. His warmth soaked into my bones and flowed up my arm. Magic shimmered, and the world around us melted. I began to uncoil, feeling my body loosen and elongate, as if it transformed into a string. The individual strands that entwined within my life story began to separate and diverge, so I could see the many events that had formed my life. Some of my history was familiar. I sought the pleasant memories, watching them as if I stood outside a window.
This is why you need me.
Moon Man's voice floated through the scene before my eyes.
You would stay here. My job is to guide you to the proper thread.
Memories blurred around me. I closed my eyes as the visions swirled. When the air settled once more, I opened them. I sat in the middle of a living area. Couches constructed of lianas and a glass-topped table surrounded me. A young boy, about 8 or 9 years old, reclined across from me on the wooden floor. He wore a pair of green short pants. With his hands behind his head and his elbows jutting out, he stared at the leaf-covered ceiling. About 10 bone dice littered the ground between us. "I'm bored," the boy said. The appropriate response popped into my mind.
How about onesies or 2 through the skull?
I scooped up the dice and shook them.
Baby games, he said. Let's go down to the jungle floor and explore.
Leaf jumped to his feet.
I don't know. How about we go swinging with Nutty?
If you want to play silly baby games with Nutty, go ahead. I'm going to explore and probably make a big discovery. Maybe I'll find the cure to the rotting disease. I'll be famous. They'll probably elect me the next clan leader.
Not wanting to miss any important discoveries and ensuing fame, I agreed to go with him. With a quick call to our mother, we left our tree dwelling and climbed down the palm ladder into the cooler air of the jungle's floor. The soft ground felt spongy under my bare feet. I followed Leaf through the jungle, marveling at the youthful energy pumping through my 6-year-old body. A part of me knew the truth, that I was older and not really here, that this was a vision. Yet I found I didn't care, and I cartwheeled down the jungle path just for fun.
This is serious, Leaf scolded. We're explorers. We need to collect samples. You gather some leaves while I search for flower petals.
When he turned his back, I stuck my tongue out at him, but I grabbed some tree leaves all the same. A quick movement among the branches distracted me. I froze, scanning the area. Clinging to a sapling hung a young black and white Valma. Brown eyes bulged from its small face, peering at me. I smiled and whistled at the creature. It scampered a bit higher, then turned its gaze back to mine and flicked its long tail. The animal wanted to play. I followed, copying its movements through the jungle. We climbed vines, swung and dodged around the big buttress roots of a rosewood tree. I stopped when I heard a distant voice. Straining to listen, I heard Leaf calling for me. I would have ignored him. Playing was more fun than collecting leaves. But I thought he said something about a ylang-ylang tree. Mother would bake us starfruit pies if we brought her ylang-ylang fruits for her perfumes.
Coming!
I shouted, jumping down to the jungle floor. When I turned to wave goodbye to the little Valma, it startled and dashed high up into the rosewood tree. A feeling of unease settled over me like a mist. I searched the nearby branches, looking for necklace snakes, the main predator of Valmas. With my gaze focused on the tree canopy, I almost tripped over a man. I jumped back in surprise. He sat on the ground with his right leg splayed out and the other tucked in close. His hands gripped his left ankle. Torn and stained with dirt and sweat, his clothing hung in tatters. Leaves and tendrils clung to his black hair. The adult part of my mind screamed, "Mogcan, run!" But my young self remained unafraid.
"Thank fate!"
Mogcan cried as relief smoothed the worry from his face.
"I'm lost. I think I broke my ankle. Can you help?"
I nodded.
I'll go get my brother.
Wait. Just help me up first.
Why?
To see if I can walk. If my ankle is really broken, you'll have to get more help.
My adult consciousness knew he lied, but I couldn't prevent my child self from stepping closer. I reached out a hand. He grasped it, then yanked me down. In one swift motion, he grabbed me and muffled my cry with a damp cloth. He pressed it tight against my mouth, forcing a sweet aroma into my nose. The jungle spun around me. "Stay awake! Stay awake!" I yelled to my body, but the blackness crept closer. Struggling in Mogcan's arms, my adult self knew what would happen next. Mogcan would take me to Ixia, and I would be raised in the orphanage of Riyadh's father, General Brazel. So when I reached maturity, they could try to take the magic out of me as if milking a cow. Also, Mogcan could increase his magical powers and help Brazel take over control of Commander Ambrose and Ixia. Even knowing the ending didn't make me feel any better about my abduction. Leaf's face in the bushes was the last thing my young self saw before the darkness claimed me. And that was truly horrifying. The vision faded. I stood with Moon Man on a dark plain. "Did Leaf really see what happened to me?" I asked Story Weaver.
"Yes."
"Why didn't he tell our parents?" "They could have sent a rescue party, or tried to get me back. Better for them to know their child's fate than to guess and wonder for years." As I thought about Leaf, my resentment grew. He had robbed me of the chance to have a childhood, to have a bedroom and loving parents, to learn about the jungle with my father and distill perfumes with my mother, to swing through the trees with Nutty, and to play games instead of memorizing Ixia's Code of Behaviour. "Why?" I demanded.
"That is a question you must ask him."
I shook my head. He must have hated me. He was glad to see me kidnapped. That explains his anger when I returned to Sitia. Moon Man said,
"Hate and anger are some of the emotions that strangle your brother, but not all. The easy answer is never the right answer. You must untangle your brother before he chokes himself.
I thought about Leaf. He had helped me with Chula, but he could have lied when he told me why, just like he had lied to our parents for 14 years. My interactions with him since my return to Scythia had almost all been unpleasant. And the single memory I now owned of Leaf before my time in Ixia made my blood boil with fury. Perhaps if I had more memories of my childhood. Why can't I remember my life before Mogcan kidnapped me? I asked.
Mogcan used magic to suppress all your memories, so you would believe him and stay in the orphanage.
That made sense. If I had remembered a family, I would have tried to run away.
Do you want those memories back? He asked.
Yes.
Promise you will help your brother, and I will unlock them.
I considered his offer. How do I help him?
You will find a way.
Cryptic, aren't we? He smiled.
The fun part of my job.
What if I refuse to help him?
That is your decision.
I huffed in frustration. Why do you care?
He sought relief from his pain in the Avibian plains. He tried to kill himself. His need for help drew me to him. I offered my services, but fear twisted his heart, and he refused. His pain reaches me still. A job unfinished. A soul lost. While there is time left, I will do what I can, even if I have to bargain with a soul finder.
Chapter 21. Soul finder? Fear brushed up my spine. Why do I keep hearing that name? I asked Storyweaver. We still stood on the featureless expanse, not unlike the surface of a frozen pond.
Because you are one,
he said in a plain, matter-of-fact tone. No, I protested, remembering the loathing and horror that had crossed Hayes's face when he had first mentioned that title to me. He had talked about waking the dead.
I will show you.
The smooth plain under our feet turned transparent, and through it I saw my Ixian friend, Janko. His pale face grimaced in pain as his blood gushed from the sword lodged in his stomach. The scene switched to Commander Ambrose, lying motionless on a bed, his eyes vacant. Then I saw my own face as I stood over an unconscious General Brazel. My green eyes took on a sudden intensity, as if I'd had an epiphany. A brief image of Fisk, the beggar boy, carrying packages and smiling. Then a picture of Tula, lying broken on her bed. The images faded as the ground returned.
You have found 5 souls already,
Moonman said. But they weren't
dead.
I nodded.
Do you know what a soul finder is?
He asked. They wake the dead? When he raised an eyebrow without commenting, I said, No, I don't.
You need to learn.
And telling me would be too easy, right? Takes all the fun out of being a mysterious story weaver. He grinned.
What about my bargain? Childhood memories for your help with Leaf.
Just hearing his name sent waves of anger through my body. My reasons for coming to Scythia had been so simple. First, for survival, fleeing the commander's order of execution. Second had been to learn how to use my magic and meet my family. Perhaps along the way I might develop a kinship with this southern world, or perhaps not. My plans had seemed straightforward. Then my road kept dipping and turning, and I kept getting caught in its traps. Now I felt mired in mud in the middle of nowhere. Lost.
"Your path is clear,"
said Moonman.
"You need to find it."
And the best way to find something you had lost was to return to the last place you remembered having it. In my case, I needed to start at the very beginning. "I promise to try to help Leaf," I said. Smells and softness flooded my mind as memories of my childhood came to life. Appleberry perfume mixed with the musky scent of earth. Laughter and the pure joy of swinging through the air followed an argument with Leaf over the last mango. Playing hide-and-seek with Leaf and Nutty, crouching on branches to ambush Nutty's brothers during a mock battle. The sharp sting of hazelnuts on my bare arms as her brothers discovered our hiding spot, launching an attack. The slap of mud as our clan leader dug a grave for my grandfather. The sound of my mother's soothing voice as she sang me a lullaby. The lessons with Esau on different species of leaves and their medicinal properties. All the happiness, sadness, pain, fear, and thrills of childhood came rushing back. I knew some would fade with time, but others would stay with me forever. "Thank you," I said. Storyweaver inclined his head. He held out a hand, and I grasped it. The dark plain faded, and shapes grew from the ground. Colours returned as the sun's first light crested the horizon. I blinked, trying to orient myself. The clearing where I had left Kiki and Leaf had changed. Large circular tents ringed a huge fire pit. Brown animal shapes had been painted on the white canvas of the tents. Dark-skinned people milled about the roaring fire. Some cooked, while others tended children. Some wore clothes, while others wore nothing. The clothes were all made of white cotton. The women wore either sleeveless dresses that reached to their knees, or a tunic and short pants like the men. Near the fire, Iris and Cahill sat cross-legged with two older men and a woman. They were intent on their discussion and didn't see me. I couldn't spot Leaf or his horse, but Kiki stood next to one of the tents. A woman wearing short pants groomed her. Her brown hair bobbed to her neck. I jumped when I realized Moonman no longer stood beside me. In fact, I couldn't see him anywhere in the small village. Perhaps he'd gone into one of the tents. Not wanting to interrupt Iris, I checked on Kiki. She wickered at me in greeting. The woman stopped brushing the dust off her coat. She studied me in silence. "Who's this?" I asked Kiki. "Mother." "Is this your horse?" the woman asked. The inflection in her voice rose and fell with each word, and there was a slight pause between them. I reviewed Iris's lecture about the sand seeds from the night before. The woman had spoken first, so I guessed it would be all right to answer her. "I'm hers." She snorted a short laugh through her nose. "I raised her, taught her, and sent her on her journey. It's a pleasure to see her again." She kicked at her saddle on the ground. She doesn't need this. She will float under you like a gust of wind.
That's for me.
And for our supplies. Another huff of amusement. She finished brushing her. Kiki turned her blue eyes toward her, and understanding flashed on the woman's face. She whooped and jumped up on Kiki's back. "Have fun," I told Kiki as she raced through the tall grass.
Is that wise?
Cahill asked. He watched Kiki disappear over the hill.
What if that woman doesn't come back?
I don't care if she comes back or not. I shrugged, looking past Cahill. Iris and the 3 sand seeds stood next to the fire. They were still in deep conversation. One of the men gestured in what appeared to be